How many days till the NBA draft?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Free agency.
NHL draft, we don't care about because
No.
the Red Wings don't have a first-round pick. But, yeah, I think a lot of people are writing it off. But the other thing is a lot of people say, well, remember what happened in 2024. They're looking for that again. They did pick up a half game yesterday. They were only 5 out of the wild card now, about 80,000 teams in front of them. But, I'm pretty close to writing it off, and I'm pretty close on saying, you know what? Just pick up the phone, Scott, and start taking offers. And it ain't just Scooble. I mean, Casey Mize was,
Yeah.
He had that fight with them over, what was it, 25 grand?
Yeah.
Kind of like the Jeff Harding's deal back in the day when he left the Lions for the Steelers for a little amount of money.
Yeah, I think it was over pizza toppings. They couldn't come to terms initially. Casey Mize and the Tigers. It's silly business. Yeah. What's he get on the? Yeah, I mean, look, we're about to hit that point. But if you're Casey Mize, I mean, your worth is at least what Flaherty's making.
Oh yeah.
So you're probably talking, I need a deal of at least 4 years, and I need to be making at least 25 a year. I need a $100 million contract, or I'm hitting free agency.
And I don't know if the Tigers should do that either.
Sure.
I mean, so you get what you can. I don't know what you can get. Maybe you can find a team that you can package Scoople and Mize together. That would be, you get a pretty decent haul for that, I would think.
Yeah, try to juice the return.
Yeah.
We're being forced into this lane.
Yes.
Nobody thought when the season started they would be here.
No, that was the whole purpose of everybody. Not everybody, but a lot of people say, you keep Scooble, just make a run at it. And, you saw what he did with Valdez, so maybe he'll do something at the deadline.
I wonder.
You didn't think the bats were going to be quite as bad as they are again.
No, look, they weren't good enough when healthy, and then the injuries have only made it worse.
Right.
It is the worst offense in baseball in the month of May.
Mm-hmm.
An entire month, by the way. We're wrapping up the month this week.
Yeah.
It's the worst offense in the month of May.
We're at the third quarter, or the third poll, if you want to call it.
The 1/3 poll.
Yeah, it's their 1/3 of the season has officially just ended.
So I don't feel like it's, quote, early anymore. We're past the Sparky 40-game mark. We're a third of the way through the season. This team's a dozen games below 500. Stoney, that's the difference. In 2024, where they made their miraculous comeback, at no point that year were they this far below 500.
True.
Now, they got more time, but time's only as good as the baseball team is. If they don't play well, it's done. So you say, like, teetering maybe?
They're teetering, yes.
Yeah, like, we're not into June yet. I kept saying, like, 7 to 10 days. Well, they lost 2 or 3 to Baltimore. They lose 2 or 3 to the Angels.
They lose 2 to 3 to the Angels. It's over.
Yeah, then...
Because so weird. I was looking... When the schedule came out, and you don't look at it like football, but when the season started, you looked a little bit, who you want to go see and things like that. And I said, well... the Tigers they didn't add a bat quality enough, obviously.
No, at all.
At all. And I don't know if he would be willing to do it, but if the Tigers at the deadline were in this thing, I mean, and the Angels were the Angels, what could what would you give up for Mike Trout if he played well? And he's cooled down a little bit, but he's still playing, he's still a quality player.
So we could get young McGonigal and old McGonigal on the same team.
Yes. Absolutely.
They're both from roughly the same area. I know
Correct.
That's your neck of the woods,
Right,
so it's not the same street corner.
No,
but
one's from the Jersey side, one's from where I grew up, or close to where I grew up. But yeah, and now there's no way. I mean, you're looking at saying, well, you go down to the ballpark, because it's always fun at the ballpark, and you might see Mike Trout for the last time.
Back it up, because you're talking about if only we were in a position where we could buy.
Yes.
That's a way of kind of reverse engineering where the Tigers are at.
Yeah.
Is there a world, do you think this team is buying at the trade deadline? That seems so foreign to suggest. So if they're not going to be adding, they're not chasing a World Series, Scooble's going to leave. While you might not be ready to say season's over, I'm writing him off, you kind of know all these things to be true. If you're not adding, you're not in contention, and then you might as well be selling at that point.
Okay, so we're a third. When they get to the 2/3 mark, we're still before the deadline, right? I would think.
Sounds right.
So
Sure.
if they're within, I don't know, a game, 2 games of the wild card, you have to at least...
You're buying.
I don't know if you're buying, but
then you're selling.
You're thinking about it. You have to have these discussions, figure out realistically, what can we do?
Greg is wincing, shaking his head. What's going on?
You're doing one or the other.
Yeah.
I don't think you're standing pat.
Oh, no, I don't think you're standing pat either, but the discussions have to be made. Are we in this thing or are we not in this thing? 1.5, 2 games out of the wild card come the end of July. What do you say? I'd say
You're probably
sell.
still selling, right?
I'm still selling.
So even in this world where they've clawed and scratched their way back, we're still talking about selling because they're not in good conscience a World Series team, right? So at that point,
Correct.
you can't risk having Skubal walk while you don't contend for the World Series, which is the painful realization we find ourselves dealing with now today, post-Memorial Day.
I do think, though, what Stoney's doing is the equivalent of, it's like Back to the Future 2. This is what 2015 is going to look like. Well,
Right.
that's what 2015 was going to look like to someone in 1985. Like, you are having the emotions of today and just putting on they're going to be a game back. So you still have the emotions of they're not a good baseball team.
Right.
Well, what it's going to take to get to a position where they are contending a game back of the wild card, they will have improved and be playing better. And these bats are going to wake up a little bit.
and they'll get some injuries, injured players back, and maybe they'll do the right thing and send Zach Short to Timbuktu, and we can get Max Anderson
Well,
up
you
here.
can't
maybe.
do that, Stoney. Come on now. You saw AJ's quote from Friday. This is from Evan Petzel for people who had lost in the wash of a long holiday weekend. AJ said it's not as simple as just try something. There are roster ramifications. There are playing time ramifications.
Yeah. Okay. So
There's also win-loss ramifications.
there's also, you got to see how some of these guys can look at the major league level when there's still something to play for, not this just September crap.
Yeah, I don't understand when the organization has already DFA'd Zach McKinstry once this month. What ramifications are there? If he were to disappear tomorrow and Max Anderson was added to the 40-man, which is what you could do,
Right,
you'd still have McGonigal to play shortstop. And then if you're curious about playing time, off day, first of all, they've said they're not resting McGonigal right now.
Right.
But if you needed to, Zach McKinstry played shortstop.
Yeah, well, Javi will be back eventually, too, so
Right.
he can play shortstop. Max Anderson, I just want to see him play. I think it's time. He only had 69 at-bats at AAA this season, but his OPS is, 787? He's hitting 319? I mean, come on. He's a second baseman. Even if you can switch him with Hao-Yu Lee, for crying out loud.
It's the ABs this season in the minors for him is why he's not up.
Yeah, I know.
But doesn't that feel rigid?
Yes, it does. That's their philosophy. I'm not saying that's the right thing to do. I've called for it since mid last week. They have the player on the 40-man that they can dispose of, wipe their hands with Zach Short, and call it a day. If you have a problem down the road because Anderson doesn't work out, there's 5,000 Zach Shorts out there.
Right.
Correct.
In fact, I will put you out there, Costa. You're still young and athletic enough. I would.
Little lateral quickness.
Seriously, I know. I'm joking, but it's just
Yes.
I don't buy it. It's their philosophy. I understand the Max Clark philosophy of not bringing him up till late in the year, not bringing him up at all this year. I really do understand about him being younger. He's 20 or 21, right?
Yeah.
Anderson's 24.
Right,
There's
right.
a maturity level here to this a little bit. I understand why they don't bring up Clark. I can't understand Anderson.
Me neither. I mean, obviously the injury hurt him a little bit, but still, it's ridiculous. I don't get it. He can hit. The one thing they don't have throughout the lineup is guys that can actually see the ball, hit the ball.
And like we say, every day you don't make these moves, every day you lose, every day you drift further and further away, you cement yourself as sellers.
Yeah.
Because you can't in good conscience imagine this team as a buyer. To bring Greg's analogy full circle, we dream of a future with flying cars. Well, then you get to the year and you go, oh, we don't have flying cars. So like you dream of a world where this team's in contention.
No.
It's hard to see right now. 248-539-9797. Talking Tigers to start the show. We've got some Pistons talk at 6:35. The conference finals, are they making you feel better or are they making you feel worse? It's 97.1. Listen up. If you or a loved one has been living with dentures or failing teeth, this could be the life-changing upgrade you've been waiting for. Brightside Dental offers all-on-4 dental implants. You replace a full set of missing teeth with just 4 implants. Gives you a strong, secure, natural-looking smile that'll stay in place. Take the first steps towards confidence, comfort, and a smile you actually want to show off. Call to schedule your consultation. Find out if all-on-4 dental implants are right for you. Your new smile is closer than you think. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Couple texts coming in on the Tigers. Says, I've 100% written off the summer. I still think it was idiotic for MLB to not have the team playing yesterday. Would have loved to listen to Dickerson while cutting the grass, Kyle, at home.
Yeah. Every team should play Memorial Day, July 4th, and Labor Day.
Yeah, even our AAA team should have been in session.
Yes, exactly.
Sellers, question mark, outside of eBay, who wants our cast-offs? Well, Scooble's going to demand a return.
Scooble, Mize. After that, I don't know, but
After that, you're hoping that Kenley Jansen's pitching better.
yeah.
And veteran relievers, you can get something.
And maybe there's some guru who thinks they can change torque.
Or what about Gleyber Torres? He's a free agent. If
That's
he gets
true.
himself...
Gleyber Torres, you know what he was yesterday? He was watching his old Yankee teammate, DJ LeMahieu's
he's in
debut.
Royal Oak, wasn't he?
Yeah, he threw out the first pitch. The Royal Oak Leprechauns.
See, I should have gone over there. I could
That's
have watched
right.
some baseball.
You seen DJ?
I saw it late that he was there. DJ LeMahieu, that's right.
Right, he runs the league. He manages that squad.
But if... I know Torres has been injured in the core and obliques and all this stuff. If he were to be healthy, a contender could look at him and
Yes.
say, yeah, we give you something for him. Especially if the Tigers are 10, 15 games back. You're trading him.
Absolutely.
So that's what it's come to. Because do you really believe this team's going to be in a position to buy? It seems crazy to suggest. So then you got one choice. If you're not in contention, you sell.
There's the only way they could be buyers if when Carpenter comes back and Torres comes back and Javi comes back. They all of a sudden are hitting the ball all over the yard and have some power. Maybe Colt Keith can actually get a home run. That's the only way they're going to be in this thing if they can score runs. The starting pitching has been decent enough.
And it should only solidify, right? You get
Correct.
Scooble back with something to prove. You throw him in now with Mize, who's looked good.
Yeah.
Valdez, Montero,
Melton.
not Flaherty, kick his ass out of the rotation.
Correct.
That's probably your best chance to stabilize. That doesn't help you generate any offense.
No, that's like I said. That's the only way I can see them ever getting in this thing is if they get some offense when they come back.
Yeah, the idea that someone won't run away with this division is only part of the equation. You still got to be able to catch them.
Yes.
Are you writing off the summer? Yeah, I guess. Because they're giving me no other choice. Do I get to write back if they get back in contention? I don't think I'm going to need a pen anytime soon.
I don't think right. I don't think anybody's gonna. If you put your your Tiger car flag on,
Right.
people won't laugh at you.
I just think most Tiger fans, I think I won't speak for them. You tell us. I would imagine most Tiger fans are treating them like background noise as we get into the summer.
Oh yeah, especially if there's other things on your sports docket. I don't know what is. I mean, I know a lot of people are going to get into watching the World Cup every day, but other than that, there's nothing.
No, but
You have your drafts and getting ready for Lions football,
yeah.
but you can't really see much when you.
No, but maybe you end up doing something outside. Still
yeah,
productive.
yeah, absolutely. Improve your golf game. I don't know.
That's it. Look, goals.
Yeah.
Something to work towards. Back there, Tom, the question, are you writing them off for the summer?
I haven't yet because I still just think there's a little window here to turn this around. A lot of it has to do with the status of the American League. You know,
Right.
the fact that they're a dozen games under 500, I think is a huge deal. I think that's the line. But the thing about the American League is right now, there's a team in the playoffs that's 2 games under 500. The Minnesota Twins are
I know.
currently the last wild
Our
card.
division, baby.
So if that's the level this year, if you're talking the target's 82 wins, a game, 2 games over 500, they're not quite out of it yet. But
By the day.
there's some hope in that and not reality. I just don't know how this lineup gets better the way it's constructed right now. Torres isn't coming back anytime soon, it sounds like.
Correct.
Carpenter, he's got to go through some batting stuff still, and then a minor league rehab. It's like
He wasn't hitting when he got hurt.
Right, and there's been a refusal to call up Max Anderson or some of these young players because of, quote, roster ramifications. So
Yeah.
how does it get better? The only way it gets better is, like, you got the Angels coming to town, but you had all these other bad teams on the schedule, and it hasn't made a difference. The Orioles, in theory, were ripe for the picking. They led in every game in that series and only won one. So the idea that the Angels are an elixir to get right,
Well, then they go
far
to
from it.
Then
Like,
they go to Chicago the weekend and get to see the guy who's got 18 home runs.
yeah, Murakami.
Yeah.
But just on the Angels series, you're throwing Flaherty in one of the three, so best you can do is take two.
I mean, you look at
And Mize is throwing, but he's facing Soriano, their best arm. So coin flip there. Quickly, you're talking yourself into, can we take one tonight?
Mm-hmm.
the thing is, you look at this season as the totality of it all. If Jansen has 4 blown saves, like classic walk-offs,
It's all
I know.
Jansen's fault.
and
Yeah.
if it was just 2 of them, which would be kind of normal, they're 3 games out.
Yeah, they still be 8 under 500.
I know, but everything collectively,
Because of this division.
right? Well, no, just the American League in general is awful.
Right.
The White Sox and Twins are in the playoffs right now.
Excuse me, they'd be 10 under 500 in that world. That he only blew 2 saves. Their problems are more systemic than that. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Good morning, you guys. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, a pet sitter has been charged with stealing from her clients in Wayne County. So this is a different pet sitter than the pet sitter that was charged with like animal cruelty, right? We talked about her last week. Well, this one's different. According to court documents, this sitter, Michelle Amo, is accused of stealing jewelry and comic books from one client and more jewelry from another. So one victim says that she hired this pet sitter about 1.5 years ago after seeing her services posted on Facebook. Thought, okay. Something she does sounds like a great idea. But during that time period, she stole numerous pieces of jewelry, including a necklace with a diamond that once belonged to the victim's grandmother. It sounds like those items were pawned, but the victim was able to get them back, which is great news. So this pet sitter has been charged with 2 felony counts of larceny in a building, has been bound over to circuit court where she could face trial. So her next court appearance is scheduled for June 4th at 9 a.m. I mean, unless you really, really know the person, you're welcoming them into your home when
Yeah.
you're on vacation.
Yep.
And, experts are saying this is why you should maybe look into the doggy daycares
Yes.
at a licensed facility or the boarding them at a facility like that when you travel for
I had to do
long
that for
periods of
one
time.
day last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do that all the time. I mean, when we travel, if we can't take the dogs,
I love the
we board
names
them.
that some of these have. Like K9 to 5 is one
Uh-huh.
I've seen. We use the Pause Cafe.
Oh, that sounds fancy.
I know.
A little puppuccino for the dogs.
Oh, God.
The Oakland County Sheriff's Department is investigating the murder of a 25-year-old Pontiac man. It happened Sunday night. Deputies were called to a home. This was around 10 p.m. on reports that a man had been shot. Brian Washington Jr. was apparently in his bedroom, had been shot in the neck, and was not breathing. Police were able to find shell casings outside the bedroom window. They did perform life-saving measures, rushed this man to the hospital, but he was later pronounced dead. A suspect, I believe, is still unknown. There is a $2,000 reward being offered for any information that can lead to an arrest. So Stephen Colbert wasn't off TV very long. Just one day after his final Late Show aired, he was back on airwaves on a Michigan public access show called Only in Monroe.
I remember when he did it the first time.
too.
Yes. So this episode featured appearances by Jack White, Jeff Daniels, Stephen Buscemi, Eminem. He also did like a FaceTime with Byron Allen. That's the man who was taking over his
Wow.
time slot. And in other Colbert News, his final show drew 6.74 million viewers, which is huge. That was the biggest audience for a weeknight episode during his tenure. He normally averages about 2.4 million viewers, so it was pretty big. Then there's all this controversy with CBS as well. They're now kind of backing off because fans were erupting over this copyright takedowns that it's kind of confusing to me, but this Only in Monroe was airing on, YouTube and things like that. And CBS had issued copyright claims because
they used their people to do
because
some
it
of
was produced by CBS Studios in partnership with Monroe Community Media. Anyway,
Right.
They have backed down from that. They're kind of pausing these takedown efforts while they review the situation.
Did you watch it at all?
I did not.
I watched like the first 15 minutes. Jack White is hysterical. It's just because he plays this like guy is just hanging like the music guy. He's just hanging out with like tape decks. It looks
Yeah.
like, right. And they have their regular co-hosts on.
Okay.
One used to be was a Miss America from here.
Oh.
Kayleigh Ronnie Rathko, whatever. Anyway.
I have no idea, but
Yeah.
I haven't seen the whole thing, but I saw him with Jeff Daniels eating the sandwich.
Yeah.
And he's,
Oh, the sandwich.
choking back laughs while he's like, I wish I had a drink. It was
Right.
funny.
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah.
I'll
It
have
was
to go
funnier
check it
than
out.
most of Colbert's stuff.
I'll have to go check it out. Finally, apparently, burned out Gen Zers are now taking mini retirements.
What does that even mean?
Yes, it means you're taking it. They're calling it an adult gap year.
A gap year? I was thinking like a vacation, like a 10-day trip.
I don't know exactly if it's a year or not, but the New York Post claims that some Gen Zers and unfortunately millennials too are burned out in corporate America. So they're looking to stop working for a while as part of an adult gap year or a mini retirement. Apparently, adult gap year is trending on social media, TikTok, and things like that. So
Isn't this like a sabbatical? Sabbatical, that's
Yes,
the word
yes,
for
that's
it.
the word.
We've had a word for this.
yes, the word exists, but
That it's happening this frequent? I don't know.
with young employees.
They just don't want to they just don't want to work as hard as us older folks.
Well, I think they want to be paid what people
this
used to
older
get
folk.
paid.
Yes, that's true.
So that's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next. Cavs are still in it, right? Analytically, it's 2-2.
Analytically, it's 2-2.
Analytically, the series is tied. Now, don't go looking for game 5 because the series is over. But if you've watched these conference finals, both East and West, it's a check-in for Pistons fans. Have these conference finals made you feel better or made you feel worse? We'll get to it next. 97.1. What an absolute pathetic showing by the Cleveland Cavaliers. Swept out of their building, blown out again. Spare me the analytics. They didn't show up for the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, they didn't show up after they blew the game one.
Yep.
That's what turned everything around. You realize they won, I think, every series the Knicks did on the road by like an average score of 39 points.
The Knicks are on a tear.
Yes.
They've won 11 straight playoff games. Mm-hmm. Just the fifth team ever to win 11 straight games in a single postseason. And to get to the finals, winning by 19 points per game is the largest in NBA history. They're rolling. Now, some of that is, boy, has this East been bad. And I'm looking at it from a Pistons fan standpoint going, we were the 1 seed in this East.
Yeah.
We screwed up.
Yeah.
I feel worse watching the postseason because Cleveland shouldn't even be in the Eastern Conference Finals, and I believe the Pistons would have given them a much better Eastern Conference Finals.
They probably would have given them at least a game. There's no doubt about
They would
it.
have defended. It wouldn't have been a runaway train every game.
I don't know. The way the Pistons showed up for Game 7 to get there, I don't know.
But that was the outlier, Stoney.
Okay.
This team defended. That's why Game 7
know.
was so jarring.
Right.
This team, they took the Knicks games personal this season.
Correct.
That was a game that they wanted so badly, that I wanted so badly. So it kills me to watch Cleveland go in there and get decapitated.
I know. It was.
You don't think the Pistons would have fared better?
Yeah, they'd fare better. I still think the Knicks would have won because the Knicks they've changed their game the last couple of months, even before the regular season ended. They actually play some defense. Towns is passing the ball. They're a much better team, and they're deeper than I ever thought because Shamet coming off the Knicks are really good.
Yeah, he didn't miss.
And I thought they were good, all season, except when they played the Pistons. And the Pistons, last year, the Pistons won, I believe, 3 out of 4, 2 out of 3 from them. So, all right, we're going to, we'll beat the Knicks in the playoffs. And they didn't, which shows that the regular season doesn't mean squat.
I know, but I have a hard time believing the Knicks are a juggernaut. Is that on me?
Yeah, maybe, because they have the clutchest player in basketball right now. And they got guys who are playing really well, finally, like Bridges.
I don't dispute that they're looking the part. They're winning these games in blowout fashion. I have a hard time believing there's some juggernaut, and that's what kills me as a Pistons fan, is knowing my team squandered a real shot, because I don't feel like that. I think whoever comes out of the West is going to punk the Knicks.
I think they'll win, depending. Everything depends on injuries. I mean, if Oklahoma City, eventually wins this series, and the really good Jalen Williams still doesn't play, and we'll find out if he's playing tonight, or A.J. Mitchell, I think the Knicks, because they're healthy, have a really good chance. Health determines a lot of stuff. I mean, you look at even Sacramento. I mean, Harper came back a little bit. DeAndre Fox came back a little bit, or De'Aaron Fox, but they're not 100% healthy either. The Knicks, they're healthy. They're going to be rested, and I don't know. I think they actually have a shot. I never even thought in a wildest dream that a team from the East could actually think about winning it. But the way they're playing, I think they're not going to win it, but I think they have a shot.
I think this is going to be 99 all over again. Spurs in 5. I truly, maybe I'm the hater here. I don't see it with the Knicks. And it hurts me even more as a Pistons fan. Now, I suppose...
Don't be seduced by the regular season like the organization was, though.
Okay, that's fair. In the regular season, they blew out the Knicks.
Yes.
They beat them by an average of 24 points per game. I'm not suggesting that's what would have happened, and it would have been the Pistons in a romp. But man, do I think they would have put up more of a fight than Cleveland.
I agree.
I think they probably won a couple games, and hell, at that point, I'm right there on the doorstep. So there's two types of fans. There's the fan that says, I feel better watching the playoffs play out because I know we're far away and we learned a valuable lesson and we weren't going to win anyway. There's the fan that feels worse and says, man, did we squander a great opportunity. I wonder which fan you are in listener land.
Well,
do you feel better or worse having watched the playoffs since the Pistons have been eliminated? 248-539-9797.
I do feel a little worse because of the blowouts that have occurred in the series. But I don't think that they would have beaten the Knicks the way the Knicks are playing. So they would have been at the same spot as where Cleveland is. They would have looked a lot better and tougher than Cleveland. That's for damn sure.
And there's value to getting another round in the playoffs.
Oh, I know.
You could still learn these same lessons losing in the Eastern Conference Finals.
No, I get it.
And that's what they should have been in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Hopefully the organization will learn the lessons and, make some adjustments that they need more people who can put the ball in the hoop.
Text coming in says, I'm not saying the Knicks and Cavs was scripted, ... but I think the NBA backed the wrong horse in Cleveland. I think the NBA thought Cleveland would give them a better series. They were wrong, John in Livonia.
Okay, first of all, why would you think that the NBA would be backing Cleveland?
No, if the NBA was scripting it, which they weren't.
No.
Again, the Pistons blew it. They had it. They would rather have Detroit, who had played the Knicks so much better.
You would think so, although Cleveland does have, regardless of what you think of them, more, quote, star power to more people with Harden and Donovan Mitchell. But no, I don't think it's scripted.
I'd push back on that a little bit too. Who was on the first team All NBA
No,
card?
I understand that, but for the person who doesn't really follow basketball, is just watching for the playoffs, not everybody knows Cade Cunningham if you're just a average guy.
I mean, I suppose.
I'm just talking about the name value of Harden.
The guy's on GQ. He's on Slam Magazine. He's all NBA. He's the best player in the conference. I mean, at some point, people aren't going to wake up to him. I'm not blaming you.
No,
but
I know, but I don't think the NBA cares that much about Cleveland. Is my point.
yeah, guys, seems like the Cavs were planted to play the Knicks because the Pistons would have mopped them. It's almost like the Knicks Cinderella story has been in place 27 years later type of championship game, Jordan in a shop.
Okay, why do you think they would have mopped them? Do you think all of a sudden that the Pistons offense would have done something? You don't think... Look, the Pistons, when they played the Knicks last year, once Isaiah Stewart was limited, that series went the other way, right? It was a 6-game series. Yep. Pistons got hosed in one game. There's no doubt about it. The Knicks are a little different. I mean, Bridges is playing really well finally. I mean... I loved OG anyway because they have guys who play in both ends of the court. They're defending well as well. I can't stand the Knicks, but Brunson's the clutchest player in the sport right now.
Yeah,
and they're better. We just have to face it. And I don't want to hear about the regular season that we blew them out 3 times. It doesn't make a difference. Regular season means squat.
Text says, you say the Cavs are pathetic, but the Pistons are worse and lost. The Pistons were a fraud, signed Steve. I'm thrilled the Cavs got embarrassed. This should be a wake-up call to Langdon. We aren't close. Knicks would have swept us too. They're rolling, signed Ryan.
And the Knicks are on a roll. I don't think they would have swept the Pistons, but they would have won the series, I think.
I think the majority of Pistons fans going into these playoffs wanted the Knicks.
Yes.
They wanted them even after their Orlando series. They wanted them during the Cleveland series because they thought they would beat them. I don't think they would have beat them.
No, neither do I.
Is it because the Knicks are good or because the Pistons aren't good enough?
Both.
Yes.
I really believe both. The Knicks have found a different level of playoff basketball that we didn't see coming before the playoffs.
Correct.
They're trouncing teams.
Yeah.
I think they're taking advantage of a bad East. Which maybe you could say the Pistons are part of the bad East after watching the postseason, but man, does it get me because I felt like that should have been the Pistons taking advantage of a bad East.
Look, the Knicks took advantage of, remember in their first round, they were down 2-1 in Atlanta, and people wanted Mike Brown, fired and things like that, and they haven't lost since. And they're blowing out people. They are at a roll now. Will be able to maintain? I don't think so, but you never know.
Well, let me give you the payoff to that stat. I said they're the 5th team to go 11 straight in a single postseason.
Yeah.
Of the other 4 teams, 2 won the title, 2 didn't.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to win the title.
The teams that did it, you had the 89 Lakers, who lost to the Bad Boys.
Yes.
You had the 99 Spurs, who won against the New York Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, with that, and that's the last time the Knicks made the finals, they had to go against young Duncan. Imagine if they had to go against the Spurs, they're going to go against Wemby.
Young Wemby. The 0-1 Lakers won 11 or more in a row and won the NBA title. That was against your Sixers.
Yes, Iverson. The Sixers won the first game. Iverson did the step over Ty Lue.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And then the only other team to have done it, the 17 Warriors, who won the title. Mm-hmm. Knicks just the 5th team. 248-539-9797. We got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Win some money with us. It's 97.1.
Hey guys, if your hair is starting to thin, now's the time to do something about it. Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration has been helping men restore their hair and their confidence for over 30 years. Thousands of guys walked in frustrated and walked out looking younger, feeling like themselves again. And here's the key. The sooner you come in, the more options you have, including advanced non-surgical, natural solutions that are helping guys see real growth. Now, I know some guys look into flying overseas because it seems cheaper. You know, Turkey comes up a lot, but what they don't think about is the follow-up care and what happens once they're back home. You know, this is medical. Follow-up matters and accountability matters. At Michigan Hair Restoration, everything is done locally, medically supervised with the same team before, during, and after. And that matters. Now, Dr. B isn't just a pioneer. He's a patient himself. He's had it done himself. He's even performed it on his own son. There's no plugs, no stitches, no scars, just natural, permanent growth you can run your fingers through. And right now, get $1,000 off any hair transplant package. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Feedback coming in. Want to talk to Pistons fans. You see the Knicks on to the Eastern Conference Finals. How does it sit with you? If you've been watching these postseason games since the Pistons were eliminated, you feel better, you feel worse. Just describe the emotional
You know what else I want to ask you? Where are you with like if your friends have a team, and look, it's different for me because a lot of my friends are from New York.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want especially as you get older, do you want your friends to be happy, or do you like to see them suffer? Because the Knicks haven't won since 1973, and I still maintain, although the Garden's a cool place to watch a game, and I understand all that, I think the Knicks are the most overrated franchise in sports history because they haven't won so much. Every time they even get close, people go crazy, and they don't deliver.
So are you rooting against them despite your friends?
I don't know. I don't like them anyway. I never have. So the question I'm asking myself, do I hope they win for my friends? Or do I love my friends just having that their Knicks can't win?
See, I guess I can't relate. I just don't associate with Knicks fans.
Right. But do you have friends?
Like of other teams?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. They're not Knicks fans, though.
Okay,
Like,
but-
I feel like if you're a Yankee fan, Knick fan, Cowboy fan, no, I'm not going to root for you.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, Cowboy fan, I'll never.
Laker fan, sorry.
Yeah. Like I found myself.
But if they were like a neutral fan, like, I don't know, if I had a friend that was a Spurs fan.
Right.
Yeah, well, first of all, I like Wemby, so I'm rooting for him anyway. But
Okay.
yeah, I got no skin in the game. Well, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Have a good time.
I can't decide. I think I kind of hope in a weird way that they're happy, but there's no way that I want them to win a championship because of the Knicks.
So the Knicks are in the finals.
But they're not a hateable Knick team like others have been
Yeah.
in the past. Because I'm in the minority because I like Brunson, even though he pushes off.
I was going to say, why do you like Brunson?
Because I met him and he's a nice
Look,
person.
Stoney.
Well, that's why. I mean,
Okay.
so if you met a guy you would root against him if you like the person?
If he played aesthetically displeasing basketball, I wouldn't root for him.
Okay.
If I met Zach Short, I wouldn't like him.
Well, okay, that's true. Well, Zach Short blows. Okay, I shouldn't have said that. Whatever.
He's not very good at baseball.
Yeah.
Okay. We got some feedback coming in on the Pistons. Now that the Knicks are in the finals, how do you feel about the Pistons? Because we were sizing them up all year, right? Beat them 3 times in the regular season,
Yeah.
sizing them up. Can't wait to see him. Got to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. We'll give them a series. You watch Cleveland put up no show, no fight.
Correct.
And I feel cheated. I wanted to see that series. I do think they would have given the Knicks a fight. I don't think the Knicks are some superpower juggernaut team, and I think they're going to get trounced in the finals. That doesn't excuse the Pistons.
No.
It just hurts a little more
So
knowing.
if the Knicks pull off the upset and win the championship, that would change your opinion.
Well, I would think highly of them. Tony, if they won the NBA
right,
championship,
yeah.
I would think highly of them.
Make sure.
Tex says Cookies is way off. He's not understanding how good these Knicks are. That signed Ryan.
They're playing great. The depth they got now is nuts.
You guys realize if it's OKC against the Knicks, it's going to be a flop fest finals?
Probably.
My opinion, the Pistons were physically worn down. Or the Pistons were physical and wore down Cleveland. Then game 1 broke them mentally. That's from Steve.
Then what the hell happened in Game 7? That's the thing it's so
I know.
crazy. Look, they win the first 2 games at home. They come back in Game 3, and they could have stolen that game, but Cade decided to play turnover basketball at the end. But and then Game 5 they blew. I mean,
but I feel like they let Cleveland off the hook.
yeah.
They had it in Game 5. They showed up on the road in Game 6, and they let them off the hook. They didn't even compete the way they had all season in Game 7. I think they let a Cavs team that's nothing special.
Cleveland's
off the
role
hook.
players just came up so lame in this series with the Knicks. And, against us, Merrill was hitting shots. Strus had one really good game. They got nothing.
Congrats to the Knicks. Now it's time for the inevitable Mike Brown implosion. Signed, John in Lake Orion.
Okay.
Pistons need another star next to Cade if they plan on doing anything and want to keep Asar and Duran together on the floor. Yeah?
Be expensive to keep them all and get a star, but who knows?
Let's stop it. Pistons wouldn't have had a chance against the Knicks. Are you watching with your eyes? Signed, Rob, not a Pistons fan.
The way the Pistons played, he makes a point, and I think the fact that Cade was never 100%. There are a lot of things. Their best rim protector was Isaiah Stewart. He had no lift. So,
But I think the Pistons defend way better than the Cavs do.
yes, they do.
And they probably win multiple games in the series.
But the Cavs have better shooters than the Pistons have.
Yeah, look, the Pistons' issues were clear as day.
Yeah.
At the same time, they should have beat Cleveland.
No.
Cleveland's a group of guys that never advance in the postseason, and they got to play us who laid
But
an egg.
Mr. Catch the Ticket, who was right? Vegas. Vegas had the Pistons as the fourth of the big four, and they were right.
Okay, who was the favorite of the big four?
Boston.
So they were wrong.
Well, Tatum got hurt. That's what happened there. The Knicks lucked out. They did.
I'm making my point, though. The Knicks
Yes.
aren't that great. They're a product of playing in the East.
Yeah, well, they're not only playing in a product of the East, who they played. I mean, Philly, you think the Sixers won the title by beating Celtics, and they did nothing against the Knicks, and then you saw what happened to Cleveland. I mean, look, let's face it. The Pistons, if Franz Wagner doesn't get hurt, the Pistons don't even win that frickin' series.
One of the first texts we got, hey, Pistons fans, how do you feel you'd beat the Knicks if you couldn't beat the Magic with Wagner?
Yeah.
We are the reason the Cavs are losing this series. Well, lost the series. They aren't used to having teams guard them that can actually shoot threes. This Knicks team is very good all series. Another says we gave the blueprint on how to beat the Cavs, signed Matty P. in Columbus.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, you know what? Jamal M. In Orlando, or where is he? He's going to get the New Orleans job. Or did he
Pelicans
got the job already?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, he gave the blueprint how to beat the Pistons or how to stop Jalen Duren.
Yeah, is it just called put your hands up at the rim?
Aren't the Cavs still analytically alive?
Yes.
Yes.
Game 6 is
comment.
tomorrow. That was one of those stupidest things.
Yesterday's a holiday. I just, what was your guys' opinion on that?
We talked about it a lot.
know.
We did.
Probably.
Yeah.
Dumbest quotes in the history of sports.
Yes. We played some of them. We played.
Like, if your coach said that for your team, I would want them fired.
Well, it's the whole series, right? It's the timeout saving. It's analytically we're up 2-1. I mean, but you're right, Stoney. We played pass back and forth kind of thing yesterday.
Yeah, I played that one, and we played Harbaugh talking about how J.J. McCarthy's a generational Michigan quarterback.
We had Scott Harris talking about how the names are the same, but it doesn't mean we're the same team. Oh, there's been a bunch of
Well,
them.
you just read one of them, the Matty P one.
Yeah, Matty P. You know what? We can extend it into today if people want to party and play along.
Taking the wind. I mean,
Yes.
that was a decision and a stupid thing to say. But
Dumb quotes in sports. Pistons fans check in. Knicks going to the finals. You got 2 Pistons trade proposals we want to present to start the 7 o'clock hour. And then you got 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. Get to Memorial Day. Stoney going rogue at 7:35. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers celebrated the holiday with an off day yesterday. Tonight they're back in action against the Los Angeles Angels. Cater Montero throws the first pitch at 6:40. Our pregame coverage of the game starts here on 97.1 at 6:15. The Knicks swept the Cavs in the Eastern Conference Finals last night with a demoralizing 130-93 win in Game 4 in Cleveland. If things weren't already bad enough with Kenny Atkinson saying the Cavs were analytically leading the series, here's James Harden after the game. The Cavs lost by an average of 19.3 points and 37 points alone in Game 4 last night. It was the second worst playoff loss in Cleveland franchise history. Saying you're the better team when you handily lost multiple times is completely absurd. I can't imagine anyone ever doing such a thing. That person would be insane. Anyways, the Knicks are back in the finals for the first time since 1999. They're going for their first NBA title in the last 53 years. In the Eastern Conference Finals on the ice, the Carolina Hurricanes won Game 3 last night in overtime 3-2 on the road against the Canadiens. Former Red Wing Shane Gostisbehere scored in the game for the Canes, while Andrei Svechnikov had the game winner in OT. Game 4 between the two is tomorrow in Montreal at 8 o'clock. At the Colwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Stoney, we got a write-in vote
oh yeah, for what? Oh yeah,
for a team that finished last. Clearly wasn't good.
yeah. You brought up after the show the Kelvin Shepard one.
Oh, yeah. So after the Rams game, where he said, I'll stand on a table, they didn't run it down our throat. Kelvin, They gash you all day. If you take out the good plays, we played well.
Yeah, that's like people saying, well, Barry wasn't that good because he only had 2 or 3 huge runs and everything else was bad. Yeah, okay.
You remember that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was
And
a
then-
season low point almost.
And then the very next game against Pittsburgh, a team that couldn't move the ball, had their way with the Lions and Kelvin Shepard's defense.
By the way, he mentioned, Brendan mentioned in the update that the hockey, Gostisbehere, who the Wings wanted to keep, he didn't
Yeah.
want to stay. And we had the wrong Svechnikov on our team.
Yes.
The good one went early in the draft. Did you see who, they had that cool thing in Montreal where they bring in a torch every
Yeah,
game?
it's pretty cool.
See who did it yesterday?
No.
Claude Lemieux.
Oh, wow.
He was he was a good player for Montreal, but he was obviously better with Jersey, and he should be in the Hall of Fame, believe it or not.
I'm going to be very honest, even as a hockey guy, I haven't spent 1 minute trying to look into Claude
Oh,
Lemieux's
okay.
Hall of Fame candidacy. I'll just take you at your word for it.
3 Stanley Cups. Didn't he win a Conn Smythe too? I don't know. Anyway, scumbag, but hey, what the hell? Although he is Mo Sider's agent. Did you know that?
I did know that. I had forgotten that, but I did know that. 2 Grand Slam, 725. We got 2 Piston trade proposals. I'm going to vote no on both of them,
Okay.
but I am curious if either interests you, Stoney.
All right. Go ahead. Give me the proposals.
So, proposal number 1. Pistons add Kyrie Irving to boost playmaking.
Yep.
ESPN writes that Detroit would get Kyrie while sending Dallas Isaiah Stewart, Karis LeVert, Ron Holland, and the 21 first-round pick. 21 overall in the upcoming draft.
I love the idea of Kyrie Irving here, believe it or not. I think that's a little rich. So, I don't know, maybe keep the pick. And if you have to keep the pick, I think I might actually make that trade. And,
So-
here's why.
Okay, go
Kyrie
ahead.
Irving, yes, he does have his injury histories. He didn't play all this year. His last season when he got hurt. He was still pretty damn good. 24.7 points a game. He shoots 40% from the 3 his last year. His contract was 39 and then 42 for the following year. It's not horrible, but that's a lot. But he's exactly what they need. That type of a player. But you have questions. Can he remain healthy? And he's kind of a guy that kind of screws up locker rooms. Although everybody says he's matured a little bit, and the Dallas situation was really good for him.
So I can't even believe I'm going to have to utter this sentence. But if I set aside the fact that he's a flat earther who was suspended for anti-Semitism,
I know.
if I set that aside, that he's a flat earther who was suspended for anti-Semitism,
Well, Stoney
one
set
more
aside the
time,
second part of that.
one more time, if I set aside that he's
Yeah.
a flat earther who was suspended by his team for anti-Semitism,
Yeah.
we'll just talk about the basketball part of this.
Yeah.
He hasn't played. It will be in 18 months when he
Right.
next plays.
Right.
He's 34 years old,
Yes,
owed
he is.
$82 million over the next 2 years. Can he defend? Will he be hunted? Is he the missing piece? No.
Right. That's why I said that trade a little rich. But I think I would do something, try to get him. But I have somebody else who I really want. But
Okay, maybe it's the second trade then, Stoney, because the second trade that ESPN writes about, the Pistons would trade with your Sixers.
Oh,
The Pistons would add Paul George
playoff Paul.
and a future first-round pick. We got to give up Stewart, Duncan Robinson, and Karis LeVert.
That's kind of interesting because you're getting a pick too.
You're getting a future first to take on Paul George, who still has 3 more max years at age 36.
No, I think he only has 2 more years, right?
Unless ESPN's lying to me.
54 and 56, according to Basketball Reference.
Okay, ESPN's a liar then.
Oh, whatever.
Multiple max years left.
He doesn't play in all that. Well, he got suspended for steroids or whatever it was this year for a substance at 25 games. He still is a 38% shooter, 17.3 points a game. He's still a decent player. You're going to give me another draft pick? I don't care about the money. I mean,
What do I need their draft pick for? I'm going to be saddled with Paul George. Keep in mind, there's a reason they're attaching a first in this proposal. It's because his contract is radioactive. We're already
know.
bitching about how much money we're going to give Jalen Duren, and I'm going to give way off P, playoff P.
Playoff P.
No thanks. To me, I'm Steve Eiserman with these 2 trades.
Okay.
No and no.
I'd be more likely to do the Paul George because I'll tell you, this is a good draft. So you'd have 2 picks.
What says a future first? I'm assuming this is in a draft to be named later.
Okay. The guy I want is Kawhi Leonard.
Okay.
Kawhi Leonard will get paid $50 million next year, and that's it. 1 year.
What am I giving up in this scenario? Similar trade package, we'll say?
Yeah.
I giving up Stu and LeVert and the money and a pick.
Yeah.
What
For
if
1 year. If you think you can.
Okay, Stoney, I know you can make your Kawhi pitch. If we're going through the elder statesmen of the NBA, because these are all older players, Kevin Durant costs me nothing. He's a free agent. He's big and can shoot.
He's not a free agent.
Isn't he a free
I
agent?
think he's got 1 more year left.
I think it's an option.
Because I love Durant.
Can't Durant opt out and become a free agent?
Maybe.
So then I got to give up nothing for him.
I love Durant, but Kawhi Leonard fits this team better than even Kevin Durant because he plays defense. And he did average, believe it or not. I was stunned when I looked this up. He averaged like 28 points a game this season. He was really good. Now, he didn't play. He only plays like 60, he played up to the limit, 65 games. That's an issue. And if you think that he is the missing piece to get you to the finals and possibly a championship, yeah, like he did in Toronto, then you do it. I like him more than Paul George and even Kyrie Irving.
You're right on Durant. He has 1 year and then a player option.
Okay.
I was mixing up the year. I
Yeah,
thought this year was the guaranteed year. You'd have to trade for Durant.
Yeah.
But what I like about Durant is front court shooting, create his own shot, has a relationship with Cade.
Yes, I'm all for Kevin Durant.
Again, if we're looking at the senior circuit,
Yeah.
because that's what this is: Paul George, Kyrie Irving, Kawhi Leonard, and Kevin Durant. Of the senior circuit, I would take Durant, and you would take Kawhi.
I would take Kawhi because he plays better defense than Kevin Durant. Okay. But I like Kevin Durant, despite what Wojo thinks of him. I know Wojo hates him.
Sore spot.
Yeah,
Tom,
because I don't think he's a cancer in the locker room. It's a weird dynamic with him. But.
Tom, do you have a favorite player from 15 years ago that you'd like to add to this team?
That's what I was just going to do. So I saw this article yesterday morning, and I'm like, ooh, I wonder if the Pistons are in it. There's 6 potential trades.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling down, I see the Pistons logo. I'm like, And then I see Kyrie Irving. Same thing. Scroll down to the next one. Oh, another Pistons one? Wow.
Hey, look at
Paul
us.
George. Is this pre-COVID?
Yeah.
I mean, the only one I could buy a little bit, I'm not interested in Durant. I don't think he's a good team player, to be quite honest with you. I even have a tough time saying this, but Kawhi only, what are you trying to do what the Raptors did?
Well, that's one thought, but the fact that he fits their defensive mantra too. He's a great defensive player.
Yeah, but he's a head case too. Like,
So, have a head case
I mean,
for 1 year.
all of them are to a degree.
Yeah.
I just, this is why I'm willing to be patient. This is the case. These 4 names here, while you shouldn't try to force something and give up some of your talent, get something younger and fresher. Like Trey Murphy.
Trey Murphy is the number one on our list.
You and I have talked
We talked
about
about that yesterday.
Is Russell Westbrook still available? I mean, seriously, what are we doing here with these names? Like,
How did he do last year with Sacramento? He's not a bad guy coming off the bench. You'd rather have Russell Westbrook.
So I want to be very clear. I was not saying that seriously.
I know. But you know what? I thought about him. Would you rather have Russell Westbrook or Dennis Jenkins?
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to go back further. I Googled the 2011 All-NBA team thinking you would just brush it off. I'll go back further. I mean, this is ridiculous.
No, Joe Dumars can't play anymore. I get that.
Jason Kidd's not going to coach anymore. Any chance he could play in the backcourt?
No.
We're getting Stephon Marbury and Blake Griffin.
There it is. T-Mac. Carmelo. They're hanging around the court these
Tony,
days.
didn't you kind of like the Griffin thing back in the day?
No, I was,
okay.
I was against it because the draft pick.
How about this phone call? JD, I have not heard this take on the playoffs and the Pistons. You're on 97.1.
Yes. So this is a huge hear me out. What if the NFL or the NBA reseeded in the playoffs like the NFL does? So the number 1 seed Pistons would play the number 7 seed Philadelphia 76ers in the second round, and I feel like we win that series. Now, I know we struggled against the 8th seed Miami,
Orlando.
Orlando, yes. I know we struggled against them, but let's be honest, that was not an 8th seed that they put out on the floor, okay? And I feel like if we played 76ers, we win that series, 5 games. The Pistons went on a great run after the end of Orlando. We won 5 games in a row, beat Orlando 3, beat Cleveland 2. I feel like we don't give up that game 3 like we did against Cleveland, against 76ers. We're still playing, and then the Cavs and the Knicks have to duke it out in round 2. And I feel like the Cavs got destroyed this round because They just finished back-to-back 7-game series.
That has something to do with it. There's no doubt in my mind.
So we would have gotten Pistons Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals if they reseeded.
And a fresh Pistons team and who got confidence back. I feel like as a number one seed, we would have got our confidence back against 76ers. And let's be honest, this game is mental as much as it is physical. And if we are able to, come out of that series against Orlando and then beat up on the 76ers, we go into that Knicks series with the number one seed, like we should have been all season.
Yeah.
It's a valid point, but you have to also understand, and I believe Langdon spoke about this at the press conference, Cade was not 100%. And it showed as the playoffs went along. He's coming up with the lung. I didn't even realize he cracked his ribs, too.
I think he was breaking some news with that.
Yeah, they weren't a healthy bunch. It's not an excuse, but I don't think they would have just crushed the Sixers. They probably would have won.
No, my pain is just seeing how bad the Cavs were throttled by the Knicks and knowing how badly we and I wanted that series and how the Pistons had the series with Cleveland. We should have had the showdown in the Eastern Conference Finals.
You're right.
I made no promises that the Pistons would win it, but I will die on my hill on this. They would have played them more competitively.
Oh, yes, they would.
And they would have won at least, I think, multiple games. You're not willing to go that far, but I feel that strongly. I feel like they get up and they played those guys really well. Matchups matter.
Yes.
I think that was a personal thing that they wanted was to face the Knicks. They just didn't get there because they didn't show up.
No, they didn't show
and
up
that's their own
for
fault.
Game 7.
That's
yes,
their own
absolutely.
Fault.
And
I'm not trying to make excuses.
No, I know. You look at Cleveland, and they looked at that Game 7, and they made a big deal about how, Dan Gilbert, told Atkinson, we got to get Jared Allen involved, and he did early and all that stuff. And Jared Allen basically didn't show up in this series at all.
I'm sorry. Did JD just wonder that a Knicks-Cavs second-round series, they would be, quote, beating each other up?
Yeah.
His point was...
As if we haven't...
No, I know.
We did not just see that series?
His point was the Cavs had the attrition from the Pistons series. I'm with you.
With two straight Game 7.
I'm with you.
I think the Cavs would have swept them in the second round analytically.
The second point, if it was this playoff format, it's not.
You know what, Greg? Fair. We'll get to Heather's news. We'll go to 2 Grand Slam, and then we got to get to Stoney going rogue on Memorial Day. That's at 7:35. It's 97.1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you what I don't go rogue with, my eyesight. Now, back in the 70s, when I was a younger man, there was a show called The $6 Million Man with Lee Majors. About a test pilot suffered a devastating crash, but was rebuilt by implanting bionic limbs and an enhanced eye that gave him superhuman strength and vision. Well, as you know, I don't have superhuman strength. And bionic means merging technology with biology. And the series catchphrase was, "We can rebuild him. We have the technology." 7 years ago, that's what Dr. Yaldo and his bifocal lens implants did for me. In middle age, your lenses lose flexibility, becomes hard to focus on nearby objects. These amazing implants will set you free from glasses and the reading glasses that you lose all the time, like I did. You'll see 20/20 both up close and far away, and it won't cost $6 million. It's fast and painless. Have Dr. Yaldo show you how bifocal lens implants are life-changing and life-lasting. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com for a free evaluation.
Let's get you a new ride for the summertime. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Find out why. MoranExpress.com. And right now, GM employees and immediate family members can lease the 2026 Trax LT for $229 a month. Just $19.99 due at signing. It's the Trax, and you're going to get deals like that at MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They'll take care of you. You can test drive that or any other vehicle you're looking at. It's on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather's got the news.
I sure do. This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. On Sunday night, Oakland County deputies were called to a home in Pontiac after a 25-year-old man was fatally shot through his bedroom window. Now, this man has been identified as Brian Washington, and he was actually staying at his mom's house when somebody fired shots through the window. He has an 8-year-old son, a 3-year-old daughter, and his mom, Ann Black, is now hoping whoever is responsible comes forward. So anybody with any information, because they do not have a suspect. So if you have any information about the shooting, or maybe you heard something or saw something, you're being asked to call Crime Stoppers. There's also a $2,000 reward being offered for any information leading to an arrest. A Shelby Township woman who has gone viral in the past is now causing a stir again on social media over her threat to leave her local gym. Okay. Melissa Carone says that she has an issue and is bothered with, apparently, women wearing burkinis at her Lifetime Fitness pool. And now she says she is going to cancel her membership. Now, a burkini is a full-body bathing suit worn by Muslim women. And she goes into this whole rant on TikTok. She links the bathing suit to sanitary problems, is what she says. And of course, her quote is, or her video is causing, pushback and also confusion by other Lifetime members. She went viral. You might remember her before with they spoofed her on SNL. Like, she is not like
I don't remember that, but.
You don't remember her?
No.
I'm trying to remember exactly why she went viral. This says she rose to prominence following her testimony alongside Rudy Giuliani during a Michigan State House Oversight Committee meeting.
I'm looking up. I'd never heard of a burkini. I don't know how
I know who she is. Yeah.
I keep trying to go back to that first viral moment. I can't remember it.
I just don't know how this is hurting anybody.
It's not. No. It's not hurting anybody.
So go to the gym or leave. Pick a new gym or don't. I mean, seriously.
I don't think they'll care if she cancels her Lifetime membership.
No, she's
They're going to be just fine. That's exactly how it is coming across, yes. A pet sitter has been charged with stealing from her clients. This happened in Wayne County. According to court documents, this court sitter, Michelle Amo, was accused of stealing jewelry, other valuable items from people's homes while she was watching their pets while they're on vacation. One victim says she hired this woman because she saw her services on Facebook, had her watch her dog for a year and a half. And while that was happening, she stole jewelry and some not only valuable jewelry, but sentimental jewelry as well. A necklace that had like a diamond that belonged to her grandmother in it. Turns out the woman took them and then pawned all those items, was making money from them. It sounds like the victim was able to get those items back, which is great. Yeah.
Was this all at once or slowly over a year?
I'm guessing it was slowly, and it wasn't just one victim.
How would you track it all down?
I don't know how all that worked, but it sounds like she was able to get that back. So this pet sitter has been charged with 2 felony counts of larceny in a building. She has been bound over to circuit court, which means she could face trial. She'll be back in court next month. Hey, if you want to win or you'd like to try to win $2,000, give us a call now, 248-539-9797. Your chance to play the 2 Grand Slam. Pat McAfee is officially a dad of 2. On Monday, he announced on X and on Instagram that he welcomed his second baby with his wife, Samantha. He kind of shared this lengthy post that said his wife had to have an emergency C-section due to having a high-risk pregnancy. Went on to say that his son, Midas Robert McAfee, had to spend about 36 hours in the NICU. His wife was recovering great.
You say Midas?
I did.
What do we think of the name Midas? I've not heard many Midases.
No.
I think of a muffler.
Oh, I think of like the Midas touch.
Yes.
yeah, me too. It's a name apparently he's always wanted to name. If he ever had the chance to have a baby boy, it's what he's wanted to name him since freshman year in high school when he learned about Greek mythology. He says.
Okay.
Yeah, so anyway, congrats to them.
Wasn't Midas kind of a sad story though? Because everything he touched turned to gold, and it like I don't know. Maybe
don't know.
I'm not an expert in Greek mythology.
neither.
I don't know anything
And
about
I'm not an
Midas.
expert on mufflers either, but I know there's Midas mufflers.
Okay.
And then Robert, he says it's a tribute to Samantha's dad and best friend. Anyway, the long post. It sounds like everyone's doing well, so that's great news.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, it's everything he touched. It was actually a curse, not a blessing. King Midas.
Oh, well.
Made his alone time very challenging.
Thank you, Greg.
Oh,
Let's
boy.
play the 2 Grand Slam.
My gosh. All right, this is your chance to win $2,000. 10 questions, 60 seconds, $25 for each question answered correctly. Simple as that.
Sounds simple. It doesn't always go that way. Justin and Allen Park, we believe in you. You're on 97.1. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Justin, have you played before?
This is my first time.
Oh, awesome. All right. So you know the rules. If there's any you don't know, you can say pass. We'll get back to it if there's enough time. That's it. Are you ready?
Try my best. Thank you.
All right. Here we go. Good luck. Where did Chet Holmgren play in college?
Pass.
Who did the Detroit Tigers play tonight?
Los Angeles Angels.
Stephen Ross is the majority owner of this NFL team.
Pass.
Who played Greg Fokker in Meet the Parents?
Ben Stiller.
Who is the Detroit Tigers' all-time hits leader?
Ty Cobb.
What city does Stoney currently live in?
West Bloomfield.
Who won the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year award this season?
Sar Thompson.
This band had the 1996 hit 1979.
Smashing Pumpkins.
Where did Derek Barnes play in college?
Pass.
What is the capital of Libya?
Yemen.
Where did Chet Holmgren play in college?
Pass.
5?
5.
Not bad, Justin.
$125.
That's a tough one, some of those.
That was a toughie. Nice job.
Right on. Thank you.
It's $125.
Yeah.
That's right.
Put you on hold. Stay on the line. We'll make sure you get paid,
Get you 2 tanks of gas.
depending on what you're driving.
Yeah.
We'll go through this. Where did Chet Holmgren play in college, Stoney?
Gonzaga.
Who do the Tigers play tonight?
The Angels. He got that right.
In fact, the season isn't over. They're going to keep playing games. Stephen Ross is the majority owner of this NFL team.
The Miami Dolphins.
Greg Fokker and Meet the Parents.
Ben Stiller.
All-time hits leader for the Detroit Tigers.
Tyrus Cobb.
Stoney, where do you live?
West Bloomfield, Michigan.
Who won the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year? It was not Piston Asar Thompson, although he was a finalist.
Yes, it was Victor Wembanyama.
You just go with the alien.
Victor.
I thought the question was going to be worded weird, and Heather might trip up. She did a great job. The band that had the 1996 hit 1979,
Smashing Pumpkins.
and he got that one. Derek Barnes played where in college?
Purdue.
And this last one is a we are not giving away $2,000 today question.
Yes.
What is the capital of Libya?
Tripoli.
John would have gotten it.
No, because he only knows his U.S. capitals.
is that
Once you
it?
get him
Okay.
outside the U.S., it's throw a dart.
All right.
Isn't there a song like from the hells of to the hells of Tripoli? People do. Anyway.
Is that how it goes?
No, I don't. I forget.
Maybe you sing another line, I'll know it.
Yeah. I think it's from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. We will fight our country's battles, and I forget the rest of the words.
That sounds like an armed forces fight song.
Yes.
Might have it.
You know, back in my day, you used to learn songs like that. You know, your good U.S. songs.
Anyway, the 2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Feminine Law.
Stoney, love having you in. In fact, the next segment is all about you because your day yesterday, you went rogue.
I went a little rogue. Well, I went rogue within a rogue.
We'll explain that next.
Yes.
It's 97.1. Tom, you don't need to bring in the pages of text on it. I see them. Stoney, it's the Marine song.
The Marines hymn.
Yes.
I didn't plan on it.
Okay.
I was hoping we could move on.
We will move on.
Something that happened yesterday instead of 30, 50 years ago.
Okay. You want to tell us about that poker game? We'll move on. Yesterday was Memorial Day, and Stoney, I'm proud of you for fighting the good fight. You went rogue, kind of.
Kind of, yeah. I come home yesterday, and I said, "What are we doing today?" I had, we have plans. I figured we'd go to like maybe my sister-in-law's or neighbors or something. So he goes, "Right now, no plans." I said, "Okay, but whatever. I'm going to go to the pool. Come back." She goes, We're going to have Memorial Day dinner with our neighbors, Jenny and Mark and their kids, Bradley and and Blake, and my girls and my wife." That's great, and 3 dogs. Anyway, fine. So I'm doing show prep, and Cindy yells from the other room. She goes, "What do you want from?" I'll say the restaurant's name. Who cares? Uptown Parthenon. I said, "What do we? Uptown Parthenon? It's a fine restaurant." I said, "It's Memorial Day. I thought we were going to have burgers and dogs and chicken or something like that. It's Memorial Day. It's what Americans do. It's Memorial Day." She goes, "No, nobody wants. Everybody wants Uptown Parthenon." Or I said, "Really?" So she goes, "Well, just tell me what you want." So I go to the menu. I said, "It's Memorial Day." So there they ordered like, fancy, Greek salads and this and that, and said, "All right, here's what I get. I'll do the sausage, the flaming sausage for the opop without the cheese. I'll do that." He goes, "But I'm looking at the menu. Get me a cheeseburger." They had a cheeseburger, and that's what I had. I had a cheeseburger with Greek sausage and something else, fries. That's what I had. I was kind of pissed. Might not be the right word, but it's like I was disappointed. There were a few days where I actually, because Gov has teased me, not exactly Mr. Chef, but I figured there'd be, because I saw there was like ground beef in the refrigerator. Right, we're gonna put it on the grill and we'd have burgers. Yeah. Sometimes I like corn on the grill.
Me too.
No, Uptown Parthenon for
Greek
Memorial
food.
Day, Greek food.
I like Greek food.
So do I.
And I know you do.
Fine restaurant.
But it's Memorial Day.
It's Memorial Day.
It's grilling.
There should be a law. There should be a good executive order. Here you go. Memorial Day, Labor Day, and 4th of July, we should have every United States citizen should be required to either have hot dogs, hamburgers, or chicken.
Or a veggie burger if you're Heather.
How about just grilling?
Or corn on the cob
What?
would be great.
How about just grilling?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
just steaks.
Exactly.
Kebabs.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, we had some shrimp skewers in the rotation yesterday.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That was just.
But we did what you typically. We went over, saw some friends, told you about it. We
Right,
had burgers,
yes.
dogs, chicken,
And you didn't bring your
shrimp.
You didn't bring your store-made salad.
No, I came home and Kelsey's like, "Look, I'll just make something." She made a salad she wanted to eat. It's
Oh,
like a raspberry walnut deal. She made a vinaigrette. Ended up going over very well.
Well, good. Okay.
But yeah, you got to have burgers, dogs, or something on
Yes.
the grill. Something on the grill.
Yes.
For Memorial Day.
It should be a law.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
We did not.
What did you do?
Because it just wasn't, we didn't do the typical, like I've got some family up north. Like it just
Okay.
wasn't, we weren't all together. We actually went out to eat. We went to a Mexican restaurant.
Okay.
We were down.
Mexican, Greek,
That's
yes.
not where we were going to go,
No, I
but the
know.
restaurant we were going to eat at was closed
Okay.
for Memorial Day.
Yeah.
They were not
Imagine
open.
that, yeah.
And we wanted to sit outside. That was like a requirement. So we went to the one restaurant that had a great outdoor patio and it was open, and it happened to be a Mexican restaurant. We went there for lunch, and then I don't even know what we were going to grill for dinner, and then we ran out of time because we just spent all day at the pool.
Good for you.
It's a good Memorial Day.
Yeah.
Greg, did you grill some food? What did you do?
No. See, my wife ordered some Mediterranean food coming in, actually.
Well, look at
I
that.
thought he was going to say Chinese,
Oh
and then we could really
my God.
go around the world for this deal.
Then I had I did have a couple of ballpark hot dogs
Okay.
later.
All right.
It sounds like Stoney's problem was solved, though. Like he wanted a cheeseburger, he got cheeseburger,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
But you were
thankfully it was on the
appalled.
menu.
Yeah. You were appalled at the fact that you were being overruled.
Well, I really didn't have a choice. Yeah, it was a commanding, like in my household, it was 3-1. and the neighbors probably would have been like 6-2 or something like
Yeah,
that.
you guys just didn't have the votes.
No, didn't have the votes. You know,
You didn't try to like gerrymander
I
it
was
and-
going to say our house got gerrymandered. You know?
Yeah,
What
try
the
to
hell?
redistrict it. Tom, did you have like some obscure?
We had shepherd's pie.
Okay.
No, we didn't.
No, I guarantee he did it the right way.
I grilled pork tenderloin.
Oh, there
That's fine. Yes, absolutely.
Very good. I mean, so Heather alluded to some of this here. Is that restaurants are closed? Quite a few of them are closed on
Right.
Memorial Day, 4th of July.
Yeah.
Those are because people are doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is grilling.
Yes, or just being with your families. How about that?
Right.
So that part of it was good. We were with.
I mean, did people get pizza like on Memorial Day?
We talked about this yesterday. I said I love pizza. Pizza is my favorite food, but I don't want to have pizza on Memorial Day at a barbecue or a grill out or whatever you want
I
to
can
call it.
understand like having a slice at lunch or something like that, but
Yes.
your main dinner.
No.
I can't imagine just like, let's get a couple pizzas.
I have a problem with pizza. I would love pizza at every gathering, so I would have brought a pizza, but that wasn't the ask.
No, I know it was salad.
Bring a salad.
Yes, salad.
Balance out the food. Texts coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Greek food on Memorial Day. Are Stoney's neighbors trying to manifest Giannis to the Pistons?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, that'd be nice. It wasn't just the neighbors; it was my wife too and my kids.
Is Stoney not? Oh, this is great. Is Stoney not the man of the house? He should have fired up the grill himself.
You know what? I
He's
don't-
not. He doesn't drive the boat.
I don't care about that stuff.
You could have still fired up the grill. Though.
I could have fired up the grill. Yeah. But there was to have one burger by myself in that. Nah.
Yeah. Okay. You have everything else. You said you had ground beef. Did you have
There was
burger
ground-
buns?
No. There was nothing.
No lettuce, tomato, onion.
There was lettuce. There might have been tomato.
You would have been just trying to figure it out on
Yeah,
the
but
fly.
I don't like vegetables on my burgers anyway. So
Like,
Like-
you don't
like-
want tomatoes and
Right.
lettuce and
yes,
I didn't think
such,
John was
pickles.
in today.
I get burgers. I have my burgers either with cheese and grilled onions. I like.
I like onion on a burger.
Yeah.
Come on, Stoney. You should have at least gotten the lamb chops.
Oh, from the Greek restaurant. Yeah. Lamb chops are good. Absolutely.
So, have you ever gone rogue when ordering food with the family? Have you pulled a Stoney? Just said, what, I'm going out of my way to get something completely different than everybody else.
I do that every night. Because I don't eat like my family.
All right.
So, give me an example.
So if they go out to get burgers and whatnot, I go and get sushi. So we have to make 2 stops.
I've done that
That's a
before.
pain.
I've done
I
that
know.
before. Or you
Happens
do,
all the
or
time.
or have DoorDash stop at another place.
The double dash.
Yeah, I've done that because for some reason, although I thought it was inbred ethnically, you have to have like Chinese food on Sundays. Like my family's like the only Jews I know that don't like Chinese food. So I always brought up sometimes it's Sunday, sometimes you eat Chinese food.
Okay.
So anytime I suggested, no, we don't like Chinese food. Okay, so I'll get it myself. I've gone rogue.
You
that way.
prefer Chinese food or Thai food more?
Chinese food?
So, I've talked to Valeni about this. He claims what the Chinese food is more the East Coast thing
Yes.
than the Thai food. Because I prefer Thai food.
I love Chinese food, and because especially in cities that have really good, Chinatowns and things like that, it's different. Like in New York, they have this thing called chow fan, which is noodles that are really, really good. I can't find in most places around here.
How would you describe them?
They're like, it's not thin noodles. They're like thick, but they're good. Okay, really the way they spice them up, so to speak.
Morning, guys. Yesterday, my wife and I were traveling back from Italy.
Oh,
I'm very jealous. Had a layover in Boston, so our Memorial Day dinner was Jimmy John's in the airport. I was craving a burger, but there was no such option, Todd, in a truck.
really? No such burger
At an
option
airport?
in Logan? Wow. At least in Detroit, you got.
There's a couple options.
Yes, absolutely. There's a McDonald's. There's also, I think there's a Wahlburgers too, isn't there?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's new.
The airport Memorial Day dinner.
Yeah, well, that's different. I mean,
You do what you do.
yes, I've done that before. Maybe not on Memorial Day, but on a
Holiday,
Yeah.
travel day, getaway day.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Stoney going rogue on Memorial Day. We'll get into the Tigers a little bit at 8:02.
By the way, I do want to make one point that Greg Greg told me about before we got into this. You know, everybody's making fun of, you want Kawhi Leonard, all these other old guys. Do you realize Kawhi Leonard was second team NBA this season?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not, the dude can still play.
Certainly a better suggestion than Kyrie Irving and Paul George.
Yes.
Thanks, ESPN.
Yes.
Seriously. Like, Tom researches this, pulls up the article, gets all giddy. Hey, this could be show content for us. And the best ESPN can do is a player who's a flat earther suspended for anti-Semitism, and Paul George, who's so bad you have to take a first back with him. Yeah. Not exactly the greatest crop of trades.
Right.
Kawhi would make more sense than those two guys.
Yeah, well, the reason that Paul George thing makes no sense is because of his contract. But he actually played pretty well in the playoffs.
Yeah, but it's multiple years of a max.
I know.
And he notoriously comes up short in the playoffs, and he's 36 years old. It's not like he's getting better.
I know. Give me Kawhi.
Did Chris Paul retire?
Yes.
Get him out of mothballs.
They'll bring.
There's another creator for Cade.
You know, they'll get another old guy who actually played decently down the stretch. CJ McCollum.
All right, we got room for the Pistons. We'll make room for the Tigers. Make room for you guys on the phones. 248-539-9797. Tell you about Shaner Roofing. I've told you how great Shaner is, the quality of work, 30 years track record. But how about I tell you what other people are saying? An actual review online. Shaner Roofing replaced my 25-year-old roof, and they did an outstanding job. The whole process from initial contact to final walkthrough could not have gone any smoother. They write it was flawless. Their specialist inspected the roof, gave me an estimate on the spot. No pressure sales pitch. See, that's what I've been telling people about. Communication from the product manager. The whole process was helpful and regular, including updates of the work they did along the way. The roof looks great. Scale of 1 to 10, I would give Shaner Roofing an easy 12. Great company, and I highly recommend them. So stories like that you can see. You can Google. Damn near 5 stars. Over 30 years of trusted service, a proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. 5-star quality to roofs, windows, and siding. Get your quote today, mymichiganroof.com. Remember the name, Shaner Roofing, windows, and siding, the name Michigan trusts. So the timing on this is hilarious. I just saw an article, the ice cold civil war between Diet Coke and Coke Zero drinkers. And I walk in the studio and I see Heather Park is drinking Coke Zero.
Yes.
And I see Stoney this morning. That's a bottle of Diet Coke.
Correct.
Now, I didn't realize there was such a feud between the two.
I didn't know there was a feud between the two either.
Well, one is significantly better than the other.
I wouldn't say significantly,
Ooh, I
but I would
would.
say if you ask me which one do I prefer, I would prefer the one that I'm not drinking.
You like Coke Zero
I
better?
like Coke Zero a little better, but we have these in the refrigerator, so why pay for
There's
something?
Coke Zero back there. Oh, not that refrigerator.
Yes, it's
yeah,
free.
not the free refrigerator.
Yes, exactly.
There is Coke Zero in the
Yes.
the
I
whatever
always get,
cafe
I always
bistro.
get cherry Coke Zero.
It's all right too.
Yeah.
But you feel strongly about this.
I do. I'm not opposed to Diet Coke. I'll drink it. Most restaurants don't have Coke Zero, so if I go out to eat, I order a Diet Coke because that's all they have. And it's fine. I drink it. I enjoy it, but I like Coke Zero.
I used
will
to-
never buy my own. Like I won't go and get like a
Right.
bottle of Diet Coke.
I used to be a avid Diet Coke drinker. I drink a lot less pop than I used to,
Good for you.
but I still drink it.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal, I don't have the full subscription, but they build this as a knockdown, drag-out brawl between the two brands right now. The soda is being beloved across generations. The Diet Coke has been given the mantle fridge cigarette by Gen Zs. They love it. But you have the people who swear by Coke Zero.
Coke Zero's sweeter.
It tastes better. Like Coke Zero should just eliminate Diet Coke, I think. I'd be all right with that.
And the other brands have their versions too. Like there's
Oh,
a
yeah.
Pepsi
Oh, yeah.
Zero.
They all do.
Yeah.
But some of the comments, there's literally no reason for Diet Coke to exist
Yes.
now that we have Coke Zero. But then this one says, Diet Coke is forever. Coke Zero tastes disgusting.
It's all a matter of preference. I mean, if you're used to drinking
Right.
Diet Coke, Coke Zero does taste different.
It's-
I think
it's-
it tastes better,
it's-
but yes, I get it.
When was the last time you had a classic Coke, but not a Diet Coke?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. High school?
Wow. So, because
I don't know.
I very
haven't-
rarely do it either, but once in a while I'd have one, and you forget how sugary it is, real Coke is, and how good it is.
I haven't had a regular pop, non-diet. I can't tell you when.
I very rarely do as well, but yeah.
What is the difference between Coke Zero and Diet Coke?
I think it's the type of sweetener that's
Yeah,
used.
yeah.
But,
Coke
but
Zero,
they're both zero sugar.
yes.
They're like, it's all bad for you, the aspartame and whatever it is. I don't know.
Coke Zero to me has a sweeter taste.
It does.
Yeah. Okay. Tastes more like the original. Well, look. This is Coca-Cola is no stranger to internal wars. Remember when they came out with New Coke?
Yep.
Oh God, that people went crazy, and that finally went away because it was awful.
I don't remember that. Was it a long time ago?
Mid 80s.
It was, yeah, but I remember
It was
like
a big
hearing
thing.
about
Yes.
it. It was a whole thing.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure who thought that change was going to work.
Yeah, I know. It's like, it made no sense.
So they both use aspartame.
Yeah.
Diet Coke, this is flavor profile. Diet Coke, slightly citrus forward and crisp. Coke Zero is bolder, designed to taste like original Coca-Cola.
Yes, exactly. Tastes better.
They both contain some caffeine, a little less in Coke Zero.
They're both killing us
How
slowly.
about this?
It's not good for us.
Coke Zero is originally engineered to appeal to men and younger adults. Diet Coke historically marketed towards women and younger dieters. I don't know if that's true, if it falls
Doug-
along those lines.
Former Piston coach Doug Collins used to he was nonstop Diet Cokes during games all the time.
I don't really drink pop. Like if it's in a mixer, that's the only time I ever really drink pop.
I drink it less.
Like a
and
Verner's
less.
if I'm sick, but I don't really drink pop.
Do you drink coffee?
No.
You don't drink coffee.
No.
So what's your what?
Energy
Where'd you
drinks.
get your energy?
Yeah, well, I typically don't have coffee or an energy drink in the morning, but if I really
for
need to
you.
pick me up,
He's a
it's-
young guy. He's got enough energy, Heather.
Good for you.
But if I need something, it's typically an energy.
You know what I do when you go, like either go to a movie theater, one of those places that they have the machines where you can make your own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go Coke Zero, right?
Okay.
And they'll do like a little cherry Coke Zero,
Okay.
then a little orange. I do them all. I make
A big
my
mashup?
potpourri, yeah. And most people think it tastes disgusting, but me.
Anyway,
You're the only one drinking it, Stoney.
I know.
I don't need to take us all the way down the rabbit hole, but I just wondered if this was a real fight that people were having because it's apparently headlines, and I see the two of you were drinking different ones this morning.
Yeah.
On our Memorial Day stuff, then we'll get to the Tigers at 8 o'clock. Been going rogue for Memorial Day. Guys, my wife and I are in Cancun. We had pizza for dinner yesterday, been eating Mexican food for the last 2 days.
Well, if you're in Cancun,
It's different. It's when in Rome. I mean, it's different.
Yes.
On Kawhi Leonard. At Kawhi's age, he's actually going to play more often now because he's not getting 4-year deals. He's basically in contract years now. At Kawhi's age, this is a duplicate. Another one on Kyrie Irving says, be careful with the Kyrie disrespect. Detroit loves Kyrie. Do we?
I don't know.
Detroit loves Kyrie Irving?
That guy loves Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, I
I think
mean,
that's what that means.
am I missing something? It'll be 18 months since he's played NBA basketball. He's a smaller guard on the wrong side of 30 with lower body injuries, and it's not like he's going to be a dogged defender.
No.
So and again, in this scenario, I'm giving up all of my trade cachet.
No,
The expiring contracts
I
and
get
my
it.
first round pick. That's not the guy I'd full
I
send
understand
for.
that, but it's somebody. It's something that Trajan Langdon even admitted that they need. I mean, they need another ball handler.
They do, and he is another guy who can dribble and create.
Yes.
He's not the only guy.
No.
Raised on Diet Coke, will die for Coke Zero. Red and black, baby. Artificial sweeteners in the Diet Pops are worse for you than the regular sugar.
That's what
I
some
know
people
it.
say.
I replaced coffee with Diet Coke every morning because I was tired of pooping my brains out 3 hours into my workday.
Okay.
I never drank coffee at all until I started doing morning show.
I know. I don't like coffee at all. I wish I did. I'd rather drink
I don't
coffee
even like
than...
coffee ice cream.
Oh, me
The
neither.
reason I got into coffee was I went to a Starbucks once. I tried the white chocolate mocha coffee,
Which basically
which was
basically having ice cream or dessert.
Yeah.
with
and it
some
was
of those.
delicious. So I got into that, and now I just have my coffee with
I mean, I feel
two
ridiculous. though.
two sweeteners and some cream or skim milk.
But you get to the point, if you're getting like a mocha cookie crumble, it's like just go to like an ice cream place or get like a shake or a smoothie at that point, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll talk about the Tigers, talk about the Pistons, get into it in the 8 o'clock hour. Stoney in for Jansen. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. No Tigers yesterday, but they are back in action tonight after snapping their 8-game losing streak on the road on Sunday. The Tigers return to Detroit tonight to face the only team worse than them in the American League so far this year in the Los Angeles Angels. LA had lost 9 of 10 before their last series against the Rangers, in which they swept Texas. Tonight, Cater Montero pitches for Detroit against Jack Kohanowitz for the Angels. First pitch is at 6:40. The pregame show begins here on 97.1 at 6:15. In other MLB games last night, Jacob Mizorowski was throwing complete gas yesterday against the Cardinals. He threw 57 pitches over 100 miles per hour, which included one fastball at 103.4. Both of those were StatCast records. We also had a no-hitter in MLB last night as Tatsuya Imai, Steven Okert, and Elimber Santana combined to throw a no-no for the Houston Astros, and the Cubs continue to slide as they have now lost 9 straight after falling 2-1 to the Pirates yesterday. Last night in the NBA, the Knicks made franchise history as they are now going to the NBA Finals for the first time this century. New York blasted Cleveland 130-93, which was, analytically, Cleveland's second worst playoff loss in franchise history. The Knicks now await the winner between the Thunder and Spurs. Game 5, with that series tied 2-2, is tonight at 8:30. The East Finals in the NHL were tied 1-1 last night as well before Carolina defeated Montreal 3-2 in overtime thanks to Andrei Svechnikov. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The Knicks are into the finals. The Cavs didn't put up a fight. How does that make you feel as a Pistons fan? We'll get to it at 8:35. Got Stoney in for John today. Heather, she's back from Memorial Day weekend. Gov and Greg behind the glass, and we are settled in. A Memorial Day that didn't have any Tiger baseball.
I think there were like 13 games yesterday, not 15. I think there should have been.
So you did miss the Tigers yesterday. This Tigers team, you missed them.
Well, I missed having them on the background. They've had worse years where the games are still on the radio, and
I'm just teasing you.
I know.
I also wanted at least as background noise.
yeah, it's Memorial Day. I mean, come on. I'd like a doubleheader, but Memorial Day, baseball and Greek food. No, seriously, Memorial Day's baseball.
Grilling and baseball.
Yeah,
Even bad baseball.
Yes.
But baseball. And this has been bad baseball.
right.
Look, I mean, we're sitting here. Memorial Day is the unofficial start of summer, so hey, happy summer.
Did the Angels did they play at home on Sunday? That they needed a day off for a long west to east trip? I think they played Texas in Texas. So it's not that we're not talking that long of a flight, right?
No.
That's lame.
Okay, I guess the first question is a really simple one. Are you bummed they weren't playing yesterday?
Bummed? A little bit.
Okay. And then obviously more bummed with the way they've been playing.
Yes.
Do you already have them written off for the summer? That's the deeper question we want to hear from Tiger fans. 248-539-9797.
I'm close. I'm going to give it another couple weeks, but I'm very close to writing them off. They're not a fun team to watch. That's the other thing. It's one thing to lose. If they lost games like, 6-4, 8-7, or in games, well, I might feel a little differently. I'd be frustrated with the pitching, but they're just boring.
Well, they can't
They're
hit.
boring. Yeah, Sunday, Torkelson got an RBI with a nubber.
Yeah. This will be the spark. Writing them off.
They're 5 games out of the playoffs right now, but there's about 83 teams in front of them.
Right. The whole league except the Angels,
Yeah.
who they play starting tonight.
Right.
And by the way, before you start chalking these up to wins,
No.
the Tigers were up in every game against the Orioles and still dropped 2 of 3. The Angels have won 3 in a row and just played a couple really close losses with the Athletics before that. They're going to throw their best pitcher, Soriano, opposite Casey Mize, and we got to start Flaherty in one of the games. So there's really not a lot of reason to believe things are going to turn around. And Stoney, I'd like to be clear on this. They have to turn around so significantly that this team becomes buyers to capitalize on Skubal. And if it's not going to turn around all the way to that degree, then you have to do the right thing, which is sell him,
Right.
which is why it's very easy to write this off as a lost year. In a lot of ways, it reminds me, a much younger Jim Costa, excited for the 08 Tigers, right? Expectations, let's go, contend, and that was a lost season. They lost 88 games and were out of it. It's not identical, but it has the same feeling to me.
I get it. The expectations for this season were pretty high, though, because of the division.
Well, they were high in 08. They added Cabrera. They had been in the
know.
World Series in 06. They had Sheffield, who was a disappointment that year.
Yeah, I know. Look, the Miggy trade, put them in a different stratosphere. Yes, they were definitely disappointing. This year is just crazy because the improvements that they've gotten from certain people have been pretty good, but they're so far and few between. And this whole look, we can be wrong, all right? Because everybody, I would say, at this radio station, for the most part, I don't say to speak for everyone, wanted them to add a right-handed bat, preferably Bo Bichette, as a free agent. Bo Bichette's been
terrible.
horrible. What's his OPS is like less than 600, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, it is.
So let's say they did that and he was still bad. I mean, Tigers would still be in the same situation, although at least you have a threat when he comes to the plate, as opposed to like Zach Short.
Right, but to be clear, I don't believe it was Bichette or bust. It was,
No.
hey, you're the brainiacs who run the team.
Yes.
Stop smelling your own farts and add somebody.
Right. And they didn't.
Anybody.
Yeah, they didn't.
They didn't add a
did.
single bat. They promoted from within McGonigal, and he's predictably having some rookie bumps. Still very good player, but they added nobody outside the organization.
None.
They believed. Remember, Scott Harris said, I stay up at night thinking how our offense turned into this at the end of the year. Well, maybe the offense was never that good, and this is more of who
Correct.
they are.
Yes.
And he effed up.
Yeah. Look, they got seduced by that Torkelson had changed, right?
Yeah.
And he didn't. Riley Green's had a good season. He's different, no power. He doesn't strike out as much, but still a good season. You can go on and on through this roster of this disappointment after disappointment. I mean, Colt Keith, not a lot of money, but they went out and signed him before he even stepped on a major league diamond. And he gets hits, but he has no power. Where is the power? Dylan Dingler is their power.
Yeah, you got 10 home runs now, and
Yes.
it's a rare thing that we see the ball leave the yard with this group. In the month of May, dead last in runs scored. I think 30th or 29th, bottom 2 in isolated power. There's just no power. It makes it hard because then you ask a team to have 3 or 4 base runners in an inning
Right.
to generate something.
Right, and you have to hope that they can even get a sacrifice fly to score a freaking run.
I'm happy you brought up Colt Keith because I don't know what people think of Colt Keith. I'm not going to kill him for signing Colt Keith to the deal they did.
No.
Because it felt like, from a risk standpoint, low risk.
Right.
It's not a Kevin McGonigal $150 million commitment.
Correct.
But we are now in the 3rd year of Colt Keith. He has never displayed real power.
No.
He doesn't have a real position. And this season, he's a minus WAR player, not even a replacement level MLB player in his 3rd season of MLB ball. If these are the type of guys you've been accumulating, it's no wonder you can't score any runs.
Yes, exactly.
Like the McKinstries and the Veerlings, it's utilities and platoons, and it's not real bats that you can rely on. So then what happens predictably is you have a super inconsistent, that's what it's been over the last 2 seasons, some very high highs and very low lows because you don't have stable quality everyday major league bats.
Right. And, enough of Wenzel Perez. And granted, look, he's only here because, Parker Meadows got hurt, or Kerry Carpenter.
Yeah, but he's been the worst player in Major League Baseball.
Yes. I mean, send somebody up who can at least.
Did you? I read it earlier, but for people who missed it, the AJ quotes from Friday. This got lost in the weekend. Evan Petzold had them, and it didn't rub me the right way. I'm sure it didn't sit well with most of the fans. But AJ was asked about, why they didn't call somebody up.
Max Anderson.
Right. So you have the Max Anderson numbers. Then I'll get this quote.
Max Anderson's right now in Toledo. Granted, just 69 at bats. He's coming off an injury, but it's 69 at bats. He's hitting .319 with a .787 OPS and 2 home runs. So it's not a lot of AAA bats, but what do you have him for? They brought up Hao-Yu Lee already. He's a second baseman too. They have all these guys that can play, they're versatile. They can have great positionality. They can play all these positions. Yeah, great. But they can't hit.
So then why not call somebody up? AJ Hinch said it's not as simple as try something. There are roster ramifications. There are playing time ramifications, end quote.
So for playing time ramifications, I understand to a certain extent he doesn't want a guy to come up here and sit on his ass.
Okay. Do they have so many good bats that
No,
there's exactly
that's the point.
There's opportunity for someone to come up and hit and get regular at bats, given the fact that half the lineup is below the Mendoza line.
Right.
So roster ramifications. That's just reading between the lines. We got a 40-man roster. Max Anderson's not on it. Some of these other guys aren't on it. Here's the thing. Zach Short was DFA'd by the organization this month once already.
Yes.
You can remove him from the 40-man, but who's going to play Short? You may have heard of Kevin McGonigal, and I keep hearing about how Zach McKinstry's an integral cog of this team. All-star Zach McKinstry. So at that point, I don't need Zach Short. What's the roster ramification of Zach Short being sent to triple? No one's going to claim him.
You're not allowed to have more than one Zach on a team anyway.
I forgot about that rule. Sorry.
Yeah. And Zach Short, before the Tigers even got him on the roster, he was playing, minor leagues for the Nationals for a little bit? Wasn't even playing Major League Baseball. I mean, really? There's nobody down there that you can...
Is he here because they feel they need a shortstop? But then I'm telling you, you play McGonigal every day. You said you're going to play him every day. Play him at shortstop, and then if something happens where you need him to get a day off his feet, McKinstry can play short for a day as opposed to having Zach
Right.
Short on the roster.
Yes, absolutely. Hao-Yu Lee can play.
Yeah, they said he was the emergency shortstop
Yeah. Look,
for a day.
I mean, I have no idea. When the hell's Javi coming back?
Yeah, I don't have an update on that. I know Torres is
he's
having a setback here.
Yes, exactly.
But the point would be, okay, let's say I lose Zach Short, a guy hitting a $136 who's not really a major league ball player anymore. And maybe never was.
Kamani had a double on Sunday and he had 2 hits.
My point is, let's say you take him off the 40-man. No one else is going to claim him.
No.
But if somebody did, aren't there other Zach Shorts out there that you could get for pennies from somebody else?
Yes.
So what's the harm? What's the harm in Max Anderson coming up and getting a couple cuts?
Yeah, you're right. I always use the phrase, what's the downside? What is the downside? Is he going to be overmatched? Max Anderson, who's 25 years old, played college ball.
24, I think.
24, okay, so he played some college baseball. He's been really good in the minors. All he basically does is hit. He's not a great fielder. I don't care. Their fielding sucks too. But just get somebody up. Let's just see some new faces here. Because the guys they have, it's not that we're just saying make changes for the sake of making changes. No, the guys you have playing aren't doing squat. That's the problem.
Got some texts coming in. We got open lines, talking Tigers. The first question was more lighthearted, like, are you disappointed they didn't play yesterday? As bad as they've been, did you want baseball on Memorial Day?
Yeah, it's Memorial Day.
And then speaking of how bad they've been, have you written them off for the summer? Summer just started, right? Memorial Day's gone. Summer's here. Have you written them off for the summer? Text coming in. Will somebody on your station say publicly that it's complete BS the Tigers didn't play on Memorial Day? Second time in 3 years. I don't care how bad they are. MLB teams should be playing on Memorial Day, 4th of July, cookouts, horseshoes, bocce ball. No Tigers on the radio. Sickening, Mike in Clarkston.
We've said it twice today. I mean, what do you want us to do? Go send a bus to Rob Manfred's house?
Just quick, the Angels were they're at home against the Rangers. So there was no way they were sending LA, who wouldn't leave until, what would be 4 o'clock Pacific time, 7 here.
Oh, they were in Anaheim?
Yes, to play a day game here. And then I think they decided a night game would be kind of awkward because you would think typically the holiday you would play during the day. That would be my reasoning here.
But I would, at that point, at least just play the game at night.
Right.
Yeah.
Watched a Rocky Marathon instead of Tiger baseball. It was great.
Oh.
Every MLB team should play on Memorial Day. There should be a nationally televised game on in the afternoon, not on Prime or Apple either. Go Tigers. Good morning. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed the last couple years except for the fade, but I was amazed we were doing that well with this roster. I'm not surprised at the decline at all.
I'm not 100% surprised, but I thought some of these guys would get a little better, like Torkelson.
Just because the names are the same, Stoney.
I know. I get it. It's very depressing.
It's 97.1.
Hey guys, if your hair is starting to thin, doing nothing is the worst move you can make because the sooner you do something about it, the more options you have. At Michigan Hair Restoration, the advancements in non-surgical natural solutions are incredible. Guys are seeing real growth and getting their confidence back without jumping straight to surgery. But here's the catch. The longer you wait, the fewer options you have. So early action is everything. And that's why so many Detroit area men trust Dr. Berkowitz. He's a board certified surgeon with over 30 years of experience. And Dr. B's entire team is right here with you before, during, and after for follow-up care. Now, Dr. B trusted the process enough to have it done himself. He's also performed it on his own son, and that tells you everything. So if you do need a transplant, you can get $1,000 off any hair transplant package, therapeutic or surgical, when you mention 97.1. Just a heads up, consultation slots are limited, and once they fill, there is a wait list. So don't overthink it. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com and book your consult with Dr. B, because when your hair grows back, so does your confidence.
got to be kidding me.
He did it yesterday, too, against Tampa, Kowser.
And we woke him up.
Yep.
There's enough heat on Jansen with this yet. I mean, I know 3 of his 4 blown saves have just been vintage walk-off. Like, if you put him in a time machine, like, this is what a walk-off home run, this is what a blown save looks like in, like, its greatest form. I mean, that was priceless.
Well, the first one was what? Arizona early when they blew like a big lead. I think that was the
The Reds one.
Yeah, the Red. Here's the other thing. From what I understand, 3 of the 4 have been with pitches that it's not his best pitch. Like Sunday, today, 0-2. What pissed me off was not so much that they lost the game, was that it's 0-2. Everybody, from Little League to whatever, at 0-2, you're not throwing the ball down the middle. You're throwing it off the side, waste the pitch or whatever.
Maybe up high.
Yes. And and he had no clue how to hit the cutter, and then he went and tried to throw a sinker that didn't sink. And the Tigers were sank.
They were down to their final out and their final strike.
Yes.
And he bailed them out with a pitch down the heart of the plate.
Yeah. He's had some stretches where he's been really good.
Yep.
And then he was battling through an injury that he didn't report for a little bit. And then he got back in his last 6 straight innings. He was really good. And then, boom.
Hey, best case scenario, he's a Dodger. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he settles in, and best case scenario, you get to the deadline, and it's a veteran reliever somebody else wants.
Yes.
I mean, that's the most likely outcome here.
Right. He was only 1 year contract anyway. Yeah.
They're still going to play 2/3 of the season.
Yeah.
But I ask you, do you feel like this team is going to be in a position to buy, to add, to compete for a World Series? And if the answer is no, then you have to trade Tarek Skubal in his final year. So any half-hearted comeback effort is for naught.
Correct.
If you're not all the way back, storming the gates, you're selling. And it's the right thing to do, as painful as it would be.
Well, what would really be a kick in the ass would be when Skubal comes back and he's not good.
Oh, that torpedo his value.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't expect that. I
No,
think
no,
he's
either
highly
do I.
motivated. He's got a lot of money on the line.
Yeah,
Whether this
I
team's in it or not, he's pitching for his next team.
Yeah. Well, same thing with Mize.
Yeah, you keep bringing it up, and you're right. People are losing sight of it. He's a free agent.
Right. And he's been their best pitcher so far this season, right?
Yes.
Okay. Even better than Skubal because he's been more available. And he doesn't make a lot of money. He's making, about $6 million, if I'm not mistaken, something around there.
Yeah, and if I'm his agent, I'm going, hey, we want 25 plus per season on a 4 or 5 year commitment. And if the Tigers, who famously fought over 25 grand with him, aren't willing to do that, you hit the open market.
Yes.
And you can't lose him for nothing.
Right.
If you don't intend to bring him back and pay him, $100 million or more deal,
Right.
then you get something for him.
Does packaging the two of them bring a much bigger haul or no?
Then as opposed to piecemealing them separately?
Yeah.
I mean, the Dodgers have a great farm system on paper.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's where you start. And you say how much to get what? You go grocery shopping.
Right. Well, they got stuff from them 2 years ago for Flaherty. Now, how great they are, I don't know.
Yeah. It was what, Trey Sweeney and Tyron Lorenzo?
Yes. It's so funny when the Tigers brought up Zach Short, I thought it was Trey Sweeney. I don't know why, because not that he's much of a.
Do you think they're interchangeable?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty damn much.
A couple more texts. Dickerson saying, "You've got to be kidding me," needs to be a drop. Oh, we will. We'll put it right next to this one. Guys, the White Sox and Twins are currently in the playoffs. We still have 2/3 of a season to go. If I see Zach Short in the lineup, I'll put on a different baseball game. It's been a frustrating stretch since the injury to Skubal, to say the least.
I know. They play the White Sox this weekend.
Yeah.
White Sox went out and got a bat.
Yeah.
Does he lead the majors in home runs?
If not, he's close.
Yeah. You know who else is on that White Sox team? Former Tigers first-round draft choice.
What position?
Outfield.
I have no idea.
Derek Hill.
Oh, God. Middays loved
He
him.
plays.
Great
a lot.
defensive center fielder.
Yeah.
Speedy guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like seventh team or something like that.
Stoney, more disappointed. No Tigers or no barbecue for your Memorial Day?
Wow, that's a tough call. I'd say no Tigers because I still got my burger, even though it wasn't the traditional way, the American way. Damn it!
It was the Greek way. Analytically, the Tigers are only a game below 500. Signed Kenny in Cleveland.
By the way, you hear what James Harden said after the game
I
yesterday?
thought they were the better team.
Yeah.
The level of delusion out of those Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll talk about it coming up at 6:35 and 8:35. 6:35 will be going backwards in time. 10 minutes, we'll talk about how you feel as a Pistons fan having watched this Eastern Conference playoff. First, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, here we go. A Detroit teen has been charged as an adult for a shooting at the downtown Detroit teen takeover that left another teen hospitalized. So prosecutors charged 17-year-old Ramon Smith with several felony charges, including assault with intent to murder, felonious assault, and 3 counts of felony firearm. They allege that Smith got into a fight with a group of teens. This was at Liberty Park, which is right near Campus Martius and the Shinola Hotel. And they say he fired a handgun into the crowd, and that's when he hit a 14-year-old boy in the chest. That boy is expected to be okay, was hospitalized, has been released. Smith, however, fled the scene. Officers found him a short time later and arrested him. So like I said, he is facing numerous felony charges. Michigan beekeeper may have had an unexpected suspect behind a recent honey heist.
Huh.
A black bear. Yes. So Monroe beekeeper Chris Jarvis spent all day Friday securing some of his hive boxes after discovering that several were knocked over. Their frames were ripped apart. They were scattered in nearby woods. And he also says there was a bunch of claw marks on the frames. Yeah, and the incident comes just days after that rare black bear sighting. I think it was near Rockwood and Flat Rock. So he's now considering maybe some electric fencing or some trail cams to protect his bees and his honey supply. You know.
Wow.
I mean, rare sighting here, but apparently has happened.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. After a destructive stretch of severe weather across Michigan, the state is now offering homeowners financial help to build tornado safe rooms. Oh. Yeah, so a new Michigan Safe Room Rebate Program could reimburse eligible residents for up to 75% of the cost of installing these FEMA-compliant storm shelters, and they'll rebate homeowners up to just over $7,100. I mean, it's interesting.
Someone else will pay for it. Yeah.
The program obviously is aimed at helping families better protect themselves during tornadoes, extreme storms, extreme weather. Applications are now open. They're only taking 50 homeowners at this time. Will be selected through a random drawing. That's how you'll get picked. Interesting. I've never heard of something like this going on here or anywhere, really. But if it's something you'd like, you can go online and register. You do have to attend a safe room briefing to be eligible. If you miss the meeting, you cannot receive the rebate. Pope Leo is sounding the alarm on artificial intelligence, warning that rapidly advancing AI technology could pose a serious threat to humanity if left unchecked. So in this new Vatican statement, the Pope said AI has the potential to obviously do great harm, spread misinformation, replace human jobs, increase global inequality, and even weaken human relationships. He also raised concerns about autonomous weapons and powerful tech companies having too much control over everything, right? He did emphasize that technology itself is not evil. It's not a bad thing, but said that AI must be guided by ethics and human dignity rather than profit or political power.
Hey, I don't care what TJ says. I'm with the Pope on this.
He's watched movies.
He knows where this can go. A little Terminator action. Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Now, speaking of AI, listen to this. A Chinese tech company says it's created an AI-powered pet translator that can turn your dog or cat's sound into an actual human voice, into human speech.
What?
Yes. So it's a wearable device for your pets. They say it's like 95% accurate. And it hangs around their collar, uses AI to study things like vocal patterns, behaviors, and body language to figure out what your pet is trying to say.
How do they know it's 95% accurate? What are they comparing this
I have
against?
no idea. It's like my dog yesterday had one of those things on. And he was like, roof, roof, no Tiger baseball. No Tiger baseball.
Now-
It's Memorial Day, Dad. Roof, roof.
Now, have you seen the people who get their pets the buttons that make words?
I have, yes.
Or like the dog will
Yes.
say outside,
Yes.
bathroom,
Yeah.
like things like that.
I have seen that.
So this is just another. This is like a more
Yeah.
advanced version
They
of
don't
that.
have to push a button. They just,
Yeah, it just will rough.
body. What I was saying. Yeah.
Up as a documentary.
It's $118 if you're interested.
Okay. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, you've been watching the playoffs since the Pistons got eliminated. If you have, you've seen the Knicks make their way to the NBA Finals. How does it sit with you? We'll do it next, 97.1. The Knicks are on to the NBA Finals. Pathetic showing by the Cleveland Cavaliers. They were the better team, just ask James Harden.
Yes,
but they didn't win a single game.
Right. But he did say not in this series. At least he was
Self-aware enough.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe a little more self-aware than his coach, who has them at 2-2 analytically.
Exactly.
But Cleveland was a no-show. When they fell apart in game one, they fell apart
over.
for the series.
It was over.
And I wonder, as a Pistons fan, how it leaves you feeling. Because I'll just speak for myself. I feel like we were robbed of a Pistons-Knicks Eastern Conference Finals that would have been so much more competitive.
It would have been more competitive. I think they would have won a game or two. I think the Knicks are on a roll. Granted, the competition is a little different, but I think the Knicks would have won because they would have figured stuff out against the Pistons that they didn't figure out in the regular season. And they had guys who were stepping up against Cleveland and against Philly, like Bridges and people like that. Towns was actually playing legitimate basketball. So, yeah, I think it would have been more competitive. I don't feel I was robbed because they did it to themselves.
Oh, it's their own fault. I want to be clear on this.
Right.
The Pistons, it's their own fault. They had a Game 7 in their own building. They had the Game 5 lead that they blew. It's the Pistons' fault. But Cleveland is such a... They're not a bad team, but
No,
Stoney...
they're
like,
an enigma. It's like you expect them, Donovan Mitchell, you expect him to score 40 a game, and he can't do that all the time, obviously. Harden's, I wouldn't say washed, but he's pretty close to that. Mobley's really good, and Jared Allen was so inconsistent. He played great against the Pistons in Game 7. And their outside shooters, Strus and Merrill, were much better against the Pistons than they were against the Knicks. And that was the story. And look, did they suffer because they had 2 straight Game 7s against this and the Knicks were...
That doesn't explain being swept.
No, not like this.
It does not explain
And getting blown out. Look, yesterday went pretty much the way... People say, well, they're at home. They might get... I said, no. In these situations, historically, the team, especially if they're at home, they're down 3-0. They come out. The fans are going crazy, hopefully for this comeback that's never happened in this sport. And they play good early. And it was a competitive game for the first quarter. And then the next thing I knew, I was watching the hockey. I turned it back, and it was like a 20-point lead at that, near halftime. And they just surrendered the white flag.
I guess I just feel like the Pistons let them off the hook.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Cleveland's anything special. Maybe that's the best way to put it. They are perennial playoff chokers, letdowns, disappointments. And James Harden being brought into the fold is only a continuation of that.
Yes.
And rather than the Pistons handle their business and give us the series we all wanted, they let Cleveland off the hook.
Yes.
I don't think the Knicks are anything special. The East was as advertised, wide open, anybody's for the taking. It makes me more angry as a Pistons fan watching the playoffs thinking this was there for them, it was there for anybody. The Knicks, to their credit, took advantage of it. Mm-hmm. But I would have loved to see the Pistons play the Knicks because it's a continuation of the previous year where they went 6 games.
I would have loved to have seen, Jason Tatum get healthy. They would have beaten Philly, and the Knicks playing Boston would have been compelling.
You're right. Instead, we don't. But I wanted Pistons-Knicks, not even promising that the Pistons would beat the Knicks, because I got to give credit to the Knicks, but feeling like the Pistons would have defended them. I don't think you're getting as many easy looks and blowouts and gimme games.
No, they did. Game 3, that play where Brunson, Cleveland looked like they didn't even defend.
That's what I'm saying. Detroit wins a couple games and at least gives themselves a chance to go to the NBA Finals. It was there for them this year, as flawed as they were, to get the Knicks in a competitive Eastern Conference Finals, and they screwed it all up. It makes me more upset about Game 7. It makes me more upset about what happened.
So does that make you more upset with Trajan Langdon for not doing anything better than Herter in a flip swap, a pick swap at the deadline?
I mean, I don't know who's available, but how could you not be disappointed?
I know. They could have done something better. I mean, I don't know exactly how, phone conversations went, but you guys like, Kobe White and Ayu, people like that other teams get, they weren't going to get Michael Porter Jr. That wasn't going to happen.
Again, I don't know who's available. We talked about a lot of the names at the time. They didn't seem overly motivated to do much of anything.
Right.
So
the price was too high.
Well, they can say the price is too high, but until we know, I mean,
Right.
that's always convenient to fall back on.
Correct.
We don't know. We know Tobias Harris was largely untradeable.
Right.
Was that right?
I don't know. If it wasn't for him, they might not even beat Orlando.
And at the same time, he was such a zero in games 4, 5, 6,
right.
and 7 of the second round that I
Right.
certainly don't feel like he was untouchable.
Correct.
People have misconstrued this Tobias thing. When we got to the deadline, we were writing and referencing beat writers who said they are not looking to move him.
Right.
And we said that's wrong. Not
Yeah.
that you should openly shop him or
No.
trade him away, but that he can be part of a deal where you get better. And it didn't seem like they were overly willing to do it. Not to rehash the trade deadline.
Right, I agree with you.
Even as the Pistons were constructed for this postseason with Tobias Harris and Kevin Herter and Kate Cunningham looking around for a second shot creator, this team still should have beat the Cleveland Cavaliers. This team still should have been playing right now in the Eastern Conference Finals.
But let's be fair. If Franz Wagner doesn't get hurt, they wouldn't even had a chance to play Cleveland.
It's valid. I guess there's two schools of thought here, and I heard Valeni say it when the season ended. He said, I'm happy the Pistons lost that way. Because in his mind, it doesn't give the front office any excuses.
Right.
It's the harsh, cold reality of where you actually sit in the NBA. He was happy. And maybe he looks, or maybe if you're like him, you look at these playoffs and go, we're not beating the Thunder, we're not beating the Spurs. I'm at peace with what happened. I'm not, because I look at what Cleveland
No,
just did, and I don't
understand
think the Knicks are special. I really don't.
Right, I understand that, but I think that the Pistons should have won the Cleveland series, and then who knows what would happen with the Knicks. I still think they would have lost, but whatever.
But I'll pay to see. Like, let's go
Yes.
see. I mean, fans go see. I mean, those are games that people had been waiting on all year to see. Could you get under the Knicks' skin? You nearly took them down the year before with largely the same team, Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
Same starting five, right? That
Yeah.
went 6 games with the Pistons last year?
Well, you had Hardaway.
No. The Knicks roster.
The Knicks roster.
The Knicks
Yes.
roster came to Detroit and played a slugfest in round 1.
Correct.
What a better Pistons team this year than last year.
Yeah, but so were the Knicks were better too. They had more depth.
That's what I'm
at the
saying. But
bench.
see the
Yeah,
series. I'm not conceding anything.
Shamet and people like that. Yeah, I get that. Would you? How about this? Would you rather be a Piston fan or be a fan of the Dallas Mavericks when you sit there and watch? All right, about 4 years ago, we had Luka and Jalen
And Brunson, I did think about that last night. They had both those dudes.
God, and they could have kept both of them.
They could have.
Yeah.
It's just a question for Pistons fans. Do you find yourself in the Valeni camp of, hey, I'm cool with how they got eliminated. I actually think it's going to be good for them? Or are you like me, you're bummed because you saw Cleveland no-show and you thought you would have had a much better chance? Not to win it all, but you mess around and get... Who's against going further in the playoffs if you think your team was good enough? And I thought they were good enough to beat Cleveland and good enough to compete with the Knicks.
But I would side with Mike on this one only for one reason. You have to convince me that the organization wouldn't be seduced by what happened. Because I think they were seduced by the regular season.
Okay, and that's a fair concern. Would they be seduced if they made it one more round and then they'd sit on their hands? I guess I think you can learn the lesson at any round of the postseason.
Yeah.
I mean, if they made the NBA Finals and got swept, you'd still learn the lesson, right?
Yeah.
And maybe it actually had more urgency because we're so effing close. As opposed to now, well, we'll pitter-patter and we'll take a little step forward next year and it'll be a successful season. Certainly not a disappointment.
No.
Wouldn't want to use that word around this team.
Look, if they make the NBA Finals, if they make the Easter, if they win the Easter if they get to the Easter Conference Finals, they'll be doing it the old school way, where you take one
step at a time.
And it's worked before for this organization and others around. But we're in a different world now. Yeah, that's why the Kawhi Leonard thing is so intriguing to me, because for 1 year, he can still be great. He was a second-team All-NBA player. And he does make a crap load of money, but...
Look, you can bring him up. There's a couple names we're going to bring up next. There's a list of trades that could be made this summer in the NBA. The Pistons are included in 2 of them. We'll work in your phone calls and your feedback. It's 97.1. I got 2 Piston trade proposals,
Yeah?
and I have 2 schools of thought. I want to know which one you identify with as a Pistons fan this morning. When the season ended, I heard Valenti say he was happy because it was definitive and it forced the Pistons into real change. TBD on if they do that. I am on the other side. I am more upset as time has gone on because I watched the Cavs put up an uncompetitive matchup in the Eastern Conference Finals. I feel like the Pistons let them off the hook. As they disintegrated, I think the Pistons would have given the Knicks a much better series. And
True.
from there, you find out where you go. That Knicks team was largely the same team
Oh, yeah.
that the Pistons went toe-to-toe with the year prior.
Right. The only guys that they didn't have this year that they had last year was Cameron Payne and Precious Achuya.
Yeah, we're talking bench guys.
Yeah.
They're starters. It's the coach is the big change they made. But I think that the Pistons would have defended, would have given them a better series, and I'm more upset at how the Pistons season ended. I know Valenti was happy because it gives them some clarity. Which camp are you in, Stoney?
You know what? I'm going to say maybe your camp for one reason.
Okay.
Because I still think they would have lost to the Knicks, and I still think even if they had won the Knicks, they'd still get killed by the West. And the things that they need, they still would have needed. I don't think Trajan Langdon would sit there and say, all right, we didn't get out of the second round. We need this. Oh, we didn't get out of the Eastern Conference Finals. We don't need that anymore.
Yeah, you
No.
can. My point is, you can learn the lesson at any round of the playoffs. I want to learn that lesson as late as possible because
Yeah.
it means I win as much as I can.
And it's more fun.
And it means I'm closer to a title, which may actually mean there's more urgency to make that move as opposed to, Stoney, there's a world where they kind of pitter-patter this offseason and go, well, we got a little better, we got a little better, we got a little better. We don't have to do anything crazy.
Well, they would have done more of that if they would have won another round.
I don't know. If they're closer to a title, maybe they feel like they can strike while the iron's hot. Speaking of making a move, here are the 2 proposals from ESPN. Piston trade proposal number 1. Detroit gets Kyrie Irving. The Mavericks get Isaiah Stewart, Karis LeVert, Ron Holland, and the 21 overall pick. You interested?
I'm thinking that's too rich for my blood. I like Kyrie Irving, despite all his off-the-court shenanigans.
You like the playmaking.
I think he's perfect for what they need.
They write that he has played that second fiddle role with both LeBron James and Luka Doncic. Could do the same with Cade.
Yeah,
My concern is he will be 18 months removed from playing basketball.
true.
He is into his 30s. He'll be 34. He's owed $82 million over the next 2 seasons. He is not a good defender at this point. You can pick on him. And that's leaving out flat earth and anti-Semitism, which maybe you can leave out, maybe you don't. Either way, it doesn't feel like this is the silver bullet. This is the guy that puts him over the hump.
No.
I wouldn't be for it.
No, well, it's too rich for my blood anyway.
Yeah.
But some of those pieces I could deal with if that's the only move they would make.
Okay, it's better to me than the other trade option. Detroit brings PG-13 to the 3-1-3.
Played pretty well towards the end of the season.
The Pistons get Paul George and a future first. The Sixers get Isaiah Stewart, Duncan Robinson, and Karis LeVert. It's essentially a salary dump for your Sixers.
Right.
Detroit gets Paul George, who they write has a max contract for the next 3 seasons. He's 36 years old, high-risk option due to injury history and age, but could provide the level of scoring the Pistons need while fitting into their strong defensive identity.
Yeah.
You in favor of this?
More than the other because they're also getting a number 1 draft choice.
Yeah, but now you're anchoring yourself to Paul George. So we're already squabbling about how much money Duran's going to make, and now you're going to slap on a max contract that another playoff team is trying to get out from under?
I don't know.
I don't think it would be wise at all. For playoff P, not exactly a known playoff closer.
That's true.
Like if this was
at
10
least he
years
can-
ago.
But at least he can shoot from from more than 5 feet.
Look, the
like they're-
profile's there. Like, that's what I said. 10 years ago, you give me a guy who's a big, long defender who can shoot threes and score and create his own shot, but he's 36 years old.
Yeah, I know.
He's considered a negative asset right now.
I know.
So to me, I'm Steve Eiserman. This is no and no with these 2 trades.
There is another name out there, though.
You like
Kawhi Leonard. And I've seen all these, but half these websites, I don't even know if they're even real, that the Pistons are interested in Kawhi Leonard. I heard, you heard rumors that they maybe were somewhat interested at the deadline. Kawhi Leonard makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, you can say, well, how does he make so much sense? He's making $50 million, 1 year contract, 1 year. He's 35 years old. It's not that you're just getting an old guy. You're getting an older guy who is still great. He was second team All-NBA last year, 27.9 points per game. He shot 38.7% from three and over 50% from the field. And he's an elite defender. If you think you're one guy away, he worked for Toronto.
Would you prefer Kawhi or Durant?
I prefer Kawhi only for one reason. This is not an anti-Durant thing. I just think Kawhi's a better defender. He does more things. I love Durant. He's weird, the burner phones and all that crap. I get that.
I just think of Durant as that better Tobias. The front court four who can step out and shoot, really can get a bucket from anywhere.
Yes.
Can create his own shot.
Right.
A better three-point shooter and a guy who's won multiple finals MVPs, which, Tobias knows.
And he's
no
Captain
sniffing at.
America. The United States doesn't win the last 2 gold medals without him.
Well, there you go. You got the best American player today in Cade Cunningham with a gold medalist in tow with Durant.
Possibly,
Yeah. 248-539-9797. We got text coming in on the Pistons. We could roll this over into the 9 o'clock hour. We will have a classic Stoney what if question later in the show as well. Brendan, you got the update coming up with the Pistons. Are you happy with the way the season ended because it's definitive and forces them to improve, or are you more upset watching the Cavs disintegrate thinking what could have been?
I don't know that I'm more upset watching the Cavs disintegrate. I mean, I definitely revel in it. It certainly feels good watching the team. I argue that I maybe hate the most go out the way they went out. It is upsetting knowing, and it's easy to say this in hindsight and when they get their behind handed to them last night, but the Pistons just don't get swept in that series.
No.
They don't. They win at least a game. They put up a fight. They'd have home court advantage. There's obviously all the mentality with losing to the Knicks last year and the way we beat up on them in the regular season. So I don't know that it hurts more if I'm more upset, but it definitely feels like, man, if we just didn't blow Game 3 or Game 5 or showed up in Game 7, you never know.
It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Tigers did not play yesterday as they were one of only 4 teams to have Memorial Day off league-wide. Another of those teams were, of course, the Angels, as they have made the cross-country trek from sunny California to Detroit for the 3-game series this week. Tonight, Kader Montero gets the start for the Tigers. His last time out, Montero pitched 5 innings with 2 hits and 3 runs against Cleveland. He had 4 walks and only 1 strikeout in that game. For the Angels tonight, the starter is Jack Kohanowitz. He has a 4.55 ERA in 57 1/3 innings this year. This is just his 3rd major league season. First pitch can be heard right here on 97.1 tonight at 6:40. Our pregame coverage will begin at 6:15. In the NBA last night, the Knicks boat raced the Cavs 130-93 in Game 4 to complete the easy sweep of Cleveland. Now the Thunder and Spurs will try to win a pivotal Game 5 in the Western Conference Finals as that series is all tied up 2-2. OKC is favored by 5.5 points back home tonight. The winner of Game 5 when the series is tied 2-2 goes on to win the full series 85% of the time. Tip-off is at 8:30 this evening from Oklahoma City. In the NHL playoffs, Carolina holds a 2-1 lead over Montreal after their overtime road win 3-2 last night. Now Vegas has a pretty surprising opportunity to close out the West Finals in 4 games tonight as Colorado trails 0-3 in the series. Puck drop is at 9 o'clock as the Knights hope to go back to the Stanley Cup Finals for the 3rd time in the last 9 years. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Text coming in, phone calls to get to. We mentioned some Pistons trade proposals from ESPN. And I wanted to know what's your mindset as a Pistons fan today? You feeling worse after watching the Knicks sweep the Cavs? thinking what could have been, could have given them a much better series, should have beat the Cavs? Or are you at peace with it? Texter says, I'm not at peace, but I do feel better that Cleveland lost. That city has the most arrogant fans outside of Boston. The only difference is Boston fans have a reason to be cocky. Winning in all 4 sports in the last 18 years, Dave and Warren. The Pistons didn't let the Cavs off the hook. They let the Knicks off the hook. Devin and Rochester.
That's a good point.
That's a good point. Cookies, I'm in Valenti's camp. We barely beat Orlando. We didn't beat Cleveland. We're not any closer than we were the year before.
Well, I get that, but I think they were better this year than they were last year. So I'm going to disagree with that part of it. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you just people need to see it, get blown out before you realize that the change is made. I think they would have made changes anyway.
That says Spin Zone, the Pistons losing the way they did forces the front office to prioritize a number 2 scorer for Cade, and Duren isn't getting the max, so you have more money for free agency. It can be a good thing, Mark in Livonia. Guys, you got to be careful about who you bring in. Hearing some of these old geezers, it really says chemistry is essential to the success. I expect this team to get better organically and proceed with caution.
I don't know if that works so much all the time. Well, look, it's kind of working for the Knicks. I mean, because they've been together, although they changed their coach.
I was going to say, they made moves over the last couple years that have been fairly aggressive.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the whole town. But, as far as the last 2 seasons, they were big on the Julius Randle trade, getting Towns.
Right. They were willing to trade. Randle was an all-star, right?
Mm-hmm. God, you talk about a guy who stinks in the playoffs.
And they paid Brunson a lot of money.
Yeah, but a lot less than he could have gotten.
Yeah. They traded for Towns. They paid Brunson. Didn't they give up a haul to get OG Anunoby?
I don't remember. They gave up
Bridges.
Bridges. They gave up like 4 number 1 picks.
How about this for a lesson in team building? How many of them were drafted by the New York Knicks and they're starting 5?
I don't think any of them.
What about draft and develop? See, that's the note. They didn't go out and do it this last offseason, but they had done it in previous years.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Guys, what about another old geezer? What do you think of LeBron going to the Pistons?
It'd be fun as hell, but I don't think that's going to happen.
No to Kyrie at any price. No, and nope.
I don't understand why people don't want Kawhi, though. Because of his stupid laugh?
Oh, he's one of the load management kings.
Yeah.
Detroit hates load management.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, I would find him to be a compelling ad sometime during the season next year if the Pistons are playing well. They've already made some other addition here.
So he's like a deadline Rashid type of thing.
Yeah, the go-for-it player. I would be enticed by that because I think you would get the best version of him.
Let's get to Kevin in Northville. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, Cookies. How are you, dude?
Good. What's up?
All right, I'm just gonna be straight with you. I'm 23, so this season, Pistons-wise, I'm thrilled. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'm sad. All right, watching Cleveland go and get embarrassed, and then hearing analytically we won 2 games. Analytically, you just got swept.
Right.
Sorry, that just really upset me. But I think Kawhi Leonard or Kyrie Irving on this team. I mean, I don't understand what people want. You want Trey Murphy, who's never won anything and is on the Pelicans. You want, like, guys who, I don't know. Like, I just think those 2 guys have shown you they've won. So I don't understand what Pistons fans want. You want a 20-year-old who plays defense, shoots threes, scores 30? That doesn't really grow on trees.
Right.
So we got to take what we can get. Following?
Yeah, look.
I'm not following on Kyrie.
No.
All right, and the only reason I say Kyrie is because he's played with LeBron, he's played with Luka. He can play that off-guard scorer type of guy.
And he has matured a lot in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, since Boston, and I really think that Nets experience humbled him a lot. So
Yep.
I just think one of those 2 guys, man, like, why doesn't this town want to go for it? Why does everyone have to have but? Like, dude, but the Knicks don't do that. The Lakers don't do that. No one does that but here. So we shouldn't but. Like, if it buts and fails, like, you still have Cade, you still have Duren, and you still have Asar. The goal should be finding players to build around those 3.
Oh, I'm all about trying to add to this roster this offseason.
Yes.
I'm just not going to rubber stamp every name that comes to our desk.
Correct.
Like, Paul George and Kyrie Irving just aren't. aren't the move the needle move I think this team needs. You think Kawhi Leonard makes a lot of sense?
I think Kawhi Leonard makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And Gov makes a great point. He might be better as an in-season acquisition, but
It depends. I mean, if he gets dealt somewhere else this offseason, then you're too late.
right, exactly. And he's such a good defender, but he doesn't play every game.
Text coming in, guys. It depends on if the league wanted the Pistons to advance.
Oh, stop it. Enough of
We
that
know how
crap.
it works, and the Knicks have the most star power, and that's what sells. Nothing else matters except what makes the most money.
Well,
That's why this is the Knicks' 10th straight trip to the NBA Finals.
Yep. And they're playing the Lakers, right?
Yeah.
No? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, when was the last time the NBA made the Knicks win the NBA championship? 1973?
Yeah, they got Willis Reed up off the mat.
Yeah.
Guys, you can't lose by 40 in Game 7 at home and then say we were robbed in the Eastern Conference Finals. If Franz stays healthy, we lose in round 1. Quit being a slappy Jim. I think my words are getting twisted here. I'm blaming the Pistons for screwing up their series with
Right.
the Cavs, and I'm more upset at them because of it. Because I think they would have given the Knicks a better series. Because the East was truly this wretched and this bad. You realize what the Knicks have done? They've won 11 straight games. That's only happened 4 other times in the history of the NBA playoffs. Do you think it's because the Knicks are one of the 5 greatest teams in the history of basketball? Or is it because the East is dog water? What do you think it is? It was right there for the 1 seed to go through this bleeping East. No, the Knicks aren't one of the greatest teams of all time. You know the other teams that rattled off all those wins? The 17 Warriors and the 99 Spurs. And while they didn't win it, this Knicks team's a far cry from the Shaq Kobe Lakers or the Magic Kareem Lakers. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, but they're better than the Pistons.
You don't think they would have beat them, Jim, the Pistons? You don't think
I'm not sure.
Really? Wow.
I think Knicks.
I think
they got something going
the
right
Knicks
now.
have found a different level. Like
They got to play Harden and Mitchell, and we screwed it up, but they took advantage of it. If we're playing them, we defend them. They don't get gimme buckets.
I think one of the biggest things that happened, like going into the playoffs and then having the playoffs play out, is that the Pistons would beat the Knicks. Like everybody, like a lot of ticket texters were going there when the Cavs series was going on, basing it on the regular season. The Knicks found a different level here in the playoffs, and I don't think the Pistons. Maybe the 6 games would have been great to see it play out. Sure,
right.
Did the Pistons gag at home? Yes. Against that team, I mean, they have a coach who thinks they analytically win games.
Right. We lost to that team.
Yeah,
Right.
the same coach who refused to call timeouts because he thought he would lose them in the first game when they were doing that run. He screwed that game up too.
I mean, the Knicks, I gave you the stat. They're winning games, by an average of 19 points per game in the playoffs?
Their closeout games, they've won by average like 30 over 30.
Yeah. Do you think they're 20 points better than everybody?
No.
Okay.
But the fact that they've been winning the way they have
they truly been tested in this East?
the two teams.
I'm asking, just answer it. I'm not saying that you
Jim,
can say the Pistons wouldn't be the test either. I'm asking you, have the Knicks been truly tested in the Eastern Conference
I just
playoffs?
have a respect for how they're performing. They are firing on all cylinders right now. Maybe they laid in the weeds a little bit in the regular
They're
season.
playing defense now.
Yeah, and we go back to last year in that series. Tom Thibodeau, he got fired, and they won a series.
Yeah,
that a lot of people were blaming him for holding them back a little bit and stuff. And I just think, Jim, you're living in a little bit of a fake world if you think the Pistons would have beat them. I know they could have been competitive.
Okay, I might be living in a fake world. The Knicks are living in a fake world too. The Spurs are going to pop them in a gentleman's sweep. I mean, it's going to be just like 99.
Yeah, it is. And they got young Duncan, then the Knicks, and
Yeah,
they have
now
to
it's
play
Wemby.
young Wemby.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, too, Mike Brown's finals appearance, he lost to the Spurs.
Oh, that's
on
right.
a veteran Duncan team.
That's right.
With LeBron.
Yeah. It's like you're a Knicks fan and kind of like you're in celebrating mode here, and the Thunder and Spurs are going to probably go 7 here, and you're going to have like 5 days of euphoria, then all of a sudden you're going to see the Spurs sitting there. You're going to we got to play these idiots again?
Or OKC. I mean, come on. By the way, Jim, what are you more pissed off? I'm trying to
How do you want to
this
phrase it?
correctly. Are you more pissed off being a Piston fan or a Red Wing fan? Because when I watch the Stanley Cup playoffs, at least the Pistons I know are playing the same sport as the rest of the league, as the teams in the playoffs. The Wings couldn't compete in these. Even if they would have made the playoffs, they wouldn't even be able to compete. If you watch any of these hockey playoffs, especially now, Colorado getting swept It's going to be crazy. It's because of injury, but still, Vegas is playing great.
Here's how I'd answer that. I'm insulted at the question.
Okay.
Like, I think as angry as I may get at no show in Game 7,
Yeah.
and as frustrating as the Pistons have been, it pales in comparison.
Okay.
You want to talk about the Wings not looking the part for the postseason hockey?
They're so far away for
They don't
even
look the
next
part
year.
in regular season hockey.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they couldn't get up to play March,
Yeah.
let alone May.
I know.
They don't belong in the regular season. I can't fathom the idea that they'd have been skating with these playoff teams.
They're not. They don't play the same sport.
Like, to compare the Pistons to the Red Wings is such an insulting thing to do.
Okay, well, I didn't mean it that way, but
No,
yeah.
I just like the Pistons deserve so many more flowers.
I know.
Bouquets.
No, but I was
upon
asking you
bouquets
as
of
a
flowers.
fan, does it
no,
piss
I know
you off
but
more?
they've given me so much more.
Okay.
Right, relatively with
Yes.
these teams and these players and these coaches. Not in my lifetime, of course, but this group. No, I mean the Red Wings are in their own category of misery.
Yeah, and will be for a couple more years, I think.
Sure feels like that way.
Yes.
All right, we'll get to Heather's news and then a Stony what if. It's the what if. It's 97.1.
What if you had bad eyesight and you wanted to get it better? Where are you going? Well, let me take you back a little bit to the 1970s. There was a show called The $6 Million Man. It was about a test pilot, suffered a devastating crash, but he was rebuilt by bionic limbs and an enhanced eye that gave him superhuman strength. Bionic means merging technology with biology. And remember the series catchphrase? We can rebuild him. We have the technology. That's right, the $6 Million Man with Lee Majors. And 7 years ago, that's what Dr. Yaldo and his bifocal lens implants did for me. In the middle age, your lenses lose flexibility, becomes hard to focus on nearby objects. These amazing implants set you free from glasses, contacts, and those damn reading glasses that I used to lose like 2 pairs a month. You'll see 20/20 in both up close and far away. Have Dr. Yaldo show you how bifocal lens implants are life-changing and life-lasting, and it's fast and painless. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com for a free evaluation and tell them Stoney sent you.
It's the what if on everybody's mind. We'll get to it, especially with Stonian. But first, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So, a controversial new sports event known as the Enhanced Games took place on Sunday. Did you guys hear about that?
Tell me more.
Okay, well, it's drawing a lot of attention worldwide and also a lot of criticism because it allows athletes to openly use performance-enhancing drugs. Like,
That people used to joke, just let all the baseball players use steroids. It was better for the game. This is what this is.
yeah, so you can use, I mean, anything that's, I guess, like testosterone or steroids or growth hormones or whatever. And you can do it and you can be guided through it and people know you're openly doing these drugs. And it was held in Vegas. It was like the very first year of this. It's kind of now known as the Steroid Olympics. And like I said, it's because these competitors can just openly use these, what's normally banned in other sports,
So we're
right?
going to see some like crazy records.
So, yeah, the biggest headline really came when a Greek swimmer swam a world record time in the 50-meter freestyle. So in order to, they get paid. He got paid $1 million for breaking the record, $250,000 for winning.
Sure.
And then I think he was the only one that beat the record, though. He swam in 20.81 seconds. The previous record was 20.88 seconds. So he won $1 million. Obviously, it's not going to be recognized officially because he's using all of these, whatever he's using, all these drugs. Anyway.
So the incentive to do it is to make money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Organizers, and like to show off, I guess. Organizers say that the games are about pushing the limits of human performance, but critics argue that the event is dangerous, unethical, and could encourage young athletes to abuse, steroids and other drugs. So.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Anyway, that just happened. Boxing legend Floyd Mayweather is suing a former New York manager in what he claims was a massive $175 million fraud scheme involving luxury jewelry, private jets, and hidden financial deals. So according to this lawsuit, Mayweather accuses this former associate, I might be saying his name wrong, it's like Yona Reknitz, of secretly using assets and moving his money without permission for several years. So the suit alleges that this man used more than $100 million worth of Mayweather's jewelry as collateral for loans. He made unauthorized wire transfer, and then he mishandled the proceeds of the sale of his jet and all of this stuff, right? So Mayweather says that he trusted this guy to manage parts of his financial life, claims he didn't fully know about this guy's criminal history and his previous corruption scandals. This man's attorney, however, just is denying all the allegations and basically says it's Mayweather's own spending habits that has gotten him in financial problems. So anyway, big lawsuit. Tennessee Titans quarterback Will Levis reportedly spent I don't know how much, a lot of money to remove a leaked private sex tape from the internet after his personal devices were allegedly hacked. Now, according to comments made by his mom on the Ross Tucker podcast, the video, which involves Levis and his former girlfriend, went viral online last year after these hackers reportedly got into one of his devices. And she says that her son ended up hiring a specialist and spent lots of money to have it scrubbed. Is this the guy that put mayo in his coffee?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That when I see his name, that's what I think of. And then I think of Stoney trying it.
It's probably better that that's what you think of and not this.
It is. Oh, yeah. I would have no idea. I didn't know there was a sex tape. I mean, I would have no
this
idea.
is part way we didn't because of the work they did, right?
Apparently. But like she said, it never fully goes away.
Unlike TLC, he wanted that scrub.
Oh my gosh. A high school graduation ceremony in Tennessee is going viral after students and family members were forced to sit through like a torrential downpour while receiving diplomas outdoors. Did you see videos?
No.
I saw this all over my social media. It was a high school graduation and it went on despite the fact that it was raining, pouring rain. And video shows, the students walking across the stage drenched as they're trying to receive their diplomas, family members huddled up under umbrellas, and the school defended the call to continue the ceremony because they had a rain or shine policy, they say, that prevented them from postponing or moving the ceremony.
How about a common sense policy?
Well, a lot of people online just thought, like, don't you have a gymnasium?
Right.
They said they wanted it to be on school grounds, so it was on the football field. But like,
there's nowhere else
you don't
indoors?
have you can't move it in.
Auditorium or gymnasium? Okay.
Apparently not.
All right.
The photos are funny. One last thing. There's this new gritty hybrid sport that is apparently gaining traction in New York City, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It's called chess boxing.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of this.
You have?
Of course, yeah.
I never heard of this.
You have to both box and play chess,
well, yeah,
alternating rounds.
Exactly.
Until you win one or the other.
Well, apparently it's picking up steam in New York, and everybody is signing up for like lessons and classes, and there's training for it going on. Yet you're
Are you surprised that I knew?
Yes, yeah, I never heard of it.
Really?
Have you heard of this, Tony?
No.
Stoney?
No.
Wasn't this on the Ocho the other day?
I didn't see. I watched the Ocho yesterday for a little bit. Table hockey. But
Well, apparently it's the hot new trend.
Okay.
Chess
I mean,
boxing.
look, we have biathlon as an Olympic sport where it's cross country ski and then shoot a gun.
That's true.
Yeah, this tests you
Nothing
mentally
would-
and physically.
nothing
Exactly,
would
that's the
surprise
thing.
me. Would you rather be like if this became like a big collegiate? Would you rather be a Division I rook or Division I boxer?
Well, you have to do both. What do you mean? Like,
I don't know. Eventually, they'll make it like a full board. So
but
you'll have
imagine
positions.
you find yourself at a disadvantage in one of the two, so now the urgency to win
Right.
the other one is greater.
I
Like
would
Mike Tyson standing there, we better get the checkmate or I'm dead.
I would suck. I would be the best player to go against because I certainly am not a physical guy, number one. So you could beat me that way. And I'm certainly not smart enough to play competitive chess.
It's Heather with the news.
Yes, indeed. All right. We got the Western Conference Finals going on right now. Game, 5 is tonight?
Yep, these have been great games.
You have terrific games for the most part.
And game 4 kind of got out of hand.
Yes. So they're 2-2. There's injuries on both teams, but mostly the injuries are affecting Oklahoma City, but it's 2-2. And so it's the defending champs with the reigning MVP, two-time MVP, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, against Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. And I was thinking the other day, watching Wemby just be Wemby, what if, because the Pistons put themselves in the great position, whether you want to call it tanking or whatever they did correctly to get the number 1 pick. But unfortunately, didn't work out that way. I think they San Antonio and Portland were pretty much the same. They had this flip of a coin or something to determine who was going to get the most. Well, anyway, bottom line is the Pistons in the lottery ended up with the 5th pick in the draft. And with that 5th pick, they took Ausar Thompson, who's an elite defensive player. But San Antonio got Wemby. So I was thinking, what if the Pistons won the lottery? Would that have been, is that the greatest what if in Detroit sports the last 30 years? Because can you imagine Wemby with Cade? And Duren would still be on the team if they wanted him. I mean, they'd be unstoppable.
This has been on a lot of people's minds lately. Hey, Tom, you said your kid was talking about it. What if Wemby and Cade were together? The Pistons had won that lottery.
Yeah, it's come up a couple times in recent days.
Well, you're
Just
watching
watching what the Spurs are doing and the Pistons losing.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been ridiculous.
Watching him play is ridiculous. The idea that he would play for your team and have Cade Cunningham as his Robin.
Yeah.
And think about Duren would just look phenomenal in this situation. The open spacing and the passing that Wemby could do to him on lobs.
Yes.
I mean, it would be sick.
You could trade guys like Isaiah Stewart because Wemby gets all the blocks.
Mm-hmm.
It would be incredible.
You'll go add another 3-point shooter, just that guy that just.
I don't think you have Duren in this world. Like, You trade him too, or
Maybe.
he's coming off the bench
Right.
because you play Wemby and 4 shooters.
Yeah.
So to really maximize who he is, it's Wemby and 4 shooters.
It might be irrelevant who's with them.
Right. I think Cade, Wemby, you, me, Stoney.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. So I'm
Your
asking,
question is this the ultimate Detroit sports what if?
what are the best what ifs or worse, whichever way you want to look at it?
Yeah.
What ifs in Detroit sports the last 30 years? So since 1996.
The one I would nominate to go head to head with it would be the Darko draft.
Okay.
If you draft Carmelo instead, do you win more than the one title?
Is the Rashid trade still made? I mean, there's a lot of
Well,
questions.
that's part of why it's a great
Yes.
what if. It
I-
leads to more what
yes.
ifs. But the idea would be Carmelo on a team that was struggling to break 70
Yeah.
would give them that scorer to get them over the hump. The defense was there. It was in the DNA. I even think Carmelo would have had to be a halfway decent defender on effort to play on a team with Larry Brown coaching and Ben Wallace and Chauncey and Rip and all those guys. That's one where you start talking about winning multiple titles, like you would be if you had Wemby and Cade.
How about this one? December 1st, 2007. What if Pat McAfee doesn't miss 2 field goals?
This is Rich Rod, right?
West Virginia wins that game against Pitt in the backyard brawl. They go to the national championship game.
Was this Pat White and Steve Slayton, or right around that time?
And
So Rich Rod doesn't come to Michigan.
So Rich Rod does not come to Michigan.
Who do they hire instead?
Maybe they do hire Les Miles. Maybe they hire, I don't know who they hire.
They get to Brady Hoke sooner.
Harbaugh.
Maybe, I don't think they wanted Harbaugh that early yet.
Oh, because he ripped the school.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Was
The
that before
grades or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mike Hart thing.
Fake majors.
Was that before Hoke or was that before Rich Rod? I don't remember. Exactly
I think it was
when
post Rich Rod.
yeah,
Yeah. I don't remember exactly.
but I think that's
That's a what if?
Yeah, because Rich Rod kind of screwed up.
Leveled the program.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lost to Toledo at home.
Although there was enough left that Brady Hoke won 11 games his first year.
Yeah. Or how about this one?
I have a more recent one. It's not on the level of these.
Okay, I got one more for you.
Yeah.
I'll open up 248-539-9797. This one's kind of sad in a way. What if there's no limo accident?
Oh, Konstantinov.
And Konstantinov obviously still is a Red Wing. You have no Chelly's chili.
No Chelly's chili, but you end up with a menacing defenseman to pair with Lidstrom for a very long time.
Yeah, you still have the Vladdy and Lidstrom thing. Yeah. That 1-1 cup.
Yeah, now they won the one together.
Right.
They won the next year without him. They won the 0-2 Cup with Chris Chelios.
Yes.
How many more cups are we talking in this scenario?
I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2.
Okay.
Maybe.
Aiden, if he doesn't get injured, does it change their fortunes? 2024 Lions who win 15 games plug Aiden Hutchinson in for the playoffs, playing at his very best.
Yep, that's an interesting one. Absolutely.
And how about even more recently? And I'm probably stealing thunder. I should wait. Let's take some phone calls. Let's get to David. And we're up against it. That's an even better reason to wait. We got the ball rolling. We'll hear from you guys next. 97.1. Stoney, you
Yes?
would throw this out there as one of the all-time what-ifs in Detroit sports history.
Right. What if they won the lottery in 2023?
And Wemby was playing with Cade. And they were still playing right now and playing together for a very long time.
Yes, indeed.
Well,
It's-
if their bodies had played out the same after, they would have had a high pick in 24.
Because Cade and Wemby both dealt with some injuries.
Yeah.
So who would they have taken in the following draft?
That wasn't a good draft.
That was Ron Holland's draft year, right?
It almost doesn't matter. I'm not going to get greedy and say, what if they won 3 straight lotteries?
Right.
We'll just take the 2.
Why not?
Cleveland won a few lotteries.
No kidding. They got Anthony
Anthony
Bennett.
Of course they did, Stoney, when LeBron was coming out. You know, it's rigged.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We don't want to steal more thunder because you guys have great responses. You said about 30-year span?
Yeah.
Okay.
1996.
All right, going back about 30 years here. If we didn't draft Darko, that's on the ticket text. What if Big Papi never hit that grand slam, Joe, in Farmington? Torrey Hunter over the fence.
They would have won the World. They would have gotten to the World Series.
That was the best Tigers team of that era.
Yes.
The 2013
Leland says
team.
it all the time. And
Yeah.
you know what's weird? Leland says that game didn't cost them. He said the next game did. Interesting. Because they lost 1-0 at home and not Napoli hit a home run off Verlander.
What if Franzen's brain didn't turn to mush? How many cups would we have?
Wow. Or what if Ken Holland decided to keep Hossa instead of Franzen?
So I have a Red Wing one. It goes back about as far as we can with this topic. What if Paul Coffey didn't score on himself in the 96 Game 1 West Finals? If they go on to win that game, how does that change that series? You know, how does it change the rivalry potentially? Does the Draper moment happen? Does the whole
Right.
March 26th happen?
Because that's at the start of everything.
Yeah.
The Franzen thing, going back to it, because people might have forgotten just how incredible he was
Yes.
in those postseasons specifically. The year they won the 08 Cup, he scored 13 goals in 16 games. He was an 18-point guy. He was a driving force. He had 5 game-winning goals in that postseason. The very next year, he was 23 points in 23 games when they lost in Game 7. One more run in 2010, and that was it.
Yeah.
There's your big power forward that everybody covets in hockey, and they didn't have him. That would have extended their run instead of just making the playoffs to make the playoffs. This one I disagree with. What is the what if the Tigers? What if they had picked Wyatt Langford in his draft?
Well,
Because then you don't get
you don't get Clark and
or
McGonagall.
McGonagall's the big one.
Right.
I guess it's a what if the other way.
Yeah.
What if the Lions players don't get paralyzed? Lions players that got paralyzed and run over in his front yard. What if those guys don't get hurt in the 90s? The team was unbelievable.
Talking about Utley and Eric Andelsek.
Yeah, that's Sean and White Lake.
Well, Eric Andelsek was a alternative to the Pro Bowl. Utley was never that great of a player.
Yeah, he was their 5th best offensive lineman
Right.
on us, but they were such a good starting unit.
Yes.
And had they played together the 2-3 more years they could have before contracts became a problem,
Yeah.
I do think they could have competed with the Cowboys.
Absolutely.
That and keep Ray Crockett. That's where they started messing up when they didn't keep him.
Yeah. Ray Crockett, number 39.
What if Scooble goes back out to pitch one more inning last year? ALDS.
They still might have lost.
Yeah, they still might have lost. Well, in the same vein, what if McGonagall's on that team?
Was Scooble going to bat?
Right. Well, they had a lead would be the argument.
Right.
Scooble was still in with the lead. But assuming someone else gave up a run, they still would have needed to drive in something.
Yeah,
15 innings with McGonagall, a couple at bats for McGonagall.
Who knows? And that's
don't
why it's a
know.
what if. He might not even been ready last year.
Right.
Raleigh would have hit a 2-run homer off him, and Carpenter would have flipped over the back of the fence.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's get to David in Clinton Township. David, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, so my original one was going to be the Lions because Eric Ebron and over Donald,
Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald.
Or Lawan and OBJ.
Yeah. So, but you guys are talking about the wings. All right, if I sneak another wings in.
Yeah.
What if Adam Oates told Bob Probert, no thanks, I think I'm going to stay home. That's worth a couple. That's worth a couple cups.
I wouldn't go that far, but yes, that's one of the reasons they traded Oates, because they thought he partied too much.
That I think that I'm almost positive that's worth 2 cups.
Yeah. Well,
A guy with that kind of assist with Eiserman
that vision.
and
yeah.
the Russians. Yes.
Appreciate it, David.
They might not have gotten all the Russians if they had Oates, though. So you never know. All of them.
Another text for Vladdy Konstantinov if he never was in the limo. Another one says if Detroit drafts Mello over Darko, that's come up a bunch. To me, those two are kind of the evergreen.
Yes.
I always go back to those two, the limo and Darko.
What if the umpire said that Brandon Inge was hit by the pitch in game 163?
How much does it change?
I don't know.
Does that team go on a run?
They were pretty good.
That was the 09?
Yeah.
09 Tigers. Okay.
I do not know.
Eric and Fenton, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So I got another Lions one. What if the Lions draft Randy Moss? Does Barry Sanders
Terry
stick
Fair
around for a couple more years?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know what's the most disappointing thing about that? Not that they just drafted Terry Fair ahead of Randy Moss, was the fact that they drafted a wide receiver in the next round, Jermaine Crowell.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a crazy one, man.
Yep.
Yeah, appreciate it, Eric. Of the Lions drafts, because the other guy brought up Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
Which one stings more?
Oh,
Moss or
I think the Aaron Donald one.
I think so, too.
Or either that one or drafting Aaron Gibson ahead of John Jansen.
Oh, he'll tell you about it.
Yeah. God, what a ridiculous pick that was.
Roy and Clarkston, you're next. You're at 97.1.
Hey, Cookies and the Legend Stoney. I sent in the text about Wyatt Langford, and I'd like to rebut your argument. If Wyatt Langford's on this team last year or a couple of years ago, they might have won the Scooble game. And McGonagall's only been here this year. McClark's not even here yet. And can I say something else real quick about that Scooble game? If he'd have just held Naylor on second in the third inning and not let him walk to third, we'd have won that game in 9 and not 15 innings, and nobody mentions that. I don't.
You're right. No, it never comes up. You're right.
By the way, let me ask you a question.
Ahead,
I mean, obviously, you assume that Langford, it wasn't for last year, it was the year before, would have been able to get some hits or whatever that would have helped them in that series when they ended up losing this when they lost to Cleveland, right?
Yep, they'd have probably won that series too.
Okay, but you look back now, Langford's not having a good year at all this year, is he?
I don't care about this year. I care about the 2 years previous that he would have helped us while McGonigal was in the minors.
Okay.
I don't mean to be rude, Stoney.
No,
yeah, I guess the McGonagall's thing is what changes it. It's not to knock Langford. Langford's a 10-war player through two seasons and change. He's been a good player for them. It's
right.
I would rather have McGonigal than Langford, though, I think.
Yeah.
And maybe that feels silly to say because McGonagall's only, 50, 60 games into his big league career?
Correct. Yeah. And I still think Clark's going to be a good player. I don't know if he's going to be a great player, but you'd rather have two really good players instead of one. Right?
I would buy the what if and that it does open up more doors, and Detroit may have made an ALCS at this point. I don't think Wyatt Langford would have won them a World Series.
What if Josh Reynolds would have had Stickum on his hands?
God, it was so tailor-made for that team. Super Bowl in Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Everybody making plans at halftime.
God.
248-539-9797. A bunch that we still haven't even hit. We'll do it next, 97.1. Is this the all-timer?
Yeah, it's Victor Wembanyama, selected number 1 in the 2023 draft. The Pistons had the worst record in the sport that year, and ended up 5th with Ausar Thompson, who's a fine player, but he's not a unicorn like Wemby. So I say that is the greatest what if in Detroit sports history. What if the Pistons won the lottery that year? They'd have Victor and Cade.
It would be the Miami Heat thing all over again. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. You really
Probably.
start to dream about the dynasty.
Right.
There are others that have come up. People brought up, Vladdy in the limo or Franzen's injury, the Mule losing that guy.
Right. I brought up what if McAfee makes 2 field goals, West Virginia beats Pitt, so Rich Rod never comes here. Here's another one I brought up. I thought of. This can go either way too. What if Victor Martinez never gets hurt? They don't get Prince Fielder. Do they win the World Series in 2012? Do they even get there? Because people forget Prince had like 108 RBIs that year.
Very good regular season. Very Jalen Duren-esque, though, then when it came to postseason
People think the 2013 Tigers were the best team, and that
You
had
got both.
Fielder on and both.
Right.
I don't think that team is good that year then.
No, I mean, the obvious with the Darko Carmelo stuff's come up. We've gotten a lot of that.
So we got one, and this is an obvious one. I don't know if you guys said it, but taking Donald over Ebron.
Caller brought it up.
Yeah. So my favorite thing about that, though, is when people try to text in Ebron, it autocorrects to Enron, which is so fitting.
It is.
Seriously.
Some more coming in. What if Trey Burke's block counted?
Oh, interesting.
What if the refs never picked up the flag against the Cowboys?
They probably win that game.
What if Jim Joyce doesn't screw Armando Galarraga out of a perfect game?
I'll just go down in baseball lures, another perfect game.
Have you heard the argument that this has actually made Galarraga more famous?
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if Chris Webber never called that timeout, Ryan and Waterford?
They still would have lost.
What if Nick Saban stayed with MSU?
That's a really good one.
What if the Wings were able to land Parise and Suter during the 2012 free agency? The train keeps rolling, another cup or two. Well, those guys actually didn't click in Minnesota.
No, I know, which was strange.
Ended up being albatross contracts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rieger texted us.
Yeah.
You want to read it or you want me
I'll
to read
read it? What if Kenyon Martin never breaks his leg? Does Tom Izzo even have one title? Because they got, because of seedings, they got to play at the Palace. It's a good what if.
Of course, it's sent in by Rieger.
Of course. Absolutely. What if Connor Stallions did not exist? Would Michigan have still won the national championship? And if they would have, what would Rico and Valenti be bitching about now?
What if Kobe, you remember this one? Kobe Bryant, what if he had agreed to the trade to the Pistons?
Oh, yeah. It was for what? Rip and who else? Somebody else.
I don't remember, but this was in the mid-2000s?
It was after the title.
Yeah.
I believe.
What if the wheels didn't fall off the bus in the NFC Championship game against the Niners?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the Josh
Our
Reynolds.
only shot. What if LeBron doesn't score 25 straight? It's 06, right?
Yeah. They probably win that.
Or no, that was 07, right?
07.
07, because 06 was the Heat that took him out. 07
Right,
was
07.
LeBron on his way to the finals,
Right.
where he would lose to the
That was
Spurs.
that was Eastern Conference Finals.
Yes. What if Steve made a trade at the deadline in 25, signed Dylan and Royal Oak? Let's get to the phones. Jason and Canton. Jason, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. And Stoney, your sound as good as ever.
Thank you. You have obviously you have wax in your ears.
Pretty much. But no, anyways, I thought, what about if we would have drafted Bobby Witt Jr. instead of Torkelson? I mean, that'd be
Was that the same?
It was not the same
that,
draft.
That couldn't have been the same draft because I think Bobby Witt Jr. was 1-1.
I thought he went 1. Are we wrong, Jason?
No, Torkelson was 1 and Bobby Witt was either 2 or 3.
I'm going to check that because I feel like we would have brought that up.
I think. I mean, you guys might be right. I mean,
No,
you guys don't know about the sport
Witt was the green draft,
Yeah. Witt was the Riley Green draft.
which was the year before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
Riley
never
Green
had a
was
chance to take Bobby Witt Jr.
Right. You can say.
Oh, they didn't? I
No.
could have swore they were saying
No.
that. Okay, I'm wrong then.
You could
So,
say what if
even though-
you could say what if the Tigers drafted Mike Trout instead of Jacob Turner?
Oh, yeah, that's another one. But
baseball drafts are so bizarre.
You could do that every
they
year.
are. You just don't know.
Right.
You really don't. All right, guys. Thanks. Like I said, love the show.
Hey,
Have
thanks.
a good day.
Appreciate it.
What if the Wings beat San Jose in '94?
Who would they have played? Are you suggesting they win the cup? I don't remember who they would have been
I'm trying to
playing.
remember. That was the first round too, right?
Oh, so I mean,
Yeah.
that's actually what you compared the Commanders-Lions game to.
Yeah.
Because I remember we were at that game together. All the promise in the world of a regular season and dreaming of a title only to get bounced right away to a team you didn't think was very good.
Right. Although Jaden Daniels had more credibility than Jamie Baker's goal on Ozzy. Who knows?
A lot of what ifs. Austin and Detroit. Is it in fact Wemby? What if he was a Piston, or is there one better?
I got a few in a row though. Like what if we take Klay Thompson over Brandon Knight, and what was that, 2011? Maybe a year or maybe a year apart. You could have got Giannis over KCP. You could have had Klay Thompson, Giannis, and then a year after that was the Stanley Johnson pick. You could have had a team with
Devin Booker.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the following year, they drafted Luke Kennard instead of Donovan Mitchell. But the records don't.
I want to kind of throw a flag because you can't, what if 3 drafts in a row went well? That's like 3 different what ifs.
Right. And then it's because you don't necessarily going to be in the same draft position.
Right.
If those players develop the way you think they are.
Right. It's like, what if my team was the worst every year and for 15 years drafted all of the best players? That's my favorite what if.
Yeah. What if the Wings drafted Jaromir Jagr instead of Keith Primo? Primo was a good player.
Is Jagr still playing hockey somewhere?
Maybe. I don't know. You know what else? If you want to take that what if one step further, if they had Jagr, they might not have. Who knows? They wouldn't have traded him for Shanahan. I don't think.
No.
Primo was part of the Shanahan show.
You never had
Shanahan might
Shanahan.
not have ever been.
Yeah, but Jagr's a better player.
Yes, I know. Absolutely.
I bet you he is still playing somewhere.
I think he did play this year somewhere in.
Yes, he's in like a Czech league. Yeah, this is up. He's 54 years old. He's a player, right winger, and owner of a team over there. No kidding. Wow. Still got it. Kind of a weird week for you.
Yeah.
We'll have John back tomorrow. You'll be in afternoons tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you'll be back with us to round out the week.
Yes.
And I think we're going to do, still deliberating behind the scenes, a Dear Stoney, life advice from the Godfather himself. What could go wrong?
Oh, my Lord. That's exactly what you want. Life advice from me.
From Stoney.
Yeah.
Gator, could you think of anybody in the world that you'd rather get advice from than Stoney when it comes to life's many problems, trials, and tribulations? I think that's what we're going to do on Thursday.
That I'd rather have?
Yeah, I mean, he's just an oracle of knowledge.
About 300 million people in this country probably you'd rather have.
I think there are quite a few.
Yeah.
How about in this room?
Maybe not in this room.
Oh! Heather, I knew that was coming for me, but you're taking strays.
Well, I mean, the man does have a wealth of experience. I'm sure there are regrets in his life and
regrets.
Or things he just would have done
I've
differently,
had
maybe
a
not
few.
ruining them or regretting them, like this singing right now.
Yes.
This is the second time today you were singing.
Yes. I sang the Marines hymn today because on the 2 Grand Slam, one of the questions was the capital of Libya, and it was Tripoli. I said, I don't remember what I remember at Tripoli was from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli.
Yep.
And that's all I remember. And somebody said, that's the Marines hymn.
Anybody who's not in the military remembers.
Yes.
Well,
how was your Memorial Day?
Weekend? Yeah.
It's all right. I mean, the weather sucked. Yesterday was beautiful, but you know, it's like a Sunday when that comes around. So didn't do a whole ton. We went for a little walk with the dog. Then dropped her off at the home. Went for a longer walk. It was beautiful, but I just didn't do too much. It was kind of disappointing.
Good news. It looks like it's here to stay.
Well, let's hope. Yeah, hope is that's huge.
Yeah.
But I did get to enjoy what happened last night. Oh, immensely. That was beautiful.
Cleveland?
Yes.
Well, analytically, it's 2-2, so it's really not a big deal. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Oh, good morning. Hello, Scott.
Oh, hello, Doug.
How are you?
I'm just fine. How are you?
Okay. Back at it again with you back in the saddle after a day off yesterday. Kang is back. He had one of my favorite weekends that he has every year annually. I don't know if there's any stories. I told him not to talk about it, so maybe there aren't. Maybe there are. I said save it for the air. How was your long weekend?
Yeah.
Just mid?
Yeah, it was, I think less than mid, actually.
Less than mid?
Yeah, less than mid. Because the weather sucked, so it's not like you wanted to. I mean, when it's 50 and sneezing, it's no good.
No.
Yesterday was absolutely gorgeous, but as I said during the crosstalk, it felt like a Sunday. It felt like, all right, well, the last day to do stuff. So
Don't let it stop you.
I just didn't do much. I went for a nice long walk. I actually cleaned out the garage a little bit. Did some sweeping. Threw some stuff out.
Okay.
A little preliminary there.
A little adulting. Gator did some adulting this weekend.
Yeah.
Good for you.
And then I binge watched the 3 episodes of a new show.
Yeah, I want to get into that a little bit later on. Kang, meanwhile, made his annual trip to Amish country to sell cards to the Amish. Is that how it goes down?
They don't have internet. They don't know what things are supposed to cost.
You go to Shipshewana?
Yeah, I think that's like the Las Vegas for Amish people. It's the Strip. The Strip is shuts down early, though. Sundown.
Yeah, right. Well, it's a card show in Shipshewana?
Yeah. It's actually referred to by some people as, I'm not kidding, like the Amish National. Like,
really?
Yeah, there is the National, which is, it's usually in Chicago. It's in Chicago every year and sometimes in between.
Mm-hmm.
But this is another bigger card show, and it's an Amish country. But yeah, Shipshewana, you guys ever been? Or
No.
drive through or anything?
No,
I have not. But the Amish furniture is beautiful.
Yes, it is. And you could see. They
wondered if they, did they bargain with it? Did they give you a table?
Like an end table or
yeah,
something?
an end table.
Mhm.
Or, I mean, if you got a really nice card, do they can I interest you in
a trade.
Yeah.
They trading
Yeah.
goods.
Yeah. Bartering.
Yeah. How about this Cade Cunningham for that stool?
Exactly, right?
I remember this because every time we do this every year, I look up Shipshewana and
careful.
Yeah, right. My favorite place in Shipshewana has got to be Yoder's Meat and Cheese. You need your meat, you need your cheese, you go to Yoder's.
Everybody knows that.
Yep.
They're direct out there.
Yoder's Red Barn Shops. The Yoder family's getting it done in Shipshewana.
That they are.
Anything exciting happen in Shipshewana, Kang?
I wish I could say there was, but not really. This was a tame show. It's fun. It's always nice to go out there, but there was no like horse show next door where there's that year was nuts when I showed up and the entire parking lot base was filled with horse and buggy. Like it was. I'm like, where the hell are we?
How did it smell?
See, since there was no horse show, it was fine. It wasn't like the first or second year. It was just. It smelled like fertilizer, Gator.
So did you
but
go?
Not this time.
That's fortunate. Did you go to sell cards or did you go to buy or both?
Both, but my primary concern this time was objective was to sell. I set up with a buddy. We kind of make it like a little short road trip. It's fun. We get a table each, set up, and kind of unload some of our cards, and it's a fun hobby. And then since you're on that side of the table, people bring cards to you that they're looking to offload to make get some money to spend, and so you get to see some cool stuff.
So, did you buy anything?
I did. I bought a couple of Michael Jordan cards for the PC for the personal collection.
You've got a lot of Jordan stuff.
I do.
I feel like your personal collection is Jordan
It
stuff.
is, but
everything else is to sell.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm curating now, so I'm moving some of the smaller end Jordans that I don't love to get into stuff that I couldn't maybe obtain before.
Sure,
know?
that's it. Nice.
That's how you do it, right?
That is how.
Would you do that with your guitars, Gator? Would you curate the collection a little bit for something like?
I've thought about it. Yeah,
Okay.
I actually saw one this weekend online. I'm like, wow, that one's really great, but it was a little out of the range.
Yep. See.
And I absolutely looked up on the wall and I said, well, which one of you
well, which one of you's got to
might
go?
have to go? Might have to send a couple of you out of the way. Which one do I haven't seen in a while? Probably in one of the bedrooms. That's one of the other dozen or so that's locked up. Whatever.
See, so you know exactly how I feel. I look at all my
100%.
Jordan cards. I love them all, honestly. But
Yeah.
at some point, you're like, all right, which one do I not love as much as the others? And that's,
Yeah.
you start packaging and you got to move up, right?
Every guitar I have is unique. It's unique either by color or by pickups or by brand. They're all different and they're all special in their own little way. But yes, there are 100%. I saw one online like I really like this one, but can't do that. Would I do it? It's then you start feeling like a general manager of a team. Okay,
you put it in the
I
trade
really
machine.
want I really want Michael Porter Jr. But am I willing to give up my Gibson Les Paul, and a Fender Stratocaster to acquire the? That's you start doing things like that.
So the Amish, do they come in and shop cards?
It's wild. So obviously you could tell who the Amish are compared to the other people. But yeah, they'll walk around like little, like some families, some little kids, and yeah.
Are they like going after James Harden cards?
Malachi
beard,
Flynn?
yeah.
Any Malachi Flynn cards?
I bet Braden Smith, the guard from Purdue.
He was
I bet-
there.
Was he?
Yes, he was
He's the
signing.
most Amish looking dude in basketball.
And he's tiny too. He's not that big. Like the career assist leader for NCAA, right, Doug?
Yes.
All time.
Yeah.
All time.
Yeah.
And the Amish folk hero.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
bet.
sure.
I bet that was a long line.
I don't know. I wasn't
If you
over
were
there.
to, if
but
you
he
were
was
to
there.
pick a spot where I would think Braden Smith would have the longest line to sign autographs, it would be in Amish country. He is he's first team all Amish, man. He has that look. Well, glad you're back.
Thank you.
Yep. And the rain, how'd the rain, when you weren't there for 4 days.
No,
but-
I was only there for a couple of days, but it was just like overcast and sprinkling, not too bad. So we got back before all that.
I told this story on the air yesterday. First of all, I found another local place. We were driving out to Connecticut to pick up my son from school and bring him home, and we had to rent a minivan to load all the stuff into it. And so driving across Pennsylvania, executed the Doug Karsh road trip plan. We stayed in a Fairfield Inn in Du Bois, Pennsylvania.
Oh, nice.
And next to it was a place called Station 101, which was like a bar restaurant that they took an old Sunoco gas station and turned it into a restaurant.
As one would do.
As one would do, yeah. And it was great. It was really good. We got rained on at the graduation. We had assigned seating. We were in the back row in the corner, and the water coming in, basically we had to have an umbrella up underneath the tent. And my wife had a raincoat. My daughter was next to me. We had one small umbrella kind of huddled together. The people across the aisle could see what was happening and were laughing like crazy. I got to get the suit dry cleaned now because it just got soaking wet. It was an absolute mess. And then
Do they help in any way?
the people across laughing.
Yeah.
I don't know how they could have.
I'm just asking you, did they offer anything?
They didn't. They
Did you offer a middle finger at all?
They offered sympathy, is what they offered.
Did
We
they
had
really?
the worst seats in the house. But whatever.
Did you get there late?
No, it was assigned seating.
Assigned
And
seating,
We had
then.
back corner, and it was not ideal. It was great for leaving, like back corner, turn and go.
All right. Part of me is thinking that you are like, this is such a score because we can get out of here quickly.
That's the
And
normal way
then
I
you're
think.
weighing in
Yes.
your mind, is it worth it to sit through rain to get the best seat in the house to leave? Yeah. And I think there's maybe 28% he was saying. Yes.
Normally it would be, let's get the hell out of here. But there was a lot of saying goodbye to people and all that. So we couldn't get in a rush. Then we hopped in the car and drove 10 hours back in the rain. 10 hours back. The big carrot on the trip was we were going to stop at Raising Cane's in Streetsboro, Ohio. That was a get there for dinner. So we ordered ahead and got Raising Cane's.
So everybody got chicken fingers.
Yep. And their cane sauce. Very, very good.
Chicken fingers. They have fries?
They did have fries, yeah. Yep.
Did you partake in the fries, Doug?
I did.
You
yeah.
got a little wild?
Oh, I got crazy.
Are the chicken fingers worth the drive?
They're pretty damn good, yeah.
They're good.
Yeah. I'm a fan. I will say this. If it were more than like a mile off the highway, I wasn't going to, change the course.
Did you have to wait forever, or was it?
No, we ordered ahead on the app.
So did you have to wait forever? Because
No.
people will do. I mean, I hear nightmares about the one here.
Oh, really?
I don't know if it's still that way, but
is that right?
It was. No matter if you ordered, you still had to, because the way that the traffic was set up, that you couldn't even get into the parking lot.
Well, that's a problem. No, we did not. It was fortunate we did not have to wait forever. But
That is fortunate.
okay, there's sports and stuff. Let's get to it. After a long weekend, hey, sports fans, like to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. That's Twin Peaks, with restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service really missing the mark. Twin Peaks, they've upped their game. It starts with their culture, employees that believe in the brand and just flat out produce a better product. It begins with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to prep those dynamite dishes you crave. Then, of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls delivering an experience you can't live without. And what brings it all together is sports. They boast wall-to-wall TV, some as big as 98 inches, that brings you all the action that you crave. If you are frustrated with all the streaming, let Twin Peaks handle that for you. Amazon Prime games, no problem. Peacock, they've got it. Don't miss any of the hockey and basketball playoffs, as well, of course, our local baseball team. And don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports, because the kitchen, that scratch kitchen, that menu is tremendous. Everybody here thinks so. Don't get me started on the bar. Outside of the cold strap beer you've ever had, poured in an ice cold 29 degrees, they boast exquisite craft cocktails featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. All right, so NBA Eastern Conference Finals.
What we got? Game 5 tomorrow?
Hey, Cavs at 9. Cavs at 9.
I think one of the funniest things that I heard over the weekend was when their coach came out and said, analytically,
yeah,
we're beating this team.
I mean,
I'm sorry,
I
but
don't
what
know that-
analytics are you thinking
If
that
there's
you're
a-
beating the Knicks?
I was trying to, because I just saw the quote, right? And I'm like, okay, under what circumstances is this not absurd? Is there a circumstance if somebody says, how
Is it by facial hair?
How can you feel like you guys, you've lost these games big? How do you change that? How do you motivate your guys? How do you convince them that they can compete? Would you say something like that? Would that even be remotely like, hey, analytically, we're killing it?
I guess.
I mean, I'm trying to. I don't know what
I
the
hear you,
context
I hear you. I'm
was.
looking
But
at it. They lost the first game by 11 points. They lost the second game by 16 points. They lost the third game by 13 points. And then they lost the decisive game 4 last night at home by 37 points.
Yep. So I chumped the Cavs over the weekend, and they actually won. Champ and Chump Evans posting it right now. I chumped the Cavs, and I chumped the Cavs because, hey, thanks a lot for laying down in Game 3 of this series, down 2-0. Appreciate that, guys.
Yeah,
because they didn't lay down in Game 3 against the Pistons.
Look, I mean, you can play the what if game all you want. It
I've
sucks
played it a lot.
It sucks. It sucks because we talk a lot when we talk about the NBA and going into the playoffs. We say it all the time, and Kang has won the champion this one. It's all about matchups, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Pistons, I think, are a bit of a nightmare matchup for the Knicks. It was a much more even matchup against Cleveland, but against the Knicks, the Pistons owned them in the regular season, and they didn't even have Jalen Duren in any of those games, and they swept them 3-0. The fact that the Knicks came out and swept the Cavs, I sort of jokingly said it last week. Hey, after they won game 1, when they got down by 22 points in the fourth quarter, whatever it was, and then they still were able to come back, not only come back and tie it and force overtime, but then to win in overtime by double digits. It's hysterical.
Right.
But I said the Knicks owe the Detroit Pistons a big old thank you for pushing Cleveland to 7 games. So Cleveland was dead dog tired for expending every ounce of energy they had and only having one day off in between before this series started.
Yeah.
And then they were done.
I do think that mattered.
I think
physically they were drained, and I think mentally when they blew the 20-point game lead, they were drained.
Yeah.
When they game 1, you're up 20 in the fourth and you lose it. I mean, I just imagine that was gutting in many ways, but
I just took great joy and glee in watching. I actually watched a lot of that game yesterday.
Yeah.
And go, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
You
really enjoyed it, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Going into the playoffs, I wasn't sure who I was going to root for, right?
Right.
We don't know. It's going to be Cleveland. It's going to be New York because despise both teams. Brunson and Harden. Good God, these guys are two forces that just want to fall to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to be left standing? Well, clearly the Knicks were. And when it became clear it was the Knicks, after that game 1 collapse by Cleveland, I was all on board with the Knicks.
Yeah.
I was cheering them on.
Were you?
Yeah.
See, I can't go that far.
I had to for my own sanity.
That's funny.
I did not expect it. Maybe not cheering them on. Well, I know there were some fist bumps when they knocked down 3-point shots and stuff. But it was more like laughing at Cleveland for not getting it done. And then in the back of my mind, I'm always going, yeah, but they did beat the Pistons.
I know.
It sucks that they beat the Pistons. But nonetheless, it's fine. Now people are all getting chesty about the Knicks and thinking because they've won 11 games in a row or something that they're going to make some noise in the NBA Finals and they'll take on all comers, whoever it is. If it's San Antonio or Oklahoma City, we don't care. I think you're going to care in a minute here because it might just be outmatched against either of those teams. But I needed something to keep me watching the playoffs. Because I really can't watch Oklahoma City and San Antonio for all the reasons that you will give regarding SGA.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
And after a weekend of scrolling on Twitter constantly and going to different various, there's TikTok videos posted, a bunch of reels posted about SGA and the foul baiting, it's insane,
dude,
how much it is done. Like, I almost want to apologize to James Harden. Like
for being,
all due respect, sir, you're not in this class.
No, he's not. My champ of the weekend were Spurs fans with the flopper chants.
Oh,
the fan that had the Academy Award in the front row. I'm like,
I bookmarked that on Twitter. I'm like, I hope Doug sees this.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
It is. It's. I am hoping that it is going to lead to change. I said on the air yesterday, I don't know if there's a player that my team has not played against that I root against as much as I root against SGA. I just and he's done no harm to Detroit teams.
At least I mean, look, I'm not watching the games intently because I don't like either of those teams and I just have no interest in it. But at least from what I'm seeing on Twitter, it appears that the referees aren't buying it all the time.
No.
Like there are times when he will absolutely positively flop, and even the guy who he's flopping against, if it's a defender or if it's somebody who's got the ball in their hands, you're like, really? You're flopping?
Yeah.
They didn't call it. By the way, I have an open 3-point shot. Thank you. And knock it down. It's getting to be to the point where maybe the officials are starting to change a little bit. But the game tonight is in Oklahoma City. They're tied at 2. I imagine it might be officiated differently.
Could be. So the Knicks advance to the NBA Finals. Do you give them no shot in the NBA Finals?
I'll give anybody a shot because somebody can roll an ankle and something like that can happen. I mean, as it is right now, their roster against one of these other rosters, I wouldn't think. I'm still amazed. Like San Antonio to me is so hard to play against because of Wemby being the Hydra at the basket. But it's not just him. They've got other players who've stepped up. You know, they played the series without Harper and without Fox at full strength, and they were able to win without either of those players. So they're back, and they're going to get stronger, hopefully, as this goes on, because it's a really good basketball team. SGA and company over in Oklahoma City, you know, that's a really good team, too. I'm impressed with what the Knicks did to Cleveland. Absolutely. But I can't help but think that the Knicks could not even compete with the Pistons this year. And yes, it's the regular season. I got it. Yeah. But that's what I go back to.
The Knicks have turned into a completely different team. Like they went undefeated the month of May. There was talk of them getting rid of everybody as the season went on. Yeah. And in the end, they've really turned it on and become a different team. I guess we'll find out. But
I mean, Michael Bridges, who was, you know, big acquisition they've had, he did nothing last night, and it didn't matter.
No.
He was 4 of 16. I shouldn't say he did nothing. I mean, knocked down his free throws, but 4 of 16. That's 25%, Doug, from the field. That's awful. But it didn't matter because everybody else picked him up. 17 from Anunoby, 19 from Karl Anthony Towns. Jalen Brunson had 15 points. You go to the bench, everybody played on this roster. Only one player didn't score on this team, and all the guys off the bench, they had like multiple shots and multiple baskets that they actually made, and they just decimated Cleveland. It was a laugher, much like it was in Game 7 when I'm driving home from LCA listening to it on the radio because I couldn't stand it after the third quarter when the Pistons were just getting clowned on, and I'm hearing, did George Blaha just say this? It's a 30-point difference? What? This game was close to 50 at one point.
I know.
It's crazy to think that in the end, obviously we took our L, we lost to the Cavs, but they only got one more win than us in the playoffs this year. They made an Eastern Conference Finals run and had a losing playoff record.
Wow.
You know how hard that is to do?
That is amazing.
You know how hard that is to do? They just did it. They're 8-10 in this year's playoffs.
7 games, 4.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Their playoff record got worse.
Amazing. That is amazing.
Percentage-wise.
Well, you know, we always say, how does it impact us? As we sit here and watch 3 teams left, I can't root for SGA. I can never root for a New York team. And then the Spurs get more and more irritating all the time to me. More and more irritating. And another example of it came to my attention over the weekend. I'm just like, dude, I can't stand the Spurs either. Even though I have a ton of respect for Wembanyama. I mean, he's just he's shooting nearly 50% from 3. Have you seen the plus-minus with him on the court and off the court in this series?
No, but it's got to be insane.
They're like plus 51 with him on the court and minus 46 with him off the court.
Maybe keep him on the court.
Well, as much as possible. You spin it back to Detroit next at 10:31. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1. Okay, why can't I stand the Spurs? 1987.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I know 100% where this is going. All you had to say is 1987. Yes, the Admiral. Yes, start there. And then
they've won the lottery 3 times, and all 3 times they have been transcendent generational players.
Hall of Famers.
1987.
All the same position.
David Robinson is available. Spurs move up 3 spots and win the lottery.
They win the lottery. They take a guy who can't play basketball for a couple of years, so they're going to still suck.
So the next year, they're in the lottery, and they move up a spot. They didn't win it, but they moved up a spot and took Sean Elliott.
Former Piston.
And then 1997, they moved up 2 spots, won the lottery, and took Tim Duncan. Then, in 2023, they moved up 2 spots, won the lottery, and get Victor Wembanyama. In 2024, and this is where we spin it back to Detroit because I can't stand this. In 2024, the Pistons were authentically the worst team in basketball.
Yep.
They weren't tanking, they sucked. Other teams were tanking and trying to get to the top of the draft lottery. Pistons didn't need to try. They were authentically like they are an authentic offense now with very little foul baiting and diving and flopping. They were an authentically bad basketball team. They had a 14% chance to win the lottery. And if I recall correctly, it was something like a 45% chance to have a pick in the top 4.
Right?
No, they didn't get that. They picked 5th. The Spurs, who had worse chances than them, leapfrogged Detroit to pick 4th. Okay?
Didn't Wembanyama got hurt or something like that? So is that why they were able to get such a high pick?
I don't remember what happened that year to the Spurs, but they finished. They were a bad team. With their pick at 4, they got Stephon Castle. And with our pick at 5, we got Ron Holland. Now, to be fair, the Pistons in this time frame have won a lottery. The Spurs have been in the lottery 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Do you know how many times they've moved up?
Are we going red? Is this like the Red Wings?
It's like the inverse of the Red Wings.
Oh, how many times does the Spurs have
Spurs,
this?
yeah, the Spurs.
Out of how many times?
10.
6.
Exactly.
Wow.
They've moved. You're on fire lately. I got to give it to you. The Spurs in the lottery have never dropped. Not once. They've moved up 6 times. They have moved up a total of 4, 6, 12, 13, 14 spots. And they're plus 14. They've never moved back. Here are the Pistons in the last 5 lotteries and what they've done. -4, -4, -2, +1. They won it with Cade. -2. Other movement by the Pistons in the lottery. 0, 0, 0, -1, -1, 0, -1, 0, 0, 0, 0, -1, -1. The Pistons once being in the lottery like 15 times. They've moved up once. Spurs have been in it 10 times. They've moved up 6 times. I can't bring myself to root for that basketball team.
I understand. I get it.
Whatever.
1987.
Dude, it triggered you, didn't it?
Right away. Like, here we go. It's the draft.
How different would the Pistons look with Stephon Castle?
Well, yeah. I mean,
it's
a guy who's averaging. It's funny because I'm looking him up. I have all the numbers of the people in that draft, and Stephon Castle is averaging 15.6 a game in his NBA career in the 2 years. It is the most of any player selected in that draft, and it is not a particularly great draft.
No.
Reese Shea was the first player taken, the Alex Sarr, the Reed Shepherd. I was a big Reed Shepherd guy.
Me too.
Stephon Castle was 4, and then Ron Holland was 5th. It's not to say that Ron Holland can't be a real big-time contributor on this team. In fact, had the Pistons won against Cleveland, I think Ron Holland would have been a big reason why they're able to handle the Knicks, because you're going to want the defensive guards out there. But we'll never know because they didn't beat Cleveland. But I share your
it's just
angst
like
about the Spurs because it is annoying as hell.
Yep. But I guess though, in the lesser of 3 evils world, I suppose I want the Spurs to win the whole thing because I do like Wemby. He's 7'5", and he's shooting almost 50% from three.
And they're beating him up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of thuggery going on right there under the rim. But, I mean, how else are you supposed to play him, though? You got to be physical with him. But I think it is kind of funny when you see Chet Holmgren matched up against Victor Wembanyama. You got 7'6" against 7'5", and together they might weigh 300 pounds.
I remember when Chet Holmgren was in high school and he faced Amani Bates. And that was like the showdown, Holmgren versus Bates. And everybody is like, oh, Amani's going to take it to him. And it's kind of just weird now. Amani, I think, is still in the G League. But anyway.
Yeah, it's hard to root for anyone. I told you, when you asked me this question last week, I said nobody, right? But if you had to, for me, it would be the Spurs. And it's because I got to take away the all the bullcrap luck and success they've had. Because like I said before, the Spurs need more success in basketball.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. The reason I would pick the Spurs though to root over the other teams would be Wemby actually cares. The dude tries. He made people try in the All-Star game. You know how hard that is?
Yeah.
The NBA is trying every possible trick or a rule change, whatever format to get players to try. None of them would try. And finally, this 7'5" Frenchman comes over and he tries and he basically forced other people to try. So that's why I'm going to root for the Spurs, because that dude cares. And as much as they don't deserve any more success. And Wemby, by the way, Wemby's supposed to be a Piston, like you said. I'm going to root for the Spurs.
Yeah, it's not only Wemby's hard not to root for because of all those reasons you gave, Kang. And oh, by the way, he's incredibly talented. He's not just a Hydra. He's an athletic freak to be the Hydra. But I'm also a huge De'Aaron Fox fan.
Yeah.
Always have been, going back to when he was in college. And I just love the speed of the guard, and he can shoot. And I think he can be a game-changing player. And a really smart move by the Spurs to acquire him.
Mm-hmm.
I like him too, so that kind of makes it easier for me. But no, I don't like rooting for a team that has all this luck. And oh, by the way, it's a team that stopped the Pistons from winning a second championship.
Yeah,
with the Going to Work crew.
I had completely forgotten about their PA announcer when we were down there, and I went to all the games in San Antonio, and their PA announcer, and I can't remember his name, but he also did the San Antonio Missions AA team. And he had a very nasally voice, and he was, I guess, a bit of a San Antonio legend. I don't think the dude's there anymore, but that series, that guy irritated the crap out of me. And anybody who went to a Spurs game in that era probably heard the dude, but he was he was he was typical hype up the crowd NBA PA guy, but that's what they do. And I'm turning old. Am I old man yelling at clouds right now? A little bit,
maybe a little bit.
Was it about the NBA? Stan something? Was it
Jonathan Sanford? No. Stan Kelly.
Stan Kelly. That's who it was. San Antonio's man. That's the way he talked.
The voice of the Spurs for 18 seasons and announced during 4 of their NBA championship runs. Oh, that's annoying to just read that.
Right?
Announcer during 4 of their NBA championship runs. Oh, great.
Yep. So the bitterness is wearing off just a bit with the Pistons being out. Still watching the playoffs and still thinking about how this team can get better. And there's a lot of stuff getting floated around. The two, I cracked up yesterday and I never got around to doing it because we were busy with other stuff. But the ESPN put together like 6 trade proposals and things that they thought would make sense. And it cracked me up because we have a town that is screaming from mountaintops, begging GMs to do anything, right?
Yeah.
They feel like this town feels like...
Wait a minute. The fan base here in Detroit wants the GMs to do something of substance?
It's been confirmed, yes.
Okay.
Fans are really frustrated by...
Just for one of the teams, right?
No, for all of them, Scott. Oh. All of them, my friend. People, and they voiced it. And I cracked up because yesterday I'm like, oh, here's your move, Piston fans. The Pistons trade Isaiah Stewart. This is ESPN's proposal. Mm-hmm. Isaiah Stewart, Karis LeVert, Ron Holland, and their first round pick to Dallas for Kyrie Irving. Or the Pistons trade Isaiah Stewart, Duncan Robinson, and Karis LeVert to Philly for Paul George and a future first round pick. And I'm like, Paul George and Kyrie Irving. I swear to God, Detroit fans are screaming, do something, do something. And they probably saw this and went, not that. Don't do that.
I'm warmed up, and I think Kang is too, to Kyrie Irving. I wouldn't hate it. It's getting another legitimate scorer on board. But then I saw another one last night floating around. Somebody saying that the Pistons will have interest in trying to trade for Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, that's interesting. Did it come from a good source?
I mean, it was
Okay.
I guess a decent source. I think it's somebody working for. I had to try to look it up because I was tracking it, going from different site to different site to see who actually said it. But nonetheless, it was there that somebody had put it out there. And the problem with all three of those guys is there are injury risks with all three of those guys.
Sure.
But obviously, Kawhi Leonard is a guy who is former Defensive Player of the Year, average like 28 points a game. Yeah. There's a lot to like with Kawhi Leonard, but the thought of what you'd have to give up to get him, is it disturbing? Maybe not. I mean, like the trade proposals you were reading from ESPN, they're all bench players.
That the Pistons, well, I mean, yeah, some of these guys have started, but
yeah, but I mean, that's what they are, though. I mean, we look at the playoffs, we didn't see much of Beef Stew, didn't see much of Ron Holland.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Karis LeVert and Duncan Robinson both played pretty big roles for the Pistons. Obviously, Robinson started a bunch of games for them. But, yeah, I mean, the thought of getting one of those guys is a little enticing because we know what they can do. But is it realistic? We'll see. Or would you rather just go the route of free agency?
The player that I want in free agency that I'm not sure there is a path to him is Ayo Dosunmu from the Minnesota Timberwolves. Kid who played at Illinois, really, really talented scorer, and he's still kind of young. Where I don't know the accessibility is I'm not sure. Minnesota has said he's their priority. And if they could get Dosunmu, I'd be thrilled. However, I don't know that he's actually going to escape Minnesota. And even if he does, I don't know how the Pistons clear the cap space because he should score big. Now, maybe they can, but
Colin Sexton is the player that I look at free agency that I think could really help this team out. You want a ball handle. You want a guy who can create a shot. I think you've got him there. It's somebody that has played for JB Bickerstaff before and had a couple pretty good years with JB in Cleveland before
not too
he moved
old,
on.
27 years old.
Yeah, I think that'd be a real nice addition free agent-wise.
Good shooter. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad one either. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
May is here, folks, and now you've got a decision to make. Do you want your home to be a sanctuary or a sauna? Well, it's heating up now, and before the first real heat wave hits, you got to make sure that your home is ready to keep you cool. Don't be that person waiting a week for a repair during the July rush. Do what I did. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling right now. Whether it's a precision AC tune-up to keep your energy bills low or getting that pool boiler firing so the kids can finally jump in, these guys are the local pros. From keeping your basement dry to keeping your living room crisp, they've got you covered. Visit them online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
So they're starting to work on downtown Detroit as the Detroit Grand Prix comes to town, having the week after the Indy 500, which seems like a good time on the clock with the on the calendar, I should say, with the Indy 500 having open wheel racing top of mind. Did you see a Swede won it?
I did not.
Yep.
I watched a few laps and then I
brought it up yesterday. It is an event I parachute in on. For me, the Indy 500 is still important. And I will watch the Detroit Grand Prix. If I don't go to the Detroit Grand Prix, that's always still a possibility. And I'll take an interest in how Detroit does as a host event and hope it's a great race. And, it's just another great thing in our area for people to do that makes it such a great sports town. But Indy 500 still means something to me. And I don't know if that'll ever change.
I mean, it means a little bit to me, but not as. When I was a kid, it meant a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember being 10, 11 years old watching it in my, we had an old black and white TV that I had in my room, and I would watch, the rain delay. I remember watching late on a Sunday night or whatever it was, a Monday night, and it was thrilled by it. The Gordon Johncock and the Rick Mears era, that whole thing, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And I've had interest in it over the years, but nowhere near as much as I used to. But I did want to see one thing, and that was when they're under caution. I wanted to see the car that goes. I didn't know what the pace car was going to be.
My man, that's so on brand for you.
So
what's the pace car?
It was a Corvette, and I'm watching this thing, and I'm like thinking to myself, okay, would I want to be in the pace car? And because I've never been on a track before like that, like a race track. I've been on a course track that they have somewhere out in the western part of the state years ago. And went with a friend of mine.
Didn't you say it was scary as hell?
I was scared because of the way my buddy was driving. He's in total control of his car, but I was like, I don't like driving like that. And I was a passenger and I had no control over it. So I'm like, okay, we're done. That's good. Thank you.
Yep.
And that's different because that's just a normal track. I mean, you get different turns and stuff, but this is the oval and everything's on that angle. You're on the embankment the whole time. Not the whole time, but at least in the turns. And I've always been told that you have no idea how severe that embankment is until you're in a car on that embankment.
So years ago, when I was out at MIS doing race coverage in a different radio life, it was that sometimes after the races were over, the people in the infield working, the way they'd let you out is along the track.
Mm-hmm.
And I was with a coworker, Tom Wagner, back in the day, and he took his SUV up the embankment. And I was like, we're going to roll over. There was no question in my mind we're going to roll over. And it was until you're up on the embankment. And now Indy isn't I don't think Indy's embankment is as severe.
It's 9 degrees as I'm looking at it.
Do you know what MIS is by chance?
I can find out
because I think it's significantly more steep than that. But yes, it is definitely noticeable.
Yeah, it's 18. It's twice as much. It's 18 degrees.
There you go. And I'm like, we're rolling over. There's no question we're rolling over. Why did we do this? But it was a good race. I feel as though, and I can't back this up in any way, I feel like Indy gets manipulated. There's always going to be a caution flag to bring everybody together right at the end, so it's a great finish. I mean, coming out of the 800th turn, right?
I feel like all the races.
Yeah, right. I mean, and maybe I'm speaking a little bit out of my hindquarters because I don't follow it all that much. But you go through that track, you make 800 turns, and coming out of the 800th turn, the guy that won it was not in first place. Like anytime that happens, and the way they dart down the front stretch, and it was Rosenqvist, the Swede who won it over an American.
Fist.
David Malukas. Malukas was inconsolable afterwards. Like he couldn't stop crying. He was like, I'm so close. I was so close. It meant a lot to him. But the race still means something to me. And I hope Detroit puts on a great show this weekend. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Daryl. You're on 97.1. Hello, Daryl.
How you guys doing?
We're good,
Daryl.
Okay, I got a solution for the Pistons.
Let's hear it.
I'm the guy that's been calling in all season, bragging about the Pistons, and they game would transfer and blah, blah, blah. I was wrong. I'm the one that was against Kane, wanting to get rid of Tobias. I was wrong, so I apologize.
Daryl, hold on. Let me stop you. Let me stop you, and we will give you your time.
Go ahead.
I want to commend you almost no one does what you're doing. They will call up to tell us we were wrong. But you picked up the phone this morning and decided to call in and tell us you were wrong. And I commend you, Daryl.
Thank you very much.
Yep. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
So that's what we do. Okay, this is my solution for the Pistons. And it's doable. I would get C.J. McCollum. C.J. McCollum is a bona fide second scorer. He relieve Cade. He could bring the ball up, create offense for the other people. And then I would have to go what Kane said the whole season I was against. Tobias got to go. Porter got to come in. And
well,
that right there would solve all their problems.
I mean, if they were able to do that, if they were able to get Michael Porter Jr. and C.J. McCollum, that is a different and much more prepared basketball team to make a deep run.
That's a championship roster right there. And I'm all for that. And you guys are talking about who you want to win. Now, me, I want the Knicks to win because I don't like none of them, but I tell you I want the Knicks to win. I don't want San Antonio to win because they always win. They're always the luck of the draw and things go their way. And I'm against OKC. I don't like them guys. Now, New York is our nemesis, and I know we're to beat New York, so I'd rather see New York win. They haven't won since 73. So
that's the thing, though. I love the fact that they haven't won since 73. It's been 53 years, and I love it.
I kind of do.
I want to keep New York down as long as possible.
I'm with you in every way.
And tease them just a little bit. Oh, you think you got a chance, huh? Swat. Not so much.
Yeah. Look, that fan presence at last night's game in Game 4, it felt like half the city of New York had gone to Cleveland. Stoney was in Cleveland over the weekend and was thinking of going to Game 3, and he said ticket prices were insane. Now, as far as what he's proposing, I really question whether there is a legitimate path to the Pistons or anyone getting Michael Porter Jr. I would love it. Absolutely love it. I feel like when it's all said and done, Michael Porter Jr. and Lauri Markkanen probably won't be traded. And I'm a little bit hesitant to think that Trey Murphy's going to be traded. And I just keep thinking back to if we were doing radio in those towns and you had these assets, you would want a massive score. Now, unless those teams want draft picks, okay, I think they want a SAR. And that cuts into your core, and I'm not sure that makes a ton of sense. Now, we had a caller call a couple weeks ago and say, yeah, you trade a SAR. And you roll the dice that Ron Holland is going to be able to play that role, not because you're sure of it, and not because you think Ron Holland is going to be as good as Asar Thompson, but Asar Thompson's the guy on your roster that could get you a legitimate good return, and then you hope that much of what he does, Ron Holland can develop to do. I'm not in favor of that. It was a realistic trade offer that a realistic trade piece, but I'm not going to stake my reputation on this, but I bet going into next year, Michael Porter Jr., Trey Murphy, and Lauri Markkanen stay put. I bet none of them get dealt.
Well, I mean, the price will be really steep to land those guys, obviously, because those are players I think all teams covet for the right reasons. And if you're the team that has those players, well, why would you part with them unless somebody makes you that Godfather offer?
Yep.
If you can't refuse it, you can't refuse it. And if I'm one of these other teams and I'm getting Asar Thompson in return, I don't know if I'm that excited about it. I'm getting a defensive stud who's going to get you 10 points a game. He's limited with his shot, but he can get better because he's young, of course.
Yeah, and he's
it's the draft capital you're
you'd
getting.
have to get draft capital mixed in too, right?
And the draft capital is going to have to include this pick because this draft, everybody says, is so deep that you can get into the 20s and still get a quality player, that it's going to have to matter as well.
And look, Asar gets his first team all defensive nod, which we fully expected. There is so much riding on his ability to be a offensive threat, to become a more complete player. Because
I think he's got it in him. I love that he loves to take it to the rack. You know, when you're asking him to try to create something, he can, but he hasn't been able to develop the shot yet. But he's so young in his career. They've got the guru that helps everybody shoot on that team shoot a little bit better.
Is it Vincent? It is, yeah.
So I think this is going to be a big offseason for Asar and his development, but I also think the Pistons covet him so much that he's an untouchable.
He might be the most important young player for any Detroit team. If he develops,
if he can develop into being that guy
and becomes that guy and can score and become a legitimate scorer.
That's interesting because I think each team has those guys.
Yeah. Well, I want to hear yours for the other team. And we will get other teams, I should say. We will get to that coming up today at 11:02. And we want to talk some Tigers. I had a Tiger question yesterday, and I want to know where you fall on that. In the 11 o'clock hour on 97.1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. The Tigers are trying to win back-to-back games for the first time since May 3rd tonight as the Los Angeles Angels are in town for 3 games. Third-year right-hander Jack Kohanowitz will be the starter tonight for the Halos. He has a 4.55 ERA and a high walk rate of 4.6 per 9 this season. In his last time out, he allowed 3 runs on 3 hits with 4 walks and 7 strikeouts and a loss to the Athletics. He will go against Cater Montero for the Tigers, who is hoping to bounce back from an imperfect outing as well. In his his last start, he conceded 3 runs on only 2 hits in 5 innings against the Blue Jays, 4 walks and only 1 strikeout in that game as well, as Montero is up to a 3.83 ERA this season. First pitch coming up at 6:40 this evening. We will have pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:15. Big game in the NBA tonight as well, as the Thunder and Spurs will meet in Oklahoma City for Game 5 with the series tied at 2 games apiece. A.J. Mitchell is still listed as out tonight for OKC. Jalen Williams is questionable with a left hamstring injury as well. Thunder favored by 5.5 points to take a critical 3-2 series lead tonight. Tip-off is at 8:30 from the Paycom Center. Just a half hour later in Vegas, the Colorado Avalanche will face elimination in Game 4 against the Golden Knights. The Avs lost 3 or more straight games only twice in the regular season this year, but 3 straight losses to Vegas has their season on the brink of ending tonight. Vegas trying to get back to the Stanley Cup final for the 3rd time in its 9-year history. Puck drop at 9 o'clock. At the Colwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Update Kid. I've not even really workshopping the theory. I just said it. Asar Thompson's the most important young player in all Detroit sports. Which may be true. It may be true if he develops and adds, becomes a serious offensive threat. It can completely change this team. And obviously there are other moves that can be made, but this is a huge offseason for Asar. And pouring everything he's got professionally into trying to develop more of an offensive game. But you think there are others? Case can be made for others. All right, what do you got?
I mean, I read something to you before the show, or maybe it was during the first break, about Michael Branzik-Nygaard, the Red Wing prospect, who finished up the season with the Red Wings, and then went to Grand Rapids to play for the Griffins in the playoffs and led them in goals. I believe he had like 5 or 6 goals in the playoffs before they got knocked out. And as soon as they got knocked out, he joins Team Norway in the World Championships. In his first game there, he has a couple goals. So hopefully he's finding his offensive game. Everybody says the same thing about him playing at Grand Rapids, is that he plays a little bit of a snarl. He's decent size. Could add some more weight, but I think he's like a 6'2" guy. But is it possible that, is this guy important for this team's future? Absolutely he is, because the Red Wings need to have one of these guys that they've picked develop and be a guy, right? Nate Danielson we don't know if he's got enough offensive upside to be the guy. He seems to be great defensively, but is the offensive part of his game there? I don't know. But Branzik-Nygaard is one who will compete and probably make this roster in the offseason. But he's a guy just for the Red Wings. Like, he has to be somebody.
He played last year in 14 games and had 1 point.
Yeah.
And you put him in these other levels, and he looks like he could be a dominant player. Marco Kasper, right, is I've picked on Marco Kasper, but it's really a roundabout way at getting at Steve Yzerman. They needed Marco Kasper to have 90 points, not 19. And that's it's totally unfair because he's 22 years old.
Yeah, these guys are so young, and yet now's the time to start contributing. And even for Kasper, okay, take a big step. Be a 40-point guy.
Yep. All right? It's really a criticism. It's not a criticism of Kasper. It's a criticism of Yzerman.
But looking for the next guy, like Branzik-Nygaard has tons of offensive upside, more than anybody else probably in the system. So is that the guy who will play for the Red Wings this next season? That's a guy for the Red Wings. You look at the Tigers, young guys, a huge season to try to, you immediately go to the bats and think, who's that guy? And we've mentioned a bunch of the guys are at Toledo, whatever is, Max Clark going to be that guy next year for this team. Not going to be there this year. I just don't expect him to be much of a contributor until maybe later in the season, unless he gets on a tear at Toledo. But he's hitting .268 at Toledo. It has a .733 OPS. It's okay. But if he starts to hit balls out of the park, if those line drives turn into home runs now, if he finds the gaps and all of a sudden an OPS creeps up past 800, well, then look out. This guy's probably going to have a chance. But Max Clark is probably the guy for the Tigers when you're talking about hitters. But the other guy who doesn't get any talk really, except for, we've mentioned him a few times, is Troy Melton.
Well,
couldn't wait to get him back. And then he comes back, pitches on Sunday, and he's lights out great. The fastball going at 98 miles an hour. And we start thinking about, okay, if we have life without Skubal, what does it look like? Does it look so bad if knocking on wood,
right?
You got Troy Melton who's pitching well. if Casey Mize has figured things out and can stay healthy, you got him. Good Framber Valdez pitches 70% of the time. He's great. 30% he sucks. But the 70%, I'll take the 70%. You got that going. Okay, that works well. And then you start thinking, is Jackson Jobe going to come back? Like, I'm not worried about the pitching as much, thankfully, because Troy Melton, please stay healthy. But he could be the real deal, the next big guy we're talking about on this team.
I developed an entire topic about him yesterday that we'll get to, and I want to ask you this question coming up at 11:20 as we'll shift into some Tiger talk. For the Lions, is it Tate Ratledge that if he develops into a dominant player?
Well,
is it Blake Miller?
Is it Blake Miller or is it Derek Moore? Because they moved up to get Derek Moore as the edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
And, if he ends up being the guy that shuts everybody up about the whole edge rusher position, us included to various degrees, and we want Cam Jordan here and all that, right? But if Derek Moore is the guy who steps in and looks great from day one, are we all of a sudden sitting back and maybe rubbing our hands and going, oh, here we go. Now we got that other guy.
I mean, it certainly is a lot riding on him. I'll tell you, there is a player with the Lions that is, I think probably in some people's eyes, they are probably already starting to move beyond this player. But I'm not giving up on Terrion Arnold. And I know that between the injuries and the off-field stuff, he needs some good luck with injuries, and he might need a little bit of grow up because whatever he's guilty of, and I don't know what, it appears as though he could use like some quiet away from the field time and just, just be a professional and because the Lions don't put up with a lot of nonsense anymore. It's an organization that's done a really good job in it. And, I guess when I read accounts of what happened, I'm not sure his degree of fault in anything that happened, but there's something to be said for being in the situation in the first place.
Yeah.
And so Terrion Arnold,
the story, it's kind of hard to follow.
It is kind of hard to follow. Yes. But I would put him as a young player that there's still a lot riding on his development. I go back to Asar though. He's the most important guy. I think he's the most important guy.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I think it's interesting because I think with each team you've got, and maybe it's just each team you've got guys that you're expecting to step up, or any of them on the same level that Asar is, because Asar is already proving his worth on the team right now. And he's so young in his career. He's a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. But if he gives something offensively, it really uncaps what his trajectory is as a player in the league.
248-539-9797. If you've got anybody else that belongs on the list of the most important young players in Detroit, and it was I can't remember if it was you or Kang that came up with the Blake Griffin stat. That Blake Griffin was like not a 3-point. It was Kang.
Yeah.
Thank you. What was that exactly? Do you remember off the top of your head?
Gator took the deep dive after I mentioned it on the air, but basically he came into the league not as a 3-point threat at all. He would take maybe not even one 3-pointer a game for the first several years in the league. And at some point he had to just start developing a 3-pointer where by the end of his career, I think he was shooting about 7 3-pointers a game and making them on a pretty consistent basis, especially for a power forward. And my point was you can still develop that, especially when other parts of your game goes away. And for Blake Griffin, that isolated, I just thought like that is not talked about enough with Blake Griffin, how he transformed his game from beyond a dunker to an actual threat outside.
The first 6 years of his career, he averaged less than 1 3-point attempt per game. And he was an all-star in the first 5 years of his career. After that, it jumped up to 1.9. Then it jumped up to 5.6 when he got traded to the Pistons. And then was, hovering around 7 for the next couple of seasons. And knocking him down at a pretty good rate. With the Pistons, in that first year when he made it with the Pistons in the 2018, once he got traded to us, he shot 35% from 3. Then we jumped up to 36% the next year and made the All-Star team.
What was he at the beginning of his career? What was his percentage when he just wasn't shooting threes?
29%, then 12%, then 18%, and up to 27%. And in 67 games, it was 40%, but it was a half a 3-point attempt per game. He just only took
it's an
43
example.
pointers here.
It's just an example about how that's a part of your game that can be improved and actually improved pretty dramatically. And not everybody's going to have that gear. I'm sure there's a lot of players that work on their shot, and never can develop to be a real threat at the NBA level. It's a tough place to develop. To be.
And it sounds so easy.
NBA.
Oh, just develop it. Just work on a shot. Yep. Just have a shot.
Well, what's crazy is that's like the most fun part of the game.
I
right?
think I agree with you.
It's the most fun part of the game is
you're going to tell
putting
me
the
as
ball
a
in the
kid,
basket.
Yeah, we need you to just start taking more shots and see if you can develop it. Oh, okay. I get to shoot 1,000 shots a day. Sounds great. That's a pretty nice off season.
Great at the stuff that isn't fun.
Right. Need to work on your lateral quickness. Crap.
I mean, that's he excels in that stuff.
We need to build up your stamina. Oh, come on.
I want you to run around like a madman on the other end of the floor so you can get the basketball and then take the basketball and give it to a teammate. That's not the stuff people grow up dreaming of. He's great at that.
Tell me I can work on ball handling and shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the fun stuff.
Is there anybody else, any other young athlete in Detroit that's more important to their team than Asar Thompson? 248-539-9797. Tiger question for Gator at 11:20. You're on 97.1.
If you're looking at your home and realizing that it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, well, the biggest hurdle is usually finding someone that you can actually trust. That's why you need to call Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. They've got over 30 years of service right here in Michigan. Shaner has built a reputation that's frankly unmatched, and we're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating that's backed by thousands of homeowners. And you don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're a local family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics. They don't like that, and neither do you. They provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs, and when the job's done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to your community, and they're here to stay. And when you're ready for quality that you can count on, go ahead and visit Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com. Get the 5-star treatment that your home deserves, again, at mymichiganroof.com.
The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Got a Tiger question we'll get to coming up at 11:20. In the meantime, look, I brought it up and not a lot of pushback, and just wondering if there is a more important young player in Detroit, that young player's development is the most important young player in Detroit. Our guy is Thompson, or is there somebody else that you would put above him as far as just a young player that a team really needs to blossom and develop their game? Because the guy is an asset already. He's a huge asset to this organization, but we all know what he is lacking, and what he's lacking could be exactly what this team needs, which is scoring, and to become an all-around player like that. And it feels like, given his athleticism and his build and his quickness and his leaping ability, that it could all be there. But let's go to Demetrius in Flint. You're on 97.1. Hello, Demetrius.
Hey guys, appreciate you taking the call.
Sure.
It's a little left, but stay with me. What if the answer is actually still Cade, right? What if Cade becomes a 38 or 40% three-point shooter? What does that do for Sarr? What does that do for Duren? And let's say they do some smart things. Ayo Dosunmu can be had for probably 18 or 19, even though Minnesota has his bird rights. And Rui Hachimura can be had for a mid-level. That's 2 40% three-point shooters. You add them to the roster. What if you don't need that big one giant guy? Like CJ McCollum hasn't played a full season in 4 years. I don't love that. But if Cade were to come back and be a 40% three-point shooter, he's probably the best player in the league, by the way. And 24, 10, and 5 becomes 32. And that could be, because I think that kind of thing, that spacing, that dimension to his game makes him unstoppable.
Demetrius, I think you're right on a couple of fronts. One is your thoughts on Cade. Two is, I think, your thoughts on what they might do. If they could, it doesn't feel to me like they're going to make a massive all-in one player kind of move. I think it's more like you mentioned, Rui and Dosunmu. That would be now Dosunmu. That's a hard thing to pull off. I don't know if there's true accessibility to him.
Yeah, I agree. I think, because like I said, Minnesota has his bird rights, and they'll probably do what they have to. And there's no shade. I love Cade. Cade's awesome right now. He's top 5 player in the league, in my opinion. Imagine if he was shooting 40% from 3 instead of 34.
Well, we saw in the playoffs, because he literally shot 40% from 3 in the playoffs. The problem was that his turnovers went up dramatically. He was turning the ball over almost 6 times a game while averaging 7.5 assists. And that's a big drop from the almost 10 assists, really 9.9 assists during the regular season and only 3.7 turnovers. So I think the big thing for him to work on, sure, he's going to continue to be a better shooter from 3, and I agree with him. It'd be awesome if he's going to shoot 40%, but he's going to have to be better at taking care of the basketball, and that's why I think it's so important to get somebody else on this team that's going to take that burden off of him so that he can be more of that shooter and rather than the guy who's got the ball in his hands all the time and, susceptible to turnovers.
This has potential to be a massive offseason in terms of development in-house and who they bring in from the outside.
Kang, do you think that this Piston team is going to look dramatically different? And this is obviously for you too, Doug. I'm sorry.
Doug, step out
I'll
of the
sit
room.
this one out.
Doug, why don't you get out of it? You talked all day yesterday. No, but do you think this team is going to look, either of you guys, do you think this team is going to look dramatically different when it comes to October in terms of roster?
I don't. That's why after the press conference, just reading the tea leaves, and Trajan says all the right things, like most GMs say, and they should. You're always trying to get better. You're trying to build a team that works for the championship. But I think in the end, the core is going to be Cade, Ausar, Jalen Duren, and I do think they bring back Tobias Harris. These are just my opinions, okay? And I think that the roster changes will be something like maybe an upgraded Karis LeVert, maybe an upgraded, Duncan Robinson, a different kind of shooter, an upgraded, whoever it is. I think they're just, people want McCollum or they want, those type of level guys, I guess, that we're looking at, Colin Sexton, whatever. And those are good players, don't get me wrong. And I think they would help this team, but I think those are the type of margins that he's going to look to improve on and just work around the core. And I understand because the core is young, other than Tobias. Tobias is more just a guy I think they really like to bring back into that locker room. But they have their core. So I think they're just looking to make moves on the outside and where they're lacking and improve on those areas.
I think they're going to be a little bit more different than Kang believes. And the Tobias question's a tough one. It is a tough one. His role on this team, what he provided on the court and in the locker room, is incredibly valued. It really depends on what he wants financially, is my thought. But yeah, I think I would imagine that there will be, and I guess when you say an upgraded LeVert or Duncan, you're talking about players that played those roles, somebody else that's better in those roles.
Yeah.
Do you consider Colin Sexton, is he in that category?
He would be like a better Jenkins. Okay. And like Rui Hachimura would be a better like LeVert. I feel like slash Tobias, because he kind of plays that 3-4 role.
Because I think of those as pretty significant moves.
See,
and I feel like you think of them as subtle moves.
Yeah. Like they're just, because I think what you really need is those core guys to get better. And then if you help them with a little bit better surrounding cast, that's what I think, Doug. But yeah, like I said, you might think they're just better upgrades than I do.
Yeah. I think the roster could look dramatically different just with one trade, because you have to find the money to match. If you choose not to bring back Tobias Harris, that helps out a lot, because there's $26 million, whatever you're not spending. But I think if you're going to make a trade, and the trades we've talked about that have been rumored out there, hey, or not rumored, people just coming up with their own stuff, throwing against the wall. Hey, what would take these 3 players and a draft pick to get somebody? You're changing the look of the team significantly by getting rid of guys from your bench. If there's no beef stew, if there's no Karis LeVert or Duncan Robinson, if there's no Ron Holland, that's a lot from the identity we saw from this team. And bringing in one person to fix all that, or bringing in a couple if you're going to go sign a free agent as well. I just think it could look dramatically different. And I feel like fans want to see the dramatic difference, because they want that ride along guy with Cade Cunningham.
That's the biggest thing right there for me, Gator, is they need a true secondary scorer. And what I mean by that is not someone who happens to have the second highest points in the team, but someone that can create their own shot, someone can go to at the end of the game to close out a game if Cade's not available or Cade's getting double teamed. Everyone in this league that's a top tier team has that guy. And so for me, dramatic change, Doug, would be like, go get. And you may not like these games and they may not be attainable, but I'm just saying those Michael Porter Jr., Kyrie Irving, Kawhi Leonard, whoever it is, they need someone like that.
If they land one of those 3 guys, and it's not far-fetched.
No, it's not.
I think Porter Jr. might be.
Maybe, but we're talking that type of player.
Yeah, but Porter Jr. was a guy that everybody wanted at the trade deadline. He didn't get moved, to your point, right? So maybe he's not movable. Maybe that's what Tranger Langdon was talking about. Hey, some guys just weren't going to be moved. But the offseason is totally different. It kind of restarts everything, and you've got more time to think about it. And you also have an evaluation of the team that went through the playoffs, and maybe now you're willing to do something that you weren't willing to do before. I don't know if he's available or not, but I'm certainly that's a guy you'd be interested in. And the other 2 names that we've talked about with Kawhi Leonard and Kyrie Irving, obviously those were players that will be secondary scorers for sure.
Let's be clear. I think he can be had, but I think you have to give up something like a Sar Thompson to get him. And I always use this as a point of reference, but I think it's valid if we're doing our show and this is a Brooklyn Nets show. That's where the conversation starts. But 248-539-9797. This whole thing, we got into this whole thing talking about whether or not Asar is the most important young player. His development is the most important, more riding on him than any other young player in any Detroit sport. And then Gator asked, how different do you think this team is going to look? And we have varying degrees of, we think it'll be different. But varying degrees of how different it will be. In the meantime, the Tigers won one baseball game.
Should have won 2.
They won 1. Oh, they should have won 2.
They should have won 2, but yes, just 1.
Yeah. We had a question yesterday that got some traction with Tiger fans, and I want to know your answer. The question is, and I'm sure many people didn't hear the show yesterday, it being a holiday, have you given up? When did you give up, if you gave up? Or why haven't you given up? I have a strong feeling I know which direction you're going to lean on this one, but want to hear from the people as well. 248-539-9797. A little bit later on, we got a quiz for Gator.
Oh.
Now, hold on. You've been on fire lately when we do this. When we just ask you to come up with a list or name something, you've killed it. Take some confidence into this quiz for Gator.
Okay.
It is no way to mock you or make fun of you. It is to test. I think it's leaning into your wheelhouse, actually, but we'll see.
Okay, we'll see.
We'll get to that a little bit later on. Oh, and we got to, are you going to eat that in the noon hour? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. I discovered also yesterday, it's a way to get some people mad. And that is make an argument that you haven't given up on this Tiger season. Now, let me be clear on something. Let me be clear on something.
How dare you give up on them? How are you not giving up on them?
Yeah. I don't think of this as a Lions-free topic. I think if you're giving up on a season, and everybody has a breaking point, right? Where they shift into, I'm no longer watching the games for what they mean today. I'm watching the games for what they mean tomorrow, or I'm not watching at all. I'm not listening to the games. I'm not. If you are talking Tigers on the radio station, I hope you're talking about trading Tarek Skubal. This is what I mean by giving up on the season, is you just completely shift one's focus to either not paying attention or solely focused on the future of the organization. So I ask you, have you given up, Scott?
Doug, it's not in my nature to do it at this point. And I've looked ahead at the schedule, and I've decided that for me, it's going to be my next determination will come in the next 18 games because of who they play. They come up and they've got these 3 against the Angels, who are actually worse than the Tigers. They have fewer wins than the Tigers do. Then it's on the road at the White Sox and at Tampa. Then it's home against Seattle, Minnesota, and Cleveland. So you're going to have 9 games within the division. Half of those games you're going to play in the next 18 are within the division. And you're chasing all these teams because you're in the basement. And the White Sox have been a nice story. You know, they've been so bad for so long, but they've got all this young talent that they're now starting to see. You know, they took a chance on some international players that are paying off as well. And then you'll finish up the 18 games. The last 3 are going to be at Cleveland, who is king of the division. So if you think you're making up ground and then you find out you go to Cleveland, are you still making up ground, or did you get slapped back down 3 more rungs on the ladder? I think that's the point where I can make my next real determining factor, but I can't give up on them now because I think it's still early in the season. I recognize that they still need to get guys back. I think there are moves that they can make immediately that could and should help this offense. We'll see if they decide to jump on that, but you know, getting Melton back is big. They could have JV back in a week. That would be nice if they could do that, or maybe it's going to be a couple weeks, and I don't know, depending on what they have to do with him if they want to send him on a rehab assignment or not. But they get some pitching back, which is really great. It sucked to see some bullpen arms get hurt again over the weekend, but then again, those aren't their big bullpen arms. And they still have questions that they got to ask about a lot of players on this team. It sucks that Riley Green's in a 1-for-16 slump where he hasn't drawn a walk in the 4 games either. But at the same time, Dylan Dingler's bat is starting to wake up a little bit again here. McGonigal is McGonigal, so they need to get some guys back. Gleyber Torres really needs to come back, and it doesn't look like he's coming back soon. He still has pain when he swings, which is a problem with the oblique. But we'll see where they're at. I'm giving it 18 days. So that takes you out to June 14th, as that Sunday at Cleveland. And then they got 3 more games on the road after that at Houston. If I want to include that, I could, but I'm not. I'm just going to stop it at Cleveland because that's the team that they play in the division.
So here's my argument for why I'm not giving up, and it's Troy Melton. And it's not because I think Troy Melton's going to lead this team to a playoff charge. It's because that is one player that came back and contributed greatly to 1 win. Imagine when you get 2, 3, and 4 players back and 5 players back. And, you know, there was a story by Chris McCoskey over the weekend that I thought was really interesting. He pointed out the real trigger for the collapse was Gleyber Torres' injury. Mm-hmm. And AJ Hinch pointed out that having to move guys around in the order, guys who were doing well, but he wants Dylan Dingler to move to be in the middle of the order, not having to be hitting, you know, closer to the top. Same thing with Colt Keith. Better to be down in the order. And when guys start coming back and everybody can return to the role that they're supposed to have.
If you get Gleyber back, Kerry Carpenter back.
Yeah, that really improves everyone 1 to 9. And you can start phasing out the players that don't belong here. You know, because the team they're putting on the field right now is extraordinarily frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday we took some feedback, somebody saying, you know, it's an embarrassment that this is who they have. And I'm like, yeah, it is and it isn't. Like, if you start knocking down 4 or 5 guys from a lineup and just taking them out, there's not a whole ton of teams that have major league ready veterans down at AAA. Some of them, you know, a guy or 2 like that, but there are guys who are just waiting for that. That's kind of what you have, and you end up with Zach Short, and it's a brutal reality of what they're in. But I guess it was Melton's back. Melton contributed mightily to a win. Melton's a good player. They got other good players that are coming back too.
They do, and they need to come back soon to really make kind of a run at this, and maybe it's going to be at the latter part of the 18-game stretch that I'm looking at. But you ask about giving up. My interest in watching baseball is always going to be there. So it's that part of me doesn't give up. Me giving up on thinking that the season is done for this team as a playoff team, and that could happen, like I said, in the next 18 games. But the other things you're looking at is, does Skubal come back? When will Skubal come back? Is it going to be 2 weeks? Is it going to be 4 weeks? Is it going to be 8 weeks? Right? And it looks like it's closer to maybe 2 weeks than anything else. And the Tigers have a big decision to make with him when you get to probably middle of June or early July. They could wait to the end of July, I suppose, for the trade deadline, but they're going to have to make that decision based on where they are in the standings. And if they are continuing to be, 10 games back or 8 games back, it feels like you have to trade Tarik Skubal. It'd be malpractice not to. And then the interest gets built up about, okay, if they have this giant chip, what are they going to get for this giant chip? What young player from somebody else's roster are they going to get that's going to make this team better in the future?
It's the biggest storyline of the trade deadline. Buster Olney tweeted about again yesterday about what Detroit can do to maximize their return, includes paying off much of the $11 million that he has owed the rest of the way. And I'm all for it. And he says it makes sense, and the Tigers very well could be compelled to do so. I feel like we have 2 runways going to 2 destinations. And I'm going to start down both runways. One is getting back in this thing, and the other runway is sell off. They're going to completely opposite destinations. But I want to, topically, I think we're going to do both for the next 2 months.
Yeah, and the thing is, you don't have to sell off until July 31st, right? That's the deadline, so you don't have to do anything until then. Now, I would imagine that they may want to get ahead of that a little bit. You're gonna maximize a Tarik Skubal trade the sooner you trade him, so a team has him for longer. But does that happen in the middle of June? Does it happen July 1st, July 15th, or do you wait all the way till the end of July? And again, where is this team in the standings when you get to July 1st?
Gary and Howell, you're on 97.1. Hello, Gary.
How you doing today?
Okay.
Well, I know I'm beating a dead horse here, and I apologize in advance, but I just don't understand why they don't try to give the team a spark by pulling some of those guys up and sending the Shorts and the Jones and the Perez's down and just say, look, if this doesn't work, how much worse can it be? You get guys up there with a -1 WAR. Let's just see if this works. If it doesn't work, hey, we're no worse off than we were before with these guys. And I don't understand why they are standing on their pedestal saying we won't do this. We won't give Max Clark a try. We won't give any of these guys a try. And I just wish they would at least, now that they're falling farther and farther back every day, that they could at least try something different.
Well, I think with Max Clark, it is a little different because I don't think he's ready. And I think they want to bring him up when he is ready, when he will play 4 out of 5 games and not be just a guy who's going to come off the bench or maybe start one game here or there. And I think he is blocked a little bit because that timetable, if you don't think he's ready now, which I don't, it's going to be blocked by Kerry Carpenter when he comes back. But I think there are other guys that could get that shot to deserve it right now over Max Clark, like Corey Julks, who's an outfielder with Toledo. I believe has some major league experience as well. He's got 8 home runs, 28 RBIs, and his OPS is 869. He draws walks. I think that's a guy I want to see more of. Jace Young, because I think he actually has some upside. He's patient at the plate. His on-base percentage is .366, which is 120 points, 126 points better than his batting average. And he's starting to hit for power now too. I mean, there are guys down there I'd like to see as well. I've seen enough of Wenzel Perez to say that it's done, or send him down, let him figure out what he's not being able to do at the major league level, send him back down, bring somebody else up. I've seen enough of Jahmai Jones. He's just not getting the job done against left-handed pitching, that's his specialty. You moved on from Ibanez to bring in, and Jahmai Jones won the job. Well, is he winning it now? No. And I've already talked about Zach Short. Nice that he had 3 hits over the weekend, his first 3 hits of the season, but I don't care.
Yeah,
I just don't care.
The answer to his question, I just don't understand why they don't call up the kids. It's because they're still projecting that they think there is a better chance that they win a baseball game on a Tuesday night with guys who've done it in the major leagues who aren't doing it right now, but have done it in the major leagues. And there's 40-man roster considerations that, you have to release somebody. essentially to create a spot for a player. And I get that and they drew an eye roll from Gator.
No,
but,
I understand that
is
because
the
that's what we
answer to
say.
the question.
It is, and yet the 40-man roster spot is. I think it's easily solved by DFA.
Sure,
Zach Short or Jahmai Jones or Wenzel Perez if you have to. Max Anderson's a popular name that comes up. He's only played 17 games at Toledo this year, but
he's got a walk yet. He's got a
he
walk.
drew a couple walks over the weekend.
Because that was one people asked about a lot. Why don't they call this guy up?
And since we talked about his one walk, he's had 2 more. So now he's got 3 walks.
And Clark just had a really good weekend. Like Max at the plate.
He had a home run and a double in one game and
drove in a bunch of runs. So
his OPS has crept back up to 733, which is above major league average, but this is Toledo in AAA.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson and 97.1. Hey, if you're injured, call Sam. Get the firm. You're going to trust them on your side. I've known the Bernstein family for years. They've been fighting for Michigan clients to get the results they deserve. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Roy in Clarkston writes in, I'm on the brink of giving up anything less than a split with the Angels and Sox this week, and I will buy the MLB package, and my family will start following the Brewers. We like that scrappy team. I gave up on the Tigers when they didn't address the needs for a bat, first base and third base. We've been lacking a corner infielder for a couple years now. Just ridiculous.
Well, when they started the season, your third base option, one of the options was Kevin McGonigal.
Yeah, and the first base option had 31 home runs last year. He's not a complete player. I understand the frustration with him, and he's certainly not having. Look,
had better at bats over the weekend, but again, we saw that for a week where he hit the 5 straight home runs in the 5 games, and Torque needs to be way more consistent.
Well, what you're getting into is if players come back and those that haven't performed also start to return to the kind of player they're capable of, like explode to get back to the mean. They could put together a stretch, but that's a big if. We go to Joe in Grosse Ile. What's up, Joe?
Yeah, guys, I'm not giving up on this ball club yet. They already had their puke stretch, which they had late in the season last year. It's out of the way. They're not going to play that bad again. And by the 4th of July, they will have the best starting pitching rotation in the American League for sure, and maybe in all of baseball. And once these guys come back, Gleyber and the other guys come back little by little, they're going to find a way to win those games that they've been losing. Flaherty will get moved to the bullpen, and you watch. They're going to be in contention minimally for a wild card berth. They might not get within 2 or 3 of Cleveland. They could. But minimally, they will contend for a wild card berth, and it's going to be done because of their outstanding starting pitching.
Well, look, I mean, Melton's numbers as a starter have been spectacular. He gave up 6 earned runs his first outing as a starting pitcher, and in the next 4 outings, he's given up 2 earned runs. Now, he hasn't stretched deep into games. I don't think he's pitched out of a 6th inning yet, but he has, in his appearances as a starter, he has been great. And the way Mize has pitched, Skubal needs to return to form. I mean, that is a formidable top of the rotation.
And Framber Valdez. And we forget him on because his awful starts are awful. But his great starts are great. And he has more great than awful.
I've not given up. Need to get some healthy players back. Need to have some hitters step up. Need AJ to stop over managing. Let your best hitters hit. I wouldn't be hurt if they DFA'd Short, Jones, and Perez. Don't let the Detroit Tigers get hot. That's from Greg and Claire. Thanks for listening up there in Claire. Chris in Lake Orion gave up on the Tigers 2 weeks ago. The real team post last year's All-Star break has come forward. I don't want to hear about injuries. This team cannot hit. Welcome to another rebuild. But the problem is I don't want Harris to lead this rebuild. Well, look, you're going to have to deal with it probably for a while. I don't think Scott Harris is going anywhere anytime soon. They are coming off back-to-back playoff appearances after all. But the truth is, if this skid continues and it leads to a sell-off, then yeah, he's going to be the guy with one of the most valuable pieces in baseball available at the trade deadline in years, potentially. And his future as a general manager is probably riding on not screwing that up. It's probably riding on the success or failure of that sell-off.
I think that's it's a big piece to have, and you got to put your big boy pants on and make the right move if you have to make the right move. And I think that they're probably going to have to make that move.
You think
it's an uphill climb to try to get yourself back into contention.
This is the other runway, by the way.
Yeah.
We're now on the other runway, flying to a different coast.
I mean, I'm not ruling them out yet, but I mean, they haven't done a ton to make you have confidence that it's going to come back. I agree with you. The pitching staff might be the best pitching staff, or the previous caller
brought it up.
Might be the best pitching staff in baseball in a couple weeks. It may be, but if you can't score runs, it doesn't matter. And when starters are only going 6 innings or 7 innings on when it gets crazy, a guy goes 7 innings. Now you're still having to rely on your bullpen for three innings a night, and they've got issues with the bullpen. I really like how Anderson's pitched lately. Drew Anderson's been very good, surprisingly good after a horrific start. He's been better, but Kyle Finnegan has been not as good as what we had seen. Kenley Jensen has been Kenley Jansen.
Yes.
Ken Jan. Has been
same as the morning show guy.
Yeah,
it's pronounced
there you go.
Costa,
but first name Stoney. But Jansen has been a lot of hit or miss, which is not what you want to see from a guy you bring out for the 8th or 9th inning. Will Vest has been hurt, and he's come back and he's had a hit or miss appearance as well. There's some question marks with that bullpen, and if you're a contending team, you fix that with the trade deadline by adding bullpen arms. But if you're not going to be a contending team, then that's where the sell-off, you start thinking about.
And they could have a lot to sell off. They're 10
games behind Cleveland. Cleveland's playing really well, and the Tigers are playing really poorly, right? So that's a problem, is even if the Tigers start playing well, if they start winning 6 out of 10 games, they may not be gaining any ground on Cleveland.
Right.
Because Cleveland plays at that pace.
Well, it's going to be an important couple of weeks here to see what happens when the roster gets repopulated. What do you make of the accusations? And we get these all the time. People get frustrated by A.J. Hinch changing the lineup all the time. And I'm almost compelled to ask, what do you want him to do? Do you want him to play bad players in less than advantageous positions? And I'm open to hearing why. You think players, regardless righty-lefty matchup, can get on a roll if they play every day?
I don't worry as much about like the top half of the lineup where other people have, you can't hit right of the green that far down. Or like, you know what? AJ Hinch has all the knowledge in terms of how his healthy players are. He knows the righty-lefty matchups. He knows how these players have gone against these pitchers in the past. He's got all that information that we don't have. We have some of that information, but we don't have we certainly don't have the health information, how guys are feeling and how they're doing mentally or whatever. He's got that part. So I don't worry as much about the everyday starters you're going to see there, the guys you expect to start. Where I'm fed up with seeing Zach Short, Wenzel Perez, and Jahmai Jones. So that's where I'm at with that. And I don't know if that's an A.J. Hinch thing or if that's a Scott Harris thing.
I guess one of the things I will say about A.J. Hinch is, on a surface level, when he talks through his decisions when he goes on the morning show, none of it sounds illogical.
Right.
But he hasn't been as successful in pulling the strings this year as he has been in years past. He just hasn't. Now, he doesn't have as much to work with, but I've come to be okay with all the managing that he does and what he does with the lineup. But what's becoming, he doesn't seem to have quite the magic touch he's had in the past. And he'd probably say in a quiet moment, wouldn't say it publicly, but probably say, I don't have the same players.
Yeah, it makes a big difference for this team. It's one of these statistical anomalies you look at with this team. Maybe it's not. Maybe this is how baseball is supposed to be. But the Tigers actually have a winning record at home.
I believe it.
They're 13-12 at home
because they've been dreadful on the road.
They are 8-21 on the road.
I gave up on the Tigers during their 2-16 stretch. Seems reasonable to me. It's from an unnamed texter. These are personal decisions. What you're gonna do with your free time.
And it coincides with two things. You had the Gleyber Torres injuries we talked about that AJ talked about, but it's also Tarek Skubal.
Yep.
I mean, those are two pretty big guns that go out on your season, and you can see why it goes down. And Kerry Carpenter, another bat that you're counting on every day to perform. Javi Baez had been good for the Tigers, and he's out. It's a lot of guys out.
Gave up on 2026. I'm monitoring for trades, but not taking much time to watch or listen games. That's from an unnamed texter. Luke in Detroit, I'm very close to giving up, but I also just put a wager on the Tigers to make the playoffs this year. I think they can turn it around in a bad division and make it as a wild card. I'd like to know what your odds were on that. I haven't looked that up. Just a straight to make the playoffs wager.
What do we get? 3 wild card teams?
Yes.
So you got 2 teams in the East that are well above 500. You've got 2 teams in the Central that are above 500. One of them is well above 500. And I mean, it's quite possible. You look at the West, the Athletics lead the West at 500, 27-27. So those other 2 wild card spots might come from a team that's barely at 500. Yeah. Can the Tigers get back to that? Can they be one of those teams competing for that?
Trying to find, I'll find the odds on that eventually. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Got a quiz for Gator at 12:05 that I'm looking forward to. We'll continue talking Tigers, taking your phone calls and texts at 248-539-9797. By the way, you can tweet us at DunGator971. It's Carson Anderson.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Some light updates in the world of college football today. BetOnline released Week 1 point spreads today across the country. Michigan is favored by 26.5 points at home against Western Michigan, while Michigan State is a 10.5 point favorite at home against Toledo. Also, the SEC spring meetings are going on today. College expansion is a hot topic of this year's meetings. SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey is arguably the only thing keeping the sport from falling apart right now, as the playoff cannot expand to 24 teams until both the Big Ten and SEC agree on it. Sankey has previously lobbied for a 16-team playoff instead of 24 teams. Today, he said the conference doesn't expect a decision soon and has to do much reflection and research over the next few weeks. Also, Missouri head coach Eli Drinkwitz said the Big Ten double-crossed the SEC during his availability today. Drinkwitz said, quote, "Last year we were told if we went to 9 conference games, the Big Ten was going to vote to go to a 16-team playoff in 2026, unquote. That's not what happened, as Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti openly supported a 24-team playoff just last week. The Tigers take on the Angels tonight for the first of a 3-game series. Cater Montero will start on the mound. First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 6:15 here on 97.1. Playoff action in the Western Conference Finals for both the NBA and NHL tonight. At 8:30, it's Thunder Spurs in Game 5 from Oklahoma City. At 9 o'clock, the Avalanche face elimination against the Golden Knights in Las Vegas. The Avs are a slim favorite to remain alive tonight. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I can't believe that Greg Sankey is the good guy in this college football playoff talk. Like, I'm rooting for Greg Sankey.
Slow down. He's not the good guy. He's just somebody who happens to maybe agree with what you want out of it. That doesn't make him a good guy. Okay?
In my view, when someone is pushing my agenda, I think of you as a good guy.
He just doesn't love the 24-team playoff.
In this one, because this is a Petiti Sankey stare down, and it takes two to tango, and they need Sankey's approval, and he's basically saying, "Not yet. I'm not budging on this for a while." Scott, I'm rooting for Sankey. I don't know that anybody is calling for this. And you know what this boils down to? The current playoff system, as constructed, Greg Sankey, his TV partner, ESPN, has all 11 games. Tony Petiti's TV partner, Fox, has none. So, what's the solution? Expand to 24 so that we can get our TV partner and satisfy them and get them some postseason games, and I will make more money.
Great. So it's the politics of sports.
You don't say.
That's awesome.
Lobbying.
That's annoying.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is a really critical time for college football.
What do you think of this quote from Eli Drinkwitz, the Missouri coach?
Oh, yeah. I love it.
Says, last year we were told if we went to 9 SEC games, the Big Ten was going to vote to go to 16-team playoff in 2026.
Yep. And he thinks the Big Ten pulled the rug out from under him and then immediately pushed for the 24-team playoff. Whatever reason they did what they did, I love that they've gone to 9 games, the SEC, and will play more quality football games. But yeah, man. Josh Pate put it, I will quote him, and I will quote him over and over and over again. He put it best. What makes college football special is the Saturdays in the fall. And when you start diluting the Saturdays in the fall and really start diluting the last few Saturdays so that there's more emphasis on Kansas State. This is my point. There's more emphasis, not Josh Pate, but there's more emphasis on Kansas State and Cal Stanford. And which one of these 7-4 teams will get to 8-4 and have a chance at the playoff. Meanwhile, Auburn, Alabama, Michigan, Ohio State are sitting players out because they're about to start a long playoff run. What are we doing? What are we doing to a great sport?
Ruining it.
Yep. All right. Scott, I'm sure you've heard that the Knicks, it's been a while since they made the NBA Finals. Is that correct? Have you heard that?
Yeah, I think it's been a minute.
Do you know when the last time they were in the NBA Finals?
Was it in the 90s?
It was 1999.
I remember partying back then.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What were you doing in 1999?
1999, I was the pregame and postgame and halftime host of the Detroit Lions and Michigan State football.
Gotcha. A few things.
I was living in my house, my first house that I bought. I'd been there that would have been a full year. So.
Okay. I take you back to this date in 1999.
Okay.
The number one song in America on this date in 1999, the last time the Knicks went to the NBA Finals. Any guesses?
It's getting hot in here.
Not bad. Nelly?
Yeah.
It was not. It's getting hot in here. Kang, do you have any guesses? 1999.
Macarena. I don't know. I feel like that was in the late 90s.
It's before that.
Yeah.
Sadly, I know that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's like 97. But
Jeez.
I was at a wedding. I remember the wedding. It was 1997.
You've done a lot of it.
Yeah.
Apparently.
It was not Macarena.
Something by DMX?
It was not. This artist is
hit
still.
me, baby, one more time.
It is not. This artist is
good
still
call.
touring to this day, although I don't know that there's been any new music for the catalog.
Singer or band?
Singer.
Okay, male or female?
Male.
Rapper?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
1999.
I'll go Usher Raymond.
No.
Oh, like it though. Like where your head's at.
Number one song on this date in 1999, the last time the Knicks made the NBA Finals.
Was it Smooth Santana?
Will be
was
Rob
not.
Thomas.
It was not
With
that.
Santana.
It was Santana. There is, I use the term, there's an ethnic vibe to this song.
Wait a second. Was it my man from Miami? Is it Pitbull?
No, it wasn't Pitbull.
Was it Livin' La Vida Loca?
Bingo!
Oh! Livin' La Vida Loca. Ricky Martin.
Yeah. Other things from
Ricky Martin.
John
Can't believe I got
Ehrlichman.
that.
Yeah, well done.
More so than Nelly, huh?
John Ehrlichman, who does things on the Twitter. These are things that didn't exist the last time.
Not that John Ehrlichman.
I don't know.
Wasn't there? It's John Ehrlichman from the Watergate scandal, wasn't there?
It's probably a different John Ehrlichman.
That's what I say, not that John Ehrlichman.
The last time the Knicks made the NBA Finals, these are things that if you brought them up in conversation, people would say, what? iPhone.
Oh, what is that?
Facebook.
Yeah.
Instagram.
Sure.
YouTube.
Yeah.
X.
You mean Twitter?
Yeah. Tesla.
Well,
Bitcoin.
Tesla the band or?
No, Tesla, the car company. Other things, Bitcoin, Gmail,
Yeah.
Amazon.
Yeah.
If you walked up to
Amazon,
somebody,
what? Not 19.
not 1999. If you walked up to somebody and said Spotify on this day in 1999, I had no idea what you were talking about. If you walked up to somebody and said Airbnb, they wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Smartphone, nobody would know.
Zoom, Xbox, Snapchat, TikTok.
That sounds awesome. That sounds like a golden era, if you ask me.
You're going to
man.
say every app because you didn't have smartphones. So, yeah.
Yeah. So some of the things that weren't around. Now, I asked Kang
How
to
about
think.
Wordle? Was Wordle around?
No. I asked Kang to come up with something here. And the over-under on what I'm about to ask Gator.
Oh, great.
What are you going to set it at?
You're not going to say it first?
I'm not going to say what it is first, but what are you going to set it at?
I forgot what you told me this
Okay,
morning.
then never mind. I have got the Tigers starting lineup on this date in 1999. Kang,
Oh, yeah,
how
that's
many
right.
starters do you think Gator can name on this date in 1999, the last time the Knicks made the NBA Finals?
Over 5.5.
Over 5.5. So 5.5 is the number. I'm going to take the over.
Okay, 1999.
1999, Gator.
Remember, Ricky Martin was number one.
Thank you. That's how that's going to get me there. All right, so I'm going to go with start with Bobby Higginson.
He hit cleanup on this day in 1999.
That was easy for you, man.
Tony Clark.
He was not in the lineup.
All right, take it easy. Slow down. You can do this.
Damian Easley.
He's hit third and played second base.
So it's not guys. It's on this date. Like
Yes.
that's great.
Yep.
99 is going to be tough.
Game against the Blue Jays. Tigers lost 9-5.
Was it? I hope it wasn't a day game because they were already sat dudes.
Is Travis Fryman still on the team then?
He might have been, but he was not in the lineup.
No, probably not.
I don't think he was.
Mike Heath?
No.
Who the hell was the catcher in 1999?
I can give you a hint.
Yeah?
He's currently a major league manager.
Was AJ Hinch?
No. He also coached the Tigers.
Oh, Brad Ausmus?
Yep. I think the under's going to hit here.
Yeah, man.
Gabe Kapler on that team?
Yeah, he played center field, started, hit 7th.
The pitcher's going to be tough.
I just went for the starting lineup, but if you get the pitcher, bonus points.
Yeah.
They lost. They give up 9 runs. tell me when you've had enough.
Not just yet.
Okay.
99. Because I'm thinking of some awful outfielders that are on that team. Guys that were, or some decent ones. It was Juan Encarnacion?
No.
All right.
All right. Leading off at DH, all right, was Luis Polonia. Batting second at first base was Frank Catalanato.
The cat.
Batting third at second base was Damian Easley. Batting fourth at right field, Bobby Higgins. And batting fifth at third base, Dean Palmer. Batting sixth in left field, Karim Garcia.
I should have known Dean Palmer.
Batting seventh in center field, Gabe Kapler. Batting eighth and catching, Brad Ausmus. And batting ninth, the shortstop, Davey Cruz. Willie Blair got the start against Toronto.
Willie Blair.
Yep. And
you know what's interesting about here's a fun fact for you.
Let's go.
About a year prior, probably to the day, Willie Blair was the guy, I believe it was Willie Blair, that got hit by a batted baseball in the head and went down and missed a good portion of the season because of that. Yeah. That happened on the same day the Red Wings clinched the Stanley Cup in the 4-game sweep of this was 97 when that happened against Philadelphia.
Willie,
2 years prior to that.
Willie Blair went 5 innings, gave up 6 earned runs, handed it over to Bryce Flory, who gave up a run, who handed it over to C.J. Nikowski, who went 2/3 of an inning clean.
There you go.
Matt Anderson pitched the 8th, gave up 2 earned runs on 3 hits.
Any strikeouts?
1. And Todd Jones pitched the 9th in a 9-5 loss to Toronto. It was on this date in 1999, the last time the New York Knicks qualified for the NBA Finals. I don't know the day they qualified for the NBA Finals, but it was on this date in 1999. That was the Tiger game. So
yeah, the Red Wings had a early exit in the playoffs in that year, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're probably right. 248-539-9797. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming your way at 12:35 on 97.1.
Summer's right around the corner, and there's never been a better time to drive home a brand new Chevrolet from Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Right now, lease the all-new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado for only $189 a month. Need something sporty and versatile? How about the 2026 Chevrolet Trailblazer? That's only $219 a month. Or cruise into summer in the stylish 2026 Chevrolet Trax for just $249 a month. And every one of these incredible offers comes with just $19.99 down. So whether you need a tough truck, a family SUV, or the perfect everyday ride, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has your summer savings waiting right now. Hurry in today, or you can shop online at sarahchevrolet.com. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where great deals and great service come together at 696 and Telegraph in Southfield. They're open every Saturday. Dealer fees extra. Offers subject to approval and availability. See your dealer for complete details. And together, let's drive.
Tigers are 12 games under, 10 games back in the division, and actually won a baseball game on Sunday, which is quite the rarity and something we are pro wins. We are for them, and they finally broke a losing streak. And now back on the field tonight against the Angels. And Scott, we asked the fans a question yesterday's show, but obviously being a holiday, well, not everybody was listening to every second of every show here, but we want to know, have you given up yet? And if you've not given up on the season, why not? If you have given up on the season, what was your breaking point? We said that's it. And look, it feels like the line of discussion with the Tigers is going to be about this season until it's not. And for some of you who've already moved over to the other runway, going to a completely different coast, and that is, what can they get at the trade deadline for some of their veteran pieces? You set a date, was it June 14th?
Yes.
That's your give up date? You want to see where they are June 14th. I'm really interested in the return of players. It's going to happen with return of players, and I cite Melton's return is just a small example of what one player can do for a team. He was really good on Sunday, and he's not going to help the bats, but Glaber is when he comes back, and Kerry Carpenter is when he comes back, and when other guys get phased out of the lineup and other players go back to where they belong in the lineup, it certainly will be a better offense. How much better? Well, we have wait to be seen.
Well, they were 500. They were a 500 team prior to, I think, Torres and Skubal getting hurt.
Yep.
So not that they were playing great, but they were playing a hell of a lot better than they are now. They've been in a massive tailspin since that point, and it sucks. And my reasoning for the June 14th date was simply because on the schedule, 9 of the 18 games they'll play to that point will be in-division games against Minnesota, the White Sox, and the last 3 games of the 18-game stretch will be at Cleveland. So will you have made up some serious ground on the gripe? Right now, the Guardians are 10 games ahead of the Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
So after that series, are the Tigers going to be within 5 games? Are they going to be within 8 games? Or are they going to be right where they're at right now? We'll wait and see. That's why I'm waiting on that. I think there's still time. I agree with you. They're getting guys back, which hopefully will make them better, give them a boost at the very least. I think the Melton comeback is huge for this team. It feels like that's another stabilizing force in this rotation that you're no longer like, oh, crap, what are we going to see tonight? Right? And then hopefully they get Skubal in 2 or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever it takes, and that he's back to form. He seemed all fired up when he pitched his bullpen last week. How is he going to be fired up on his next bullpen session? And what are they going to say about him? We're going to watch that closely.
Okay, feedback coming in via Twitter from Homer GM Kaner on Twitter. Tigers should trade Skubal with Baez to get Tatis and 2 top pitching prospects. Cruz, Schoolcraft, and Cash Mayfield would be awesome. Start the rumors. So this is with the Padres. Skubal and Baez. Cruz, Schoolcraft is their number 2 prospect. Left-handed pitcher who's young. He's 19. He's at single A. And Cash Mayfield is 21, also at single A, a left-handed pitcher. And obviously, Fernando Tatis Jr. Would be a great addition. With that said, okay, the rumor has started. Consider the rumor started. Light the fuse on that. Would I want Tatis? Yeah, I'd want Tatis. Big price tag.
Padres make this trade
for Tarik Skubal,
but giving up Tatis.
Yeah.
To get Skubal, what do they want to? I mean, I guess you got to give someone to get something, but why would they want to take away a big part of their
get out from under the contract?
He's playing horrible. He's not doing much right now.
He's not having a great year. No,
he's got no home runs and 16 RBI, and he's played 52 games. It's 223 plate appearances without a home run. That's stunning.
He's got a great OPS throughout his career, but did you know what it's at right now?
I do.
What is it?
635.
Do you have his previous years?
Yes.
What has it been?
814, 833, 770, 975, 937, 969. Those 900 numbers were to start his career. He got the giant contract, and things have gone south for him, although he's been an all-star the last 2 years.
Kenley Jansen sucks so bad. We're a 500 team. If we don't blow those 6 games, we had a lead in the 8th and the 9th. Yeah, I mean, it's been a struggling time for him. And this goes on Scott Harris's permanent record, right? I mean, he went out and they made a big signing for the bullpen in Kenley Jansen and a big signing for the rotation in Framber Valdez.
Sadly, he's following the same playbook that Al Avila did and that Dave Dombrowski did, and that's bringing in an aging closer. Well past their prime, hoping to get the last little bit out of them. And we've seen a lot of that over the last 25 years. A ton of that over the last 25 years with all the Joe Nathans,
Joe
Troy
Nathan was the
Percivals
first
of the
name that
world.
came to mind, yeah.
You know, all these guys have been there, the K-Rods in the world. You know, we've
It
seen
is
a million.
crazy. The Tigers have had some
Hall of Fame.
elite Hall of Fame kind of closers, and not when they were in Detroit.
No.
But it stands to reason. Everybody is always taking all kinds of risk looking for bullpen arms, like just trying to find bullpen arms.
I feel like the next one they'll get is Aroldis Chapman next year, and next year will be the year that Aroldis Chapman ends up declining.
That's your prediction?
Yeah. At some point, Aroldis Chapman will be a Detroit Tiger.
It's been a consistent thing with them, and it's been a frustrating thing.
Well, it has been because you're counting on this guy to finish games, and he hasn't been able to do it the way that you want him to. And at the same time, Will Vest had been hurt, and then when he's come back, he had a great inning, and then he's had not so great inning. So they struggle to find that, and looking for those arms in the minor leagues, you don't know, because however great they might be in the minors, it's completely different when they step up to the major leagues.
Yeah.
You just don't know what they're going to be.
No, but if they do sell, okay, and then those bullpen arms. That's why you got to watch them and kind of root for them if you're in the sell position. And if, by the way, something else, if you have been a person that have watched the Tigers the last couple of years, and while you've enjoyed it, you've never thought they were really all that good, you should be loving what's happening this year because it might spark a bit of a rebuild.
Well, yeah, because you have the big piece in Skubal to move, and Will Vest could be moved, I guess, as well, and maybe a couple position players are a possibility. And the other thing is, if this team's going to be bad, and then go ahead and bring up a bunch of the guys from AAA that you want to see, your Max Andersons of the world, your Julks and Jace Youngs of the world, let's see what they can do.
Yep.
If this team still struggles, then they have a high draft pick, right? They might get a top 8 pick or a top 5 pick.
Michael tweets us, the only reason Short is on the MLB roster is he's an actual shortstop to back up McGonigal. When Javi comes back, that changes. Max Anderson isn't a shortstop. There really is no true shortstop at Toledo currently that could be serviceable at the MLB level. It's about defense first.
You know, funny thing is, that's another one of the hurt players, right? Is the shortstop that they got from the Dodgers.
Trey Sweeney,
who's been out for forever.
Well, nobody thinks he's a world beater.
No, he can't hit, but he can field.
And he'd be ahead of Zach Short on the totem pole.
Yeah. But Zach McKinstry's the other guy that backs up at shortstop. Is he a great true shortstop? No. But at this point, I don't really care to see Zach Short play ever again for the Tigers.
Yeah, it's kind of a common theme. 248-539-9797. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? 1235 on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 open lines, 248-539-9797. A lot of Tiger talk today as they get back on the field. Kind of weird having Memorial Day off, wasn't it? Kind of strange, no game.
Yeah. No, it is strange. I was expecting, there's a day game, right? No?
There's no day game yesterday, as you know.
I do know.
Yeah, it's just kind of odd. There were 4 teams that didn't play yesterday. And, just strange to have a holiday off.
Maybe a good thing for the Tigers.
Maybe. It's another day for Glaber to rest. I think he's going to swing the bat today and see how he feels. But the last time he did was Friday, I believe, and still was feeling not right. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 3 days off. See if he feels any better. They certainly could use him. Gator, you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Yes.
Let's go. All right, Scott, are you familiar with the brand King's Hawaiian?
Most definitely.
Yep.
The rolls, the dinner rolls.
Yeah, Gator loves bread, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Please.
King's Hawaiian is teaming up with Minions for the new Shake 'em Banana Bites. The Shake 'em Banana Bites. What are the Shake 'em Banana Bites, you might ask?
Doug, what's a Shake 'em Banana Bite?
In celebration of the upcoming release of the family-friendly film Minions and Monsters, King's Hawaiian has rolled out a new version of its sweet rolls, the Shake 'em Banana Bites. What they are is you have a separate banana-flavored sugar that you sprinkle directly onto the rolls just before eating them. The way you do it is you open up the package, you shake the sugar in, you close the package, you shake the whole box of all the rolls with the banana-flavored sugar, and you come up with Shake 'em Banana Bites. Gator, the Shake 'em Banana Bites. Are you going to eat that?
Hell yes, I'm going to eat that. I mean, the King's Hawaiian roll by himself is delicious. Is this something different, though? A sweet roll, you're saying? Is that different than their regular just dinner rolls? Or is this actually like something that has, a swirl of cinnamon
That
in it?
I can't tell you.
I don't know. Either way, absolutely, I would try it.
Can you?
So I think the flavor profile I would want to try, but anytime I've seen these like shake them up, do it yourself things, they don't seem to be good, Gator. Like the ones I've like for fries, they'll do them a lot, and so my answer is if Gator's already shaking them up, then I will try it. But
you don't see yourself going out and buying these?
No, I don't think so.
You're not going to go all Taylor Swift?
No, I'm not going to shake it up.
I love banana flavored
Maybe
stuff.
going all Cars to shake it up. Shake it off would be Taylor Swift. My bad. Sorry.
It's okay.
Shaking a bee. That's a whole different thing. That's Eddie Money.
But not stirred.
That's totally different.
Yeah. Yeah, I would try these.
James
I
Bond.
actually would try these because I like banana flavored stuff. So, big fan. I could do this.
Even with the King's Hawaiian roll? That
Yeah,
seems like
I
it's
think so.
so not up your alley.
I know. I like banana flavored stuff. Next up, the most popular item to get at a baseball game, the concession stand, of course, is the hot dog. Amongst the most popular items is the French fry. The Washington Nationals are combining the two. In honor of National Hot Dog Day on Friday, the Nationals have unveiled their special hot dog fries that will be sold during their game against the Baltimore Orioles. These are hot dogs cut into shoestring fry shapes. Gator, the hot dog fries.
This is testing your
I don't
love
know
for hot
why
dogs,
that
man.
sounds disgusting.
It
to me.
does. It
And
does.
it shouldn't. It's just a hot dog, but like it's like to me that sounds like an alien got to it. It exploded from the inside, and then you get like these shards of hot dog. I don't. I don't want that. Just give me I just want the hot dog.
Can you?
I'm with Gator on this one. We both love hot dogs, but you eat with your eyes first. This is not like this is gonna trick my mind. You don't want this. It's gonna like you're gonna think you're picking up like a sweet potato fry or something because of the color, but
it's like a squid tentacle or something.
and it's gonna taste like a hot dog. This is I don't need. No, I'm out on this as well.
I know Doug's out.
Yeah.
I did witness tragic circumstance this morning.
We'll get to that later.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're in the middle of a segment.
Well, I thought it dealt with the hot dog.
Next up so it's 3 no's on that. From Krispy Kreme.
Pretty much yes, but okay, I'll hold off.
They've come up with the Masters of the Universe donuts.
Oh, He-Man.
There is the He-Man Caramel Crunch donut.
Yep.
The Skeletor Double Chocolate donut.
Yep.
And the Cringer Claw Cookie Dough donut.
Okay.
Let me describe these. The He-Man Caramel Crunch donut is original glazed donut dipped in red caramel icing and swirled with cheesecake-flavored frosting that channels the energy of the Power Sword. A graham-flavored crumble brings a Castle Grayskull-style crunch. And a triumphant He-Man candy piece crowns the creation. I mean, this is just sugar directly into your veins, Scott.
I have the power!
Keg, you?
So I'm not much of a sweet guy like this, like Gators, but I would try, like, if they had, like, if I could get a bite of each one, I'd try it. I'm not against that stuff, but I couldn't, like, Gator loves Krispy Kreme, so this is like...
So good. You start with a glazed donut. Yep. You had me at hello.
This is diabetes. I'm out. So the Skeletor Double Chocolate Donut is an unglazed shell donut filled with chocolate custard dipped in a delicious chocolate icing and rolled in a Skeletor cookie crumble for villainous crunch, finished with a wicked Skeletor piece. Whatever that means. Gator, are you going to eat that?
I want to try the villainous crunch. Yeah, I would try this.
Kang, too much or this one a yes?
It's like I said, it's just a taste. I couldn't eat a whole donut, man.
They're not big donuts.
I'm
They're
no on
Krispy
that
Kreme
too. Finally, the Cringer Claw Cookie Dough Donut. This is a original glazed donut dipped and drizzled with smooth cookie dough icing, capturing Kringer's sweet, comforting charm in every bite.
Yes. Whoa. That was unnecessary.
I actually hit the wrong button.
I figured as much.
It's right underneath the...
That is totally unnecessary.
So Gator's a yes. Kang again, I'm assuming.
Same.
By the way, in full disclosure, I haven't had a Krispy Kreme in like 3 years.
What?
I love them. They're delicious, but I have to be careful.
I would try this cookie dough donut.
Wow.
I love cookie dough. When I have my weak moments, cookie dough is something that I can start to kill.
He's
crush it.
His quote was, "No, it sounds like diabetes." To the first one,
I know.
The third one. Oh yeah, cookie dough. There we go.
That sounds like Ozempic now.
Yeah.
Pringles is teaming with Miller Lite. Pringles has the Miller Lite Beer Cheese Burger Crisps and the Miller Lite Beer Braised Steak Crisps. The Miller Lite Cheeseburger Crisp combines a sharp and tangy flavor of beer cheese with the taste of a juicy burger finished with the refreshing flavor of Miller Lite, all in one Pringle. There's a lot going on there. And the beer braised steak features a char-grilled steak flavor with notes of umami and black pepper balanced by the hop-forward malted character inspired by Miller Lite. Will you try these?
I would absolutely try them. I mean, it's a potato chip, so and Pringles is those are nice and tidy and in order. You know what you're getting with a sleeve of those.
Yeah.
I have had potato chips in the past. Have been like a steak potato chip. I'm like, what is it? And it's hysterical because you can't help but smile. Like it tastes like steak. Yeah, I would try it. Absolutely, I would try it. I am getting tired of this, Kang. The word umami gets thrown around so much.
Food Network, man.
I am so tired of it.
Yeah.
I've had enough of it. I almost want to reject it based on the umami flavor.
I know, but that's
you can't explain it. Then don't call it umami.
It's
right?
a buzzword for food, you know. And
it
drinks.
has been for like 8 years now, and I'm tired of it.
With that being said, once you pop, you can't stop. So I'm going to try it too.
Both are yeses.
We're in.
I mean, it's not made with real cheeseburger and steak.
Right.
I think I might try this. Yeah, I like Pringles.
You know what he wouldn't try though, Gator? Is the Guinness one. The Guinness Pringles he would not try.
Oh, hell no.
He tried like every 5 years.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I always go back. I always go back and say, I should like Guinness. And I have a sip and I do not like Guinness.
This is Miller Lite, man.
I know. This is a long haul beer. Finally, Blue Moon, speaking of beer, is turning its beer actually blue for this coming weekend. That's right, according to Beer, Booze, and Wine. The Blue Moon Brewing Company is stepping in to turn its beer literally blue for one weekend. The brand is bringing a limited time Blue Beer to participating bars across the country as Blue Moon reimagines its signature draft pour for this coming weekend, May 29th through the 31st. Participating bars across the country will serve Blue Moon Belgian wheat style wheat ale reimagined for the occasion with a vibrant blue hue. Do you want blue beer?
Okay, this is interesting. I like Blue Moon. I think Blue Moon is a very delicious beer. I used to drink green beer on St. Patrick's Day. It was a thing, right? And then you're like, all right, I've grown up. I don't need to have this every St. Patrick's Day. I've never had a Blue Moon. I'm curious. I'll try it.
He's Blue Moon curious.
I mean, it's just food coloring. It's not going to change the flavor profile of beer. And like I said, I think the beer is a good beer.
Can you?
So I'm gonna say no because I wouldn't order it. I'm past the green beer too, Gator, for St. Patrick's Day. Don't need it. Don't need the blue. It looks like you're drinking something like, I don't know, something Ecto-ish. You know what I mean? Remember those Ecto coolers that were green, right, Gator? And now this is blue. I think I'm gonna pass. I do enjoy Blue Moon regular though. Like regular color.
I think I'd pass as well. There's something that feels wholly unnatural about this, and I think I'd honestly be grossed out. Usually I look at a beer in a glass, a draft beer, and I'm like, that looks great. Make it blue, and I'm a little freaked out. So I'm out. And there it is, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Get back to some Tiger talk. Also, made a statement about Asar Thompson earlier in the show. Am I right? We'll debate it as we continue on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, garage door problems interrupting your day? Call M&M Garage Doors. See why neighbors across Michigan have trusted M&M Garage Doors since 2011. We do. They came out, same-day service. Almost all of their service is same day. So if you have a problem in your garage door, the number you need to know is 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoorrightnow.com. You get a text with your technician's photo before they arrive, so you know exactly who's coming to your home. M&M delivers upfront pricing, quality parts, and warranty on every job. M&M Garage Door. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. I just looked down at Twitch. Kai Tech posts. Blue beer is unnatural to Doug, but cookie dough icing with a bright green donut is fine.
Right?
Yep. Okay. So earlier in the show, I said I think there's more riding on the development of Asar Thompson than any other young athlete in Detroit. And it's so much easier said than done. Hey, just develop your offensive game. It's kind of amazing that, that you have a player in the NBA. He's not like a terrible offensive player. It's the most fun part of the game to develop. And all of the stuff that he's good at is the least fun stuff. Defending, rebounding, jumping into passing lanes, all the stuff he does on that end of the floor, he's great. And that's not the fun stuff. So have a summer of fun, Asar, and take 1,000 shots from beyond the arc like every week.
Every day.
Yeah, and see what you can do, because if that guy develops an offensive game, look out. Now, how good of an offensive game can he develop? I don't know. What's the ceiling here?
He's quick and athletic, so I feel like there's a lot there to be tapped into to finish close to the rim. We know he can finish at the rim, but can he finish close to the rim? Mm-hmm. Something I noticed with the Knicks and watching what they do, there's a lot of use of the backboard with guys on like they look like they're bad angle shots, but they're able to get in. Mm-hmm. Brunson does a lot of it, and we said we want about Brunson being a foul baiter and all that, but the guy can score, and I think there's a lot to be learned with some moves like that. Because it wasn't just him. There were several players in their team that were utilizing, it's like an 8-foot shot, but using the backboard. Not looking straight at it, but going towards the baseline.
Well, didn't Trajan said that Asar was dealing with an injury last year in the offseason and didn't get as much time in the gym as they would have liked, right, and as he would have liked. So having a healthy offseason to really work on that side of his game is big, to just try and see him take that step forward and be everything he can possibly be on the offensive side of the offensive side of the court. Now, they need other things. You put together other young players that you think are insanely important for their teams. I think you made the best case for the young Red Wing in Michael Branson-Nygaard, who, if he's not playing for the Red Wings, wherever he's playing, he's killing it. Now, he's only 20 years old, so the fact that he played 14 games and had 1 assist isn't the end of the world, but he crushed it in Grand Rapids, and now he's crushing it with, is he Norwegian?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, and if the Red Wings are going to, Kevin Allen, I guess, had an article where he suggested that the Red Wings are only really interested in retaining Patrick Kane among the free agents that they have. If that's the case, then it's going to open up slots in the middle six forwards. At least one, and maybe in the middle six, one on the second line perhaps, and then one spot in the bottom six. If that's the case, at least those openings, Branson-Nygaard has to be considered for it. And what would he look like if he's played a full season on the second line, being a winger or with one of the second scoring units? Because he has shown that ability to put the puck in the net with Grand Rapids, and then early on in this tournament with Team Norway, who had just joined and scored 2 goals in his first game there. Now, look, some of these teams are playing against may not be all that impressive. If you were taking on, Team Italy or Team
Right.
Japan, or I think Austria might be the team that they beat. But nonetheless, see how he does in the rest of the tournament. And he's a guy that they really like because of his frame. They think he plays with a little bit of a snarl, which be nice to have somebody like that, because they don't have any forwards like that. And the ones that they have, they're likely to let go. Whether it's Van der Riemsdyk or Perron or whomever. And I'm not arguing that those guys should stick around. Let them go. Open up opportunities for players that you have in your system to give them a long look. Like, I don't want Emmett Finney to go anywhere. Emmett Finney's on his team. Okay, keep playing. And, see who else is going to join him. All the while, you're still looking to add more players either in free agency or trade.
In the meantime, who's the most important young Tiger in the Tigers organization? And I almost want to put McGonigal in the category of he doesn't count, because
I agree with you.
Yeah, because
we already see what he is,
and we think we know what he is. it's a little early for that, but for the purposes of this conversation, who else would you put in that most important young Tiger to develop?
I think Dingler is getting close to being in that group that we say, okay, maybe not him either, because we're seeing what he kind of is, but he might be that guy that is that young player that you want to see develop to take it to the next level. He's already there defensively. He won a Gold Glove. Offensively, he's got 9-10 home runs this year. That's a nice start. Maybe he's going to be that guy, but if it's not him, I don't see that other player hitting wise is on the roster now. So does it come from the minors? And the obvious one would be Max Clark, but is it possible it's Chase Young? Is it possible it's Max Anderson or somebody else there? But it's somebody we may not really notice until next season when they can be a full-time Tiger in next year's squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably Clark, seeing that he seems to be, I mean, he's still in baseball's top 10 prospect list. Yeah. So if he develops, it'd be incredibly important for the Tigers. For the Lions, there's a bunch of choices, actually. I would probably go with Tate Ratledge. And Blake Miller is insanely important as well. I guess I just feel like taking the rookie is, I can't imagine him blossoming in year one. I can see him being serviceable. Tate Ratledge, I feel like has a real chance to take a step forward here in the second year.
I wonder if maybe we're looking at the wrong guard, if it's the other side, if it's Christian Mahogany, because if you have Mahogany going, then your whole left side of the offensive line is great, right? You got Cade Mays, who you think is going to be an upgrade over what we had.
Yep. And
then if Mahogany is better than what he was last year, not just better, but a lot better, and then you've got Penei Sewell on the left side, all of a sudden you've got improvement at center, left guard, left tackle.
I mean, it's a good place to be. And, defensively.
I'm looking at Derek Moore, the rookie.
Yeah.
If he can be that guy who gets after the quarterback like Al-Qadim Muhammad did, but he does it from year one and is building off of something, I feel like then Lions fans can take a step back, kind of breathe an exhale and RELAX, because maybe, just maybe, that other edge rush opposite of Hutchinson is viable. And then you can start looking at other players. Like your guy in the secondary.
Well, that's Terrion Arnold, who I think is in a weird spot in that I feel like fans have already started to move past the guy, given the injuries and now the off-the-field weirdness, and it's a tough story to follow, as you pointed out earlier in the show. But, this kid has some potential. Pass interference is a frustrating penalty for fans. But I remember a defensive backs coach telling me pass interference means you probably did the hardest part of the play right. And that was you were close enough to commit the penalty. Now, don't commit the penalty, which is easier said than done. But, he had a bunch of those penalties, and not as many as people think, but it feels like, he had some pretty big ones. But he's still a young and developing player. He needs a quiet offseason, or to be quiet from here on out, and just get to work in the fall and be the player he could possibly be.
I'll tell you another guy who has potential to be in that group. It's another rookie. It's Keith Abney.
Yeah.
And this guy comes in with everybody in NFL circles that were covering the draft said, well, my God, I can't believe he went that late. This is a guy that people had on their board that thought he was going to be maybe a third-round pick, and here he goes way later in the draft. It's interesting to watch and see what he is going to do, because he seems like a competitor. He seems like a guy who's got a ton of confidence and a ton of ability. But the same question is with everybody in the secondary: can you stay healthy and be available?
All right, 248-539-9797. If you want to second any of those guys, if there's anybody we missed, but who, in your view, is the most important young athlete in Detroit that needs to blossom, that provides the most for a Detroit team? Who would you put at the top of that list? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on that. It's 248-539-9797, or tweet us at Doug and Gator 971. Coming up next hour, we actually, a national writer tweeted about our Tigers. I want to get to what he had to say. Coming up at 1:20 here on Karsch and Anderson. Again, open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The last time the Tigers won consecutive games this season was all the way back on May 3rd when they won their second in a row against the Rangers. They can change that tonight when they face the AL last place Angels at Comerica Park. LA comes in on a 3-game winning streak themselves. That's tied for the longest winning stretch for them this season. You can hear tonight's game here on 97.1 beginning at 6:40. Our pregame coverage will start at 6:15. SGA and the Thunder welcome Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs for Game 5 tonight at the Paycom Center in Oklahoma City. Thunder hoping to bounce back after getting blasted in Game 4. Look for SGA to get to the line tonight as Tom Haberstroh of Yahoo has done the film review of SGA's diving and its success rate. He published the results today. According to Haberstroh, SGA has fallen to the ground more in the Western Conference Finals than the previous 2 series. He also has more falls in the playoffs than any other player, with 46 instances in which he hit the deck. He baited a foul on 50% of those, by far the highest rate of anyone else in the playoffs other than Wemby, who has only fallen 10 times compared to SGA's 46. Thunder slight favorites tonight at 5.5 points at home. Tip-off at 8:30. Colorado Avalanche hoping to extend their season tonight when they take on the Vegas Golden Knights at 9 o'clock in Las Vegas. The Avalanche lost the first 3 games of the series to suffer only their 3rd losing streak of 3 games this season. Vegas is trying to get back to the Stanley Cup final for the 3rd time in their 9-year franchise history. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug, I just realized this looking at the ESPN.com's depth chart for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
I mean, we knew this, I guess, but doesn't really hit until maybe now as I'm looking forward to the OTAs beginning tomorrow. For a few days.
Football.
You know who the backup linebackers are for the Lions?
Yes. And by yes, I think I mean no. Trevor Nowatzki, kid from Morgan State, undrafted free agent, and Jimmy Rolder.
Well, yeah, Nowatzki is correct. Eric Hunter from Morgan State, yeah. But the one I was going to look, it's a Rolder and Joe Bashi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or Bashi, I guess, from Michigan State. So you got Michigan and Michigan State backing up linebackers. Interesting.
What's the name of the kid from Morgan State?
Eric Hunter.
Thank you. I got to remember that. I keep forgetting it, but I think that might be a sneaky good undrafted free agent.
6'4", 220 pounds. So lean.
Mm-hmm.
We would expect him to be able to maneuver around on the field.
Kang pointed it out right after the draft that you like this acquisition. And I remembered I saw him get interviewed prior to the draft in either NFL Network or Sports Center, and I was like, this kid's awesome. So anyway, rooting for him. Could be a nice find for them. You mentioned last hour we didn't have a chance to develop because we were in the middle. Are you going to eat that? Gator saw a food tragedy this morning.
It was absolutely tragedy.
I want to get Kenny's thoughts on this too.
Oh, all right. Kenny didn't hear this morning.
No, our station's Kenny.
So this morning I stopped off one of the convenience areas and picked up something to eat on the way in. And as I was over by, as I like to call it, the roll bar, where it has the rolling hot dogs and taquitos and stuff like that.
What time of day is this?
This was like 9:30.
And those dogs were rolling at 9:30.
Yeah, well, you got to. Who knows how long they've been on there, but they were rolling.
To.
So when I got up there, I looked on the floor and I saw there was not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 hot dogs that had hit the deck.
Oh, no.
And I look at the roll bar, and there's a pile up at the end of it, and there's like 4 of them that are piled up as well, and they're ready to fall again. And I said to the guy, "Go, hey," as I'm grabbing the tongs to try to help them out, save them, if you will. I said, "Hey, man, you got a problem. You got some dogs that are going over the edge." And he's like, oh.
Got jumpers.
He goes, "Thanks, I'll take care of them." I'm like, "Well, I'm helping to save these now because they're ready to drop." So I saved 3 dogs. But Kenny,
heroic.
Is that not
you could call that heroic behavior?
Thank you. Thank you. Is that not tragic to see dogs go to the ground in a convenience store?
See, I agree with you. I think it's tragic, but also when I've had my trials and tribulations when I first got my hot dog roller,
yeah,
there were times when they were overcooked, and I didn't realize the firepower that the roller had. It felt like a hot dog wasted. A hot dog wasted is a tragedy.
Yeah.
So, was there a malfunction of the roller?
I think what had happened is somebody must have, when they picked up one of the dogs with the tongs, they must have knocked one of them out of line a little bit. So they roll very specifically down, or over, I guess. They don't roll down, they roll over. And when one got knocked over, it knocked over several of them, and then it created a gap where they could fall through and get down to the ground. There was something engineering-wise that just wasn't right because one of the dogs was really committed to ending it.
I can't for the life of me picture what you're talking about. But then again, I pay very little attention to the hot dog roller at a convenience store.
I understand. Sometimes they just stop spinning. There's not enough gristle on there to get them to spin. Maybe they've been there for a while. I don't know.
But I've always said this about you. When Gator is in public and something isn't right, he steps up. I've been privy to it. I've seen it. And this is another example. He did what needed to be done.
I tried.
Yep.
And what I wanted to do was save the dogs that were still there on the roller before they, made that lemming drop off the cliff.
Meanwhile, Kang made the joke in the office this morning about the hot dogs that ended up on the floor.
Half off?
No, I'm sure they just picked them up, cleaned them up in the back, and put them back on the roll.
Oh, manager special.
Scary that somebody might be eating a floor dog today.
They're clean. They're clean.
Clearance, man.
Yeah.
I got the little clearance table.
A little BOGO. The hot dogs.
Says, why are these clearance? You don't want to know.
You don't want to know.
Doing a gas station hot dog is already a move by itself, but then one that was on the floor that's clearance, you're setting yourself up for it now.
That's it.
I think if you make the decision on a gas station hot dog, although it's a convenience store hot dog, but if you make that decision in the first place, I don't think you're really concerned
it's a
with
choice.
the dog.
That's a choice, right?
Yep.
That's a choice if you're going to do that. I did not get the hot dogs. So
I'm not sure you have a discriminating taste when it comes to the health of this dog, this choice.
I did have hot dogs last night.
Did you?
Yeah. I've realized that the easiest way to cook a dog is the air fryer. It's just the easiest.
Man, you're throwing everything in there, right?
Everything.
So what are your thoughts on the split dog? I asked Kenny about this earlier too. Like you split it down the middle, then you cook it.
I don't do that, but what I do when I'm putting them in the air fryer is I will pierce them either with a fork. Although last night I used a knife and just kind of made 3 cuts on each side of the dog.
Like scored them.
Kind of. Although I didn't cross hatch it.
Okay.
But it was scoring. I guess three slices on each side, and you just every couple minutes you shake them up in the air fryer, but you let them go for like 8 minutes or whatever. They come out perfect, absolutely perfect. And if they don't, it's your own fault because you just didn't pay attention to take them out in time. But some people love them, they're well done. Just let them go for 10 or 12 minutes, whatever. But because I scored it, it did open up a little bit, just split a little bit, which gives you more of that surface area, more of that crunch. They were great.
Well, how do you feel about the spiral cut? You know what I mean? How they kind of score it around and then I guess the thinking behind that is that way it absorbs more like sauce or relish or onions or whatever you want to put on there.
There is that, and it also it gets more of a surface area, so you get more crunch if you want that. I didn't really fall into that fat. I've tried it. I didn't love it. It was okay. But I'm typically a guy who used to just boil my dogs. I love the boiled dog. But now with the air fryer, it's just easier. You don't have to wait for the water to boil and taking all that. This is like, boom, 8-10 minutes.
Doug, how do you like your hot dogs?
Yeah, Doug.
I don't. But that's cool. Like, to each their own. I really wish I liked turkey dogs more. There's some chicken sausage I've had that have fit the genre, but yeah.
I'm curious. I haven't done a hamburger in the air fryer. I wonder how that would work.
Well, report back.
It heats up, man. Just got to put it a little longer or whatever. Make sure you
flip it quicker. I guess I don't know.
Well, I'm proud of you for stepping up here. Regarding the most important young athlete in Detroit, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Jackson Jobe is probably the one that really needs to develop more. Kind of forgotten man. I'm glad you brought him up.
And we don't even know. We don't even know what we have with Jackson Jobe.
Nope. It's got to be Max Clark because Dingler's already up and playing great. He's the next piece that we're missing. Don and Armada says Melton, if he can continue to improve on what he's already shown, he can be a legit starting SP1, I think. I'm telling you, man.
I love Melton.
Everybody should.
He's got the tools. He's got different pitches and that fastball that sits at like high 96, 97 and can top out at 99.
Without giving it much thought, really any thought, earlier today I said I think Asar Thompson's the most important young athlete to develop in Detroit, and now we're workshopping the idea on the air.
But I still think you might be leader in the clubhouse with that response, because legitimately the Pistons are that close, right? And if Asar can add the outside shot to his game where it becomes somewhat reliable, where it was non-existent this past season. I mean, how much better does that make him? How much better does that make the Pistons? And
Alex in a car, the young athlete that needs to blossom for the Tigers is Jackson Jobe. We think Scooble's already out the door, and looking at the prospect list, the Tigers don't have a frontline starter in their system. Jobe has the ceiling to become the ace of the staff, and it would be very important.
Would be great, because we think Melton's there too.
Yeah.
And if you can have Melton and Jobe and Casey Mize continues to please stay healthy. And it looks like he has had some breakthroughs over the last couple of years with how he's pitched.
Yep.
That'd be huge for this team.
A most important young talent to take the next step is Asar Thompson. If he can develop some type of semi-consistent jumper, he could be the missing piece. That's from Brett Nakar. Here's another one, forgotten man. If Rakestraw can stay healthy and be what he's projected to be, it would be huge to have him blossom for the Lions. From an unnamed texter.
I'm not sure what he's projected to be, but yeah, I'd love to see a healthy Ennis Rakestraw be available for 15 to 17 games. It'd be nice just to see him available. But is he where he is on the depth chart? I mean, is he going to be a backup to the nickelback, really?
And Richard writes in, it's Lucas Raymond for the Red Wings.
If he can take his game to the next level.
Yeah.
If he can go from being... can he go to be a potential 50-goal scorer? Would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be... I thought he was trending in that direction with the way he finished the season a couple of years ago when they just missed on the playoffs. And it felt like those games down the stretch, he was totally upping his game and leveling up to the moment, and hasn't really taken off the way I'd hoped and expected.
He's a point-a-game guy.
I know.
But I don't know. That's a guy I definitely think was not healthy down the stretch.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
You're looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in top-quality composite decking. And they're brands that you trust, like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIYing enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. They helped out my mom last fall. She absolutely loves her deck. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality and service and unbeatable value, that is the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, talking about the most important young athlete in Detroit to develop. And if it's not Asar Thompson, I mean, there's a bunch of people giving us all kinds of suggestions of who they think it is. And meanwhile, some national writers tweeting about our baseball team in Detroit, what they have to say. It's going to be a storyline for the next couple of months. We will get to that coming up as promised at 1:20. Let's go to Tom in Lansing. You're on 97.1. Hello, Tom.
Gator and Doug, how are you guys?
We're good, Tom. How are you?
What's happening?
Good. Gator, I love your idea of the air fryer. I put my cheesy brats in there all the time. And I tell you another thing to do, try with the hot dog bun as well. It actually has a little bit of the toasted on it.
What I've done in the past, and I will continue to do, is once I got the dog pretty much to the doneness that I want, is then I will take a bun, put some cheese at the bottom of the bun, like a slice of Swiss, kind of fold it over on itself and put that in, rest the hot dog inside the bun, and then put that back in the air fryer for like a minute. And yeah, the bun gets toasted, the cheese gets melted, and the dog is perfect.
Awesome. Now, as far as Mr. Karsh, Asar Thompson needs to have a one-way ticket anywhere, but he does not need to be going back to the Pistons because it was clear Orlando and Cleveland did not see him as a threat. That's not a thing. The person who needs to step up, in all honesty, is Blake Miller. Because if Blake Miller can step up, that gives Sewell the opportunity to shine as the left tackle like he should be.
So I'm not going to take too much issue with Blake Miller being an important young player in Detroit and his development. There's a lot riding on it. Did I hear you right? You're in favor of getting rid of Asar Thompson?
Yes, he is. We need an offensive threat and defensive threat, not just a defensive threat. Because if you remember, how many times, and Gator, you back me up on this, how many times did they pass the ball to Asar Thompson and there was zero anybody around him because they didn't see him as a threat at all?
Well, they saw him as no threat offensively, but defensively, Cleveland said that they game planned against Asar Thompson because of his defense, that they had to come up with an alternate plan. And I look at Asar Thompson and I see a guy who is literally he's 23 years old, just turned 23. He's played 3 years in the NBA, and I think he's got such a high ceiling to work with, particularly if he didn't get a chance to really work on his game last offseason. Give him a chance this offseason and just start to work on a shot. He doesn't have to be Steph Curry, but can he be a guy that's somewhat reliable? Can he be a Karis LeVert?
Okay, how about this? Would you rather Asar Thompson be the key or Jalen Durham?
Odd question that you don't have to choose one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm building the Pistons, I'm probably not parting with either of those guys, and I'm adding. And I'll add through free agency or through a trade, but I don't need to move Asar Thompson.
There's not a shortage of time that the coaches can spend with players, and hence you have to only develop one and not the other.
I'm not totally against moving Asar. I'm not totally against it, but I'm close to it. I'm pretty damn close to saying don't do it.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say I thought you were close to moving him. I'm like, are you?
I mean, he was first team All NBA defense, third in Defensive Player of the Year, and he's in his third year. He's 6'7". You can put him anywhere. You can line him up on a point guard. You can line him up on a
guard 1 through 5.
forward.
Yeah,
he's great.
Yeah, look,
and that defensive side of the ball is the Pistons' identity.
It's interesting that I don't have an issue with him saying another young player is he wants to dump Asar. And
if you're dumping him, you're obviously adding something.
Yes,
of substance.
All right. I mentioned that national writers, recent tweets over the weekend. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, Baseball Insider, after the Tigers lost the first game of the doubleheader on Sunday. That's 8 losses in a row. That's 16 losses in the last 18 games. That's one step closer to putting Tarek Skubal on the trade block. Buster Olney then tweeted yesterday, if the Tigers decide to trade Skubal, they could get more prospect return if they signal the willingness to absorb most/all of his salary for the last 2 months of about $11 million, which would make sense. They've already budgeted to pay his salary this year, and if they do that, more teams could be involved in the bidding. Hundo P, Gator, as the kids say. Yes, absorb the salary. If that's the runway we end up being forced to go down, then yeah, I think we'd all be in favor of absorbing the salary. Easy for us to spend other people's money.
Of course.
But if the Tigers want to reinstill some faith, cash in the Skubal chip for a lot, as much as possible, and create the one way you do that is create a bidding war. So if you're going to get more teams involved by saying we'll pay the $11 million, pay the $11 million, please, Mr. Ilitch, please. And also, by the way, maybe change a narrative. You know what nobody ever says about Tom Gores? He's unwilling to spend money. That's something that's been out there with Chris Ilitch, and you know we get those calls and texts. If he eats the $11 million to get the best possible return, that's a solid owner move.
Or eats a portion of it. You don't have to eat eating the entire, that doesn't make any sense, but eating a portion of it, sure.
Well, it might make sense depending on what the return is.
I mean, I guess it just seems crazy that a team would say, I'm not going to pay any part of the salary for the rental. But to eat some of it if you had to, sure. That would make sense. If it expands the group of teams that are looking at your player and it improves the package of what you're getting in return, absolutely. I want quality. It's fun to talk about the quantity of prospects that you'd get, but I want quality. I want somebody that's ready to play now.
Yeah.
And maybe a top prospect as well. If you're going to trade Skubal, if it gets to that point and you say we absolutely have to, and it makes sense, he comes back, he's healthy, he's pitching in 3 weeks, and he looks great, then yeah, open up those conversations probably quickly. My window is roughly 3 weeks. It's 18 games. So at the middle of June, I'll have an idea myself of where I think this team is at. We'll see where they are, how many games back they are of Cleveland. Right now, they're 10 back of Cleveland. Well, how much better are the Tigers going to play over this next 18 games? Are they going to be able to make up any ground over Cleveland? Or is Cleveland going to start to fall back? Hey, life got tougher because you really don't have a great roster because they don't.
No, and they've been injury-free.
Yeah, they've gotten lucky with that, whereas other teams obviously have not, and the Tigers are really struggling with the injury bug. But I don't see Cleveland completely going in the tank and the Tigers are all of a sudden getting on a roll during these 18 games. So I'm not sure they're going to make up any ground on the 10 games.
248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Doug is next on 97.1. Hello, Doug.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good.
Good. I want to talk about the Osar Thompson needing a jump shot, an offensive game. Did Ben Wallace have an offensive game, and was he not one of the best defensive players in Piston and NBA history? Nobody talked about him. Well, Ben Wallace needs to be a threat on offense. I just don't understand the logic behind Osar being a jump shooter or having an offensive game.
Because every other player on that Piston team back in those going to work Pistons, they could all score. So he didn't have to. He was just asked to go, hey, Ben, just go do your thing. Go, rebound, block shots. Occasionally we'll throw you the lob, and you do your thing because everybody else could. Because Chauncey Billups, Rip Hamilton, Tayshaun Prince, all those guys are ready to roll.
Developing an offensive game really doesn't come at the cost of his defensive game.
How about the Pistons going after other scorers then?
Sure. We're in favor.
Asking him, instead of asking Osar, he may be asking him to be somebody that he's not. You see what I'm saying?
Well, sort of, but I'm looking
no,
at Doug.
Not at all.
Well, Doug
Harsh. Doug, he can develop an offensive game without losing any of his defense, his ability on the defensive end of the floor. What's wrong with trying to develop that? Well, if he can't, then he's still then he can't, and you move on with him just as a defensive stud that he is.
Okay, because I mean, how many players can you name in the NBA that plays defense like he does and is an offensive threat?
Well, I mean, there's several on the all defensive. Well, Victor Wembanyama is an elite defensive player and an offensive threat.
Well, he's different.
Okay, yeah. I mean, look, Doug, we're not endorsing getting rid of him if he doesn't develop the offensive game. We're trying to make him we think he can be a complete player.
I mean, looking at the players that finished in the voting for Defensive Player of the Year, only two of them averaged fewer points per game than Asar Thompson. One was Kason Wallace, was 8.5 points a game. The other is Draymond Green, who averaged 8.5 points a game. Everybody else was in double digits.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't develop an offensive game, I'm not in favor of getting rid of him. Work with what he's bringing to the table.
Yeah, I mean, his twin brother is the version that we would love to see.
Yes.
Right? Because Amen Thompson finished 8th in the voting for Defensive Player of the Year, but he averaged twice as many points per game.
There you go.
I don't expect Asar to rise up to be the 18-point a game scorer, but can he be a 14-point? Can he be 12-point? Incrementally get better. And I think the answer is yes, because he's so young, has time to develop, has time to work on it when he's healthy this offseason.
Well, the reason this is a big point of conversation is because they lack the other scoring outside of Cade. And in Duren, we've seen he's a rim runner, a pick-and-roll lob guy. The Pistons are searching for someone to create their own shot or be a threat. And that's why people are asking more from Asar. Now, if he can't develop an offensive game at all, yeah, he's still an elite defender. So you don't throw him to the trash or anything like that. But there's no harm in trying because he's so athletic and young.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson. Interesting previous call in that. I wonder what sparked that call. Like he interpreted something. Maybe it was from the call prior to that. The guy from Lansing, I think it was Tom in Lansing, that said he'd get rid of Asar Thompson if he didn't develop an offensive game. Maybe that's what sparked the call from other Doug.
Other Doug.
Yeah, well, because I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to develop your players. And this came about from a conversation of, I said he's the most important young player in Detroit. His development is more riding on his development on the offensive end of the floor than any other young player in Detroit, in my opinion. But we've gotten a million different responses, and they're all pretty good. We've also got a million different responses on hot dogs.
Really?
Almost as much as anything we've talked about today. Hot dog in the frying pan with a little avocado oil. That's from an unnamed texter.
Yeah, you cook them up that way, a little light fry.
Carter in his car. The big house sells veggie dogs. Doug has options.
Is this true, Doug?
I don't know. I don't get down to the concessions areas very often. I need to
This
wander
sounds
down
like
there.
an on-air stunt for you and Jansen.
I think it does. Have him eat the veggie dog.
Yes.
And me eat a real hot dog and see what happens. When your intestines stop being polite and start getting real.
No, blind.
Blind?
Yeah.
You don't know which glizzy you get.
Yeah.
Burgers are great in the air fryer. I'm going to try a hot dog. That's from an unnamed texter.
Imagine, I mean, I don't know why I haven't thought of using the burger in the air fryer yet. And the person that said fry them in avocado oil in a skillet. How about this? You dry off the dog as much as you can, and then you put on a little avocado oil, and then throw it in the air fryer.
You think you're onto something new?
Yeah.
Next time you cook a hot dog, cut it down the middle, put cheese in it, and bake it in the oven for 8 minutes.
That's old school Swanky Frankie right there.
Any glizzy is a good glizzy. Floor or not. That's from Dad in Grand Rapids.
Oh, man. I don't know about that. You got to be pretty desperate. One time I left the golf course, and I had picked up a hot dog on my way out of the golf course. And I get to my car, and my phone rang, and I go to answer the phone. I got one hand with the dog, one hand with the phone, and I drop the dog out in the parking lot onto the concrete.
Decision time.
I was so distraught. I'm like, what am I going to do here? What do I do here? You're damn right I ate that hot dog. It's concrete. It's not the same. A little dirt never hurt anybody.
God made dirt. Dirt don't hurt.
Yeah, at a golf course parking lot, geese never poop on golf courses. You never step in it when you're walking around a course. You never track it into the parking lot.
I didn't see any of that.
Yeah.
That was the cleanest concrete you'd seen.
I've never seen concrete so clean. It was polished. It was polished.
And if it weren't?
Then let it go to the hot dog gods.
Gator, your story sounds like it'd be a commercial for Real American Heroes. Today, we salute you, my friend, for saving those 3 hot dogs from the floor of a convenience store.
Hot dogs, savior guy. Mr. Hot Dog Savior Guy. Only you would step up when the moment called to save the hot dogs from the floor.
Save it from the floor.
Is it good? Is it a 3-second rule? A 5-second rule? Who knows?
Is it a second rule for hot dogs? You know.
It depends if they've got condiments on them already.
Let me answer the question. Yes, it is. If you've decided you're eating a hot dog, rules go out the window.
I feel like, and maybe Kenny can back me up on this. If you drop a dog on the ground and you haven't put any condiments on it yet, it's just the naked dog, I think you're okay. But if you've got condiments on it, like if it's already got mustard and ketchup, and you drop it, and it feels like that's just a conduit to what it's going to stick to whatever the ground has to offer. And then I'm like, no, it's not going to happen.
Dude, you're eating food off the ground, man.
I'm talking to you.
It's the same.
What are you, too good?
What do you mean talking to me?
Oh, this guy's too good.
Oh, this scumbag over here. He'll eat anything off the floor.
There's probably hot dog in your beard right now,
Yeah,
Kenny.
right?
If we shaved it, I wouldn't be stunned to see a chunk of hot dog fall
It's called the flavor saver, but it didn't hit the ground.
If anyone's going to do it, it's our station Kenny. Man.
Yeah, this menace. It's the goblin across from the glass right here. He'll eat anything. I like the way you guys paint me. I get it enough in the afternoon now.
It's like once a year we do this to you. It's all right.
Yeah. What, the afternoons mean to somebody?
You don't say.
Come on. Really?
You look like someone would eat hot dog off the floor. What do you think?
That's exactly right.
How many beers in?
From Scott, Gator is a food first responder. Thank you, Gator.
You're welcome.
You need your own day. Food first responders?
Yeah.
For people who missed it earlier this hour, Gator told a story about he was in a convenience store today and something went haywire with the hot dog roller, and there were
four
hot dogs on the floor.
That had jumped off the roller and ended up on the floor. And
They
then
were jumpers. They were jumpers from the hot dog roller.
And a pile up of four more that they were ready to jump again.
And Gator
lemons off the
stepped
cliff.
up. He stepped up and went and told the convenience store guy. And
I'd like to think that most people would have stepped up in that situation.
Yeah.
Let the owner of the establishment know, hey, something's gone awry.
Given our current decay of societal norms.
Yeah. Maybe not.
Maybe
I am special.
Maybe you are a hero.
Maybe I am a hero.
If
Well
they
done,
offered
my
them to
friend.
you for free, would you have eaten the floor hot dog?
No, absolutely not. No. Because for several
Be
reasons.
honest.
No, absolutely not. And first and foremost, it was 9:30 in the morning. I wasn't looking for a hot dog at 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
Look,
you're
have I
looking
done
for
it before?
nutritious there, right?
I've probably done it before. Play golf at like a 7:00 tee time or something like that. You hit the turn and it's 9:30. You want a hot dog? Yeah, okay. But no, I would in no circumstances am I
Hold
going
on.
to eat that hot dog off the floor.
And Kenny, would you?
No, I said I wouldn't eat him to begin
Just
with.
making sure.
Concrete parking lot's different.
Was it looking so good? Well, good for you. Civic duty, man.
Try to help people out.
Civic duty. Put that in, bring it up in your next job interview.
Bullet point on the resume.
Yeah.
Sure.
And if we keep talking about hot dogs, that interview might come sooner rather than 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also stream with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. With the video, you can also participate in the streaming chat on those two sites. You can stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan has posted the champ and chump of the weekend, as voted on by the people yesterday here on the program. Go check out who the people selected as champ and chump of the weekend. Darren Ravel just tweeted out the following. Remember, we talked about 1999, the last time the Knicks made the NBA Finals. There was no such thing as iPhone, YouTube, Tesla, Amazon, Google Maps, Android, Xbox.
We do MapQuest.
Yeah, right. There was also, these are the buy-in prices the last time the Knicks played in the NBA Finals.
Huh.
Well, these aren't buy-in prices. Darren Ravel has face value. Section 425 at Madison Square Garden in 1990. Oh, this is the 94 NBA Finals he put. $35. That same seat now is $1,725.
So for $35, I could have seen what John Starks light it up. Was that the team?
Patrick Ewing? Or was that later? Whatever. Section 213. Madison Square Garden's 1994 NBA Finals, $60. Now it's $2,127. Section 101, back in 1994, was $125. Now it's $3,392. I look at this and I just think, you know who's not going to these games? Fans aren't going to these games. Corporations are. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Safety is top of mind for new drivers. Sam Bernstein Law and the Michigan State Police want you ready for anything. Get a free student driver magnet or an emergency car safety kit. Pick one up at an MSP post or order online at callsam.com/car safety kit. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, of course, as always. Gator, you're onto a new TV show. Did you say you watched 3 episodes last night?
Yes, there were only 3 episodes to watch, and I watched all 3 of them yesterday.
Okay. Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Thumbs up.
Okay. That doesn't sound like it's a resounding endorsement.
No, it's thumbs up.
Okay.
Yeah.
The show is?
The Dutton Ranch. So Marshall's is already out with Casey Dutton.
This is Yellowstone spinoff shows.
Yes. And I haven't spent much time watching it. I spent like the last 5 minutes of one of the episodes watching it, maybe another 20 minutes of another episode. And it doesn't strike me as anything great. It just seems like the typical formulaic TV that we've seen from other shows, like the other cop shows or whatever, specialist shows. And it just doesn't do it for me. And I really probably should give it more of a fair shake because I do like the character of Casey, and I'm dying, and I don't know why something happened in the show that with one of the main characters you would think is a main character, it's not part of it. So I kind of want to see what's going on there. But I watched the Dutton Ranch because that's on my 2 favorite characters of the show. It's Rip and Beth, and it gets you right away, right off the bat. There's something that happens like, okay, well, I'm interested.
Okay.
I want to see what happens here.
Where's this available, by the way?
I think it's on normal TV right now on Paramount.
Okay.
But it wouldn't surprise me if this is like what Paramount has done, where they'll show the first few episodes, then it goes right to Paramount Plus to watch the rest
Paramount
of it.
Plus, but...
So I still have Paramount Plus, so I'm watching it, but it is on Fridays on Paramount.
Okay.
So I watched all 3 episodes available. And it's Yellowstone. It's just Yellowstone in a different town. And it's a different family.
Texas?
They end up moving to Texas, yeah.
Okay.
So Rip, Beth, and then Carter, the boy that they took in.
Gotcha.
Who's now 19 years old or whatever. But it's it's the same type of thing. You got another land baron out there that they're very protective of their ranch, and then there's something else that's shady that you don't know what's going on there, and it's that big ranch land baron family. They've got problems within the family, and a lot of their characters are the same characters that we saw in Yellowstone. But I liked it, so
okay,
I will continue to watch it. We'll see how long I will, but I watched the 3 episodes last night.
Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. My wife dropped her hot dog at a Tiger game.
Oh.
I wasn't going to let $8 go to waste. Of course I ate that dog.
My man.
Gator, how do you feel about the concourse dog?
Yeah.
Not as well. Not as good.
Parking lot dog.
Parking lot dog's different.
Parking lot dog's okay. Concourse dog is a no-go.
Concourse dog, you've got, thousands of people around you watching and judging. Parking lot, nobody's looking.
What if it's when you're in your seat, you drop it down by, right between the seats there?
Oh, that sucks.
You eating that thing?
No, I'm not.
Are you gonna eat that?
I'm not going to eat that. No.
What about you, Kang?
No, I'm not eating it. If it's still in the wrapper, I would.
Oh, sure.
Oh, that's, yeah.
That's nothing,
Goes
right?
without saying,
Doug, you
right.
would too, right? The chicken sandwich. In the wrapper, dropped it.
What kind of chicken sandwich?
Oh, grilled, of course. You knowing you. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. It's not fried.
Yeah, those things are damn expensive too. You get a stadium chicken sandwich is probably pushing $20.
It's going to be expensive.
Yeah, I think I can't eat it. Kenny wouldn't eat a hot dog off the floor, but if we're some fresh possum stew, he'd jump all over that.
Oh, that's not true.
That's from an unnamed
He's
Texan.
not here to defend himself either.
No.
I don't think Kenny's had possum. I mean, what is that? Come on.
I don't know if he has or he has. There's some
What is,
story we're not aware of.
Xavier Leggett, did he have possum? Remember wasn't he eating a bunch of weird stuff?
Yeah, that dude's something.
So maybe they talked about it on the afternoon show.
Out on a trip with the boys, and they threw me a glizzy while I was in the river. Didn't fully catch it. Glizzy hit the water, still pulled it up and ate it.
Oh, Gator, you eating a river dog?
River glizzy.
Is it a river where the water's flowing nice?
Oh, there. Whoa.
He said it was a river.
Yeah.
It wasn't a lake. It wasn't standing water with pond scum on the top.
Maybe it went tubing or something.
Yeah, I did probably still do that.
What about pool, dog? What about a pool? You're sitting in a floaty in the pool, and I saw you.
No, because I know what happens in a pool. I mean, it's the same thing happens in the river. It's just with animals as opposed to. So I asked, how's the flow of the water? Got the natural filter going there.
Okay, this last text, Kang, what the hell is this one? My boyfriend is obsessed with the tiger tail at Comerica. I think it just tastes like a gigantic Cheeto.
Remember we did Are You Gonna Eat That? It's one of the new items at Comerica Park this year, I think. It's called the Tiger Tail. Go ahead
Okay.
and look it up.
All I was thinking of was the giant tigers, the concrete tigers outside of K-Day.
I think there's a food item. I think it's called the Tiger Tail.
Really?
Yeah. I think we did it.
Did we? No, we didn't. We prepared for opening day. Are you going to eat that?
Oh,
and then we
never
didn't.
did it?
We never did
Oh.
it. No. So
Gator, you looking it up?
No, I suppose I should. Tiger tail.
Yep. I want to follow up something up while you're looking that up. Update Kid had in the last update. The Shea Gilgeous Alexander fall count. Yahoo has gone all in on putting data to Shea Gilgeous Alexander's flopping attempts. And game by game, the number of times he fell on a shot attempt. Game 1 against San Antonio, 6 times. Game 2, he fell 9 times. Game 3, 5 times. Game 4, just 2 times.
He changed his shoes?
Well, here's my question. Given that they got pretty much blown out in game 4 and he only fell 2 times,
You got to earn it.
I expect double-digit falls tonight back at home. I think he's going to have to counter with a big fall night.
He probably should. As far as the tiger tail is concerned, hand battered all beef foot-long corn dog, rolled in cheese powder, topped with coney chili, orange mustard, and diced onions. $16 for this.
Are you in?
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
I'd try it.
Rico Beard is in studio. Hello, Rico.
Gentlemen,
how are you?
I'm doing well. You guys have a great day to go out and do whatever. It is gorgeous outside. A carbon copy of yesterday.
I'm looking forward to it.
I was actually out there asking Evan, like, when did hot dogs become glizzies?
It's a great question. I don't remember hearing that term
Evan
until
said it was 2016, and
Do we have a moment?
I don't know.
Or a movie or something?
I feel like I the first time I heard it, I think was with Evan when he took me golfing one time, and it has to be, I imagine it's pre or post pandemic.
I guess yeah, I don't see how you get glizzy from hot dog.
Well, maybe somebody can come up with the.
But what do I know?
The origin of the term glizzy. How was your long weekend?
It was good. I wish the first couple days were like yesterday. But,
Yeah.
It was good, man. I got to go out, throw some stuff on the grill. So life was good.
What'd you grill?
A couple steaks.
I did
ribeyes, or you go to
Ribeye.
New York?
Ribeye.
Yeah.
Nice. So yesterday I offered the kids. I said, "You want Dad to grill steaks?" And nobody responded to my text. No, it's here I'm making an offer, and they, I'll grill them steaks.
Can the vegetarian grill steaks?
Well, I don't know any vegetarians, and I could ask them. if
Oh
I
no,
need
you
them.
just don't eat meat.
I don't eat red meat.
Isn't that like going against?
Eats
I eat chicken and turkey
No, I'm
and
saying,
fish.
but
But
you can grill
I know I
red
can.
meat,
It's not.
but
It's
you can't eat it.
Yeah, it's not like some moral stance. I don't eat a lot of red meat. But yes, I would make it for the kids. Absolutely. And my dad, they love Papa's steak. They love going over to my parents' house because my dad will grow them up steaks. But I offered to make steaks. They didn't respond. But
Don't take it personal.
No, I'm not. I don't respond to 99 out of 100 texts from me.
Really? You know what? Just do a test and be like,
Well-
you know what? I got a couple extra $100. First one who texts me back gets it all.
What I tell them is apparently your phone, you don't need your phone anymore. So we're gonna stop paying the bills.
Oh, I
Because
like
you don't use a
Oh,
phone.
you pay the bills?
Yeah. Well, they're, for now we do. The oldest one is off scholarship. He's paying his own. So it's,
okay.
that was the last thing that got cut.
Oh, see, I guess I thought they were all older. I thought that was the.
They're older now, but they're
24,
not.
20, and
Yeah.
18. So what do you got planned coming up next?
You know, we're going to talk to some Piston fans out there to see if they're in their feelings a little bit about how this Eastern Conference went.
97.1.
That's me, brought to you by M&M Garage Stores. The Tigers start a series with the Angels tonight at Comerica Park. Cater Montero on the mound. He has a 3.83 ERA and 9 starts this year. Jack Kohanowitz counters for L.A. He struggled with Kohanowitz. He struggled with walks this season. 6:40 the first pitch right here on 97.1. Tigers coming off a win against the Orioles, but have lost 16 of their last 19. The Angels hit the road after a 10-game homestand. They had their fans protesting and calling for ownership to sell the team. Athletic beat writer Jim Bowden thinks the Tigers should start shopping Tarek Skubal now. ESPN released their 2026 MLB Awards watch list. They have Kevin McGonigal taking home Rookie of the Year in the AL and ranked 5th in MVP honors. A Victor Wembanyama Panini Black Parallel card sold for $5 million in a private sale per ESPN. It's the 11th highest known sale of a sports card ever. Wemby and the Spurs are back in action tonight against the Thunder with a series tied at 2. They'll tip at 8:30. In the NHL, the Golden Knights have a chance to sweep the Avalanche at 9 as well. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yikes. How's everybody doing? Sincerely, despite the Detroit Tigers' best efforts, I do hope everyone had a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. And what you heard there may have been rock bottom.
No, I'll get to that in a second. I'd like to thank the Tigers. They took the day off yesterday, and they allowed Detroit
a public service
enjoy a fantastic day.
Glorious.
And you didn't have to be held hostage watching this team.
Nope. That was, my God. I mean, you were up in both games. I just, look, it always, too, that was announcer's curse. I think even Double D would say it. The minute you start, you're bagging the other team. You're basically saying this guy can't hit his way of a paper bag. You got your color analyst going, pop-up. How about a pop-up? Cutscene. Yammo. Again, Kenley Jansen stinks. This is what happens. And I said it then. I get to say it now. So what happens when you sign a 38-year-old off an outlier season late in his career? Sweet 0-2 pitch. If it's Little League and little Bobby needs a pick-me-up. So, look, dude, on 0-2, that might be the worst pitch in the major leagues this season. And a guy who does struggle hitting off-speed pitching. On 0-2, how does that happen? The answer is it doesn't. So I'll move on. But I wanted to ask this question because, look, I have a question. You've posed a question. This is good. How close are you to writing this team off? You heard the audio if you're local in Detroit. Statewide, I don't know if you get the auto update, but Jim Bowden basically said they need to start shopping Skubal now. And also the other thing I would tell you, too, is you're going to see a lot of reporting on the salary. You will get more for Skubal if you're willing to pick up that prorated amount. So this is truly going to test the Detroit Tigers organization. Are you willing to spend money you've already spent? Or do you want to save money, meaning the other team would have to pick up the prorated amount? Look, these are all things, but I wanted to ask the question of how close are you to writing them off? And then Rico actually kind of one-upped me. From the Beard Research Institute, this is a better question. Could this series with the Angels become rock bottom? No, Dan, I'm not kidding. That was real. Kenley Jansen threw the worst pitch in the major leagues all year. 0-2 room service. The only thing missing was Kevin McAllister's ice cream sundae cart from Home Alone 2.
Yeah, the minute that ball left Kenley Jansen's hands, it was immediate regret. It's like he didn't hit the brakes fast enough, and now I'm going over a cliff. But this series with the Angels, okay, we've now found the only team worse than you in the American League.
Right.
They're pitching a guy, Bobby Pocahontas. I've never heard of this guy, ever. I don't know who he is. He may as well be Giovanni Manu of baseball. I don't know who this guy is.
He's an egg.
Yes, no profile. He'll actually go out in silhouette for him tonight. If you don't win this series, you lose 2 out of 3 to the Angels. Are we officially declaring this thing done and we're trading Skubal? Is that where you're at?
Back the dirt up. Yep. Just go ahead. At this point, that's when you call up all the competitive teams and say, make me your best offer. Plain and simple. You Dodgers, Cubs, Braves, Padres, Yankees, Mets. If you want to, you got money and maybe you can jumpstart your team. Make me an offer.
I want to bring something up, though. There was a quote, and it was either late Friday night or early Saturday, but it's relevant because all weekend they kept running that same cursed lineup out there. The same lineup where Riley doesn't hit higher than 4th, and we have to look at Zach Short and Jahmai Jones and Wensiel Perez. Did you see what A.J. Hinch had to say? Yeah. Because this is the stuff that upsets me. And I give Cookies and Jansen full credit. I mean, they asked him questions. They tried to get him to talk about it. They just couldn't get anywhere. Basically, A.J. was asked about, and this was in the Evan Petzold piece, how come you're not calling somebody up? We've talked about Max Anderson. We've talked about players we don't even know. Yep. We've talked about Frank Valencia Orange. Sure. Led the team in homers last year.
Yeah, big juice.
Big citrus.
Yeah.
But AJ's quote tells you who these people are. Well, it's not that simple. There are roster ramifications and playing time ramifications. Okay, let's do it this way. Who the hell am I supposed to care about that those ramifications would be? Who do I like? We got to take Colt Keith down off the altar here. Guy's hit a home run in 9 months. And wonderful. Your best singles hitter in the league. Okay. You're also an egregiously bad defender. Do I care if Wensiel Perez ever plays here again? No. How about Zach Short, who was DFA'd May 5th? Hell, he'd clear waivers in a heartbeat. He'll just be happy not to be working at the Olive Garden. Who? Jahmai Jones? Who do I care?
Exactly.
Like this idea of them managing this thing like it's last year. Last year it was, no, we need Jahmai Jones because he's the Kerry Carpenter offset. Well, he's not. Like that quote, Rico, drove me nuts. They keep running the same lineup out there. This Angels series represents the end. This is the only team worse than you in the AL. This is it.
Exactly. If you don't sweep them, you gotta win.
Hey,
you gotta win the series.
Walk
Okay,
before you run. Win an effing series. Rico, the month is about to end. They haven't won a series since they took 2 or 3 from the Rangers on May 1st and 2nd. Let's walk before we run.
Can you get 2 games? That's what we're at. Because if you don't,
you're going to officially call it.
That's it, man. Right. You've now become the worst team in baseball.
Here's the other note, okay? And I don't look, I just got to be straight with you. You guys know this. I think there are 2 silos. And I've always been very complimentary of Scott Harris with the development silo, the drafting, modernizing the franchise. And I do believe both these things can be true, guys. I think he's done a very good job. Now, here's where he's fallen down the stairs. I did a deep dive because I had spare time. Do you want to talk about what Scott Harris has done in free agency? I mean, can we do here? Here's 2023. Matthew Boyd for $10 million, Lorenzen for $8.5 million, and Carson Kelly. The trade deadline, he trades Lorenzen to Philly for Ha-Yu Lee. I mean, okay. Eduardo Rodriguez, disaster. Remember with the Dodgers, the whole thing? Okay. And we know about the draft. Clark, McGonigal, Anderson. Okay, fine. But the free agency stuff, yikes. How about 2024 free agency? Maeda, 2 at 24. Jack Flaherty, 1 at 14. Chafin, 1 at 5. Shelby Miller, 1 at 3. Gio Urshela. I mean, it was basically
but the Jack
free.
Flaherty then, that wasn't a bad deal.
My point is, none of this moves the needle.
No.
You traded Flaherty for Trey Sweeney and Lorenzo. Now listen, Lorenzo may pan out.
Gio Urshela.
Sweeney, forget it. You traded Mark Canha to the Giants for some guy named Eric Silva. Sure. Chafin for nobody. Your draft can't be evaluated, but everyone seems to like Bryce Rainier. Okay, 2025 free agency. Estelle Getty, 1 year, $15 million. That's Alex Cobb. He never showed up to work. He was Peter in Office Space. Gleyber Torres, 1 at 15. Tommy Kahnle, 1 at 8. Flaherty, 2 at 35. Uh-oh. Now it's bad. You brought him back. Now it's bad. Urquidy, Brebbia, Manuel Margot. The only trade you made, Mason Englert to Tampa for Drew Summers. Who? It'd be Suzanne Summers. Here's your deadline. Chris Paddock. Uh-oh. You got Finnegan. Fine enough. Charlie Morton. Uh-oh. Paul Sewald. Uh-oh. Joseph Quinones. Forget uh-oh. It's no. The guy's not even a real person. Rafael Montero. I look, terrible again. Now go to free agency this year. Go ahead. The JV thing hasn't worked. I love the idea of it. It hasn't worked. We have to grade on what works. You signed Finnegan. No bueno. Right. You blew $18 million on Kenley Jansen or whatever they spent. He's got 4 or 5 blown saves. Summer hasn't even started. At a certain point, you do have to discuss the two sides of Scott Harris. Right. It's Harvey Dent.
What about Gleyber?
Awful.
Yeah.
I never wanted him back. The point I'm making is this is very similar to the other pizza property, the Red Wings. Okay, they draft well. They develop well. Their trades suck, and their free agent signings suck. It's the same thing. Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel. Yzerman is Harris. Harris is Yzerman. Windhorst. I'm asking the question because realistically, you're off season. It's hard to grade this early, but when you are the second worst team in the American League, the injuries contribute to a piece of that. But again, Scott Harris's decision to not meaningfully add to the lineup, that's what's killing them. And please spare me any of this. I know what it's going to be from some of the truthers. Well, Bo Bichette's not hitting with the Mets. Irrelevant. It's irrelevant because you can't forecast what that player would have done here. So don't do that. Mm-hmm. They didn't sign anyone. And whether it was a Bichette or whether it's a minor thing, maybe it's the guy who beat you on Friday night, Pete Alonso. 3-run pizza. Look, we do have to have a Scott Harris conversation here because I'll tell you the one thing that's going a little far. I may not like some of what AJ's doing with this lineup, but part of this is a conversation with his boss, the president of baseball operations. Scott, I need players.
I'm with you, Mike. If you don't go grocery shopping, it's the same stuff in the refrigerator day after day. When you open it up, it's still the same thing. And that's where AJ is. And it's like, what did you expect? We didn't go grocery shopping.
Hey, look, there's moldy Veerling in the back of the fridge.
Gosh, just cut the mold off and put them back out.
Is that leftover spaghetti? Nah, that's the ghost of Nick Maton.
Those eggs any good? Well, we'll see.
248-539-9797. Let's just talk a little bit about the Tigers. And then we have a lot of Piston stuff. An emotional check on the fan base. We also have some new names emerging. We're going to have a good time with it. But look, this again, we talked about, you got Baltimore and the Angels coming up. Cool. You lost the first series. 6-7 series in a row. I'm just kind of done. Could they get back into it? I mean, it's baseball. Why not? But they keep running the same line out there and expecting a different result. The bullpen in high leverage situations continues to collapse. I don't know what to say. Oh, and by the way, Gleyber still feels pain in his oblique. Weird. Almost like I told you, when you get a little older, that's a tough injury for hitters. So you do what you want with it. I'd love to hear from you. Is this Angels series last call for alcohol? They lose this Angels series. Do you want to trade Skubal? Is that? And again, Jim Bowden's kind of a goofball. I don't think he's wrong with what he's saying.
No.
So that's where we'll start the day. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country in Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore. Their brand new warehouse is absolutely phenomenal. Size of Ford Field. If you're a contractor, you're not buying from Northville, you're missing out. You're leaving money on the table. Selection, service, price, nobody outdoes them. They're the best in class. Stop down, see Stu, and start making more money because you're saving money and you're getting deliverables. You're getting everything in stock all the time. It's NorthvilleLumber.com. That's NorthvilleLumber.com. That's Jim Bowden. You can do with it what you want, and I'm not looking to turn it into a Skubal show, but it is relevant, guys. It's going to be the backdrop to the season now, which is, look, there are no easier teams. You just played one of the easiest teams. You lost 2 or 3. Okay, fine. Now we're going to find the one team worse than you, the Angels. You've been swept, 5 times this season? Swept by the Red Sox, swept by the Mets, swept by the Twins, swept by the Guardians at home in a 4-game set. You go to Baltimore, you lose 2 or 3. Is this the end right here? This Angels series. Now, for me, I kind of agree with Bowden on one thing. Look, the Guardians may not be great. Hell, you may not even think they're very good. Do you know what? Here's what we know. They're not bad. So even if they just play a flat 500 the rest of the way, they pull an 84 Tigers. They basically just play 500 after a 35-5 start. Are you really going to be 20 games above 500 the rest of the year to catch them? You are 10 games out. My answer is I'd rather shop Skubal now, get the best deal. Somehow Harris is going to have to go hat in hand to the owner and say, I got bad news and worse news. What would you like? The bad news, we're pulling the plug. We're trading Tarik Skubal. The worst news, I still need you to pay his salary. And I need soda for the vending machine. Because that's how you're going to get... That's how you're going to get the best package. Yeah. So, but I'm asking you guys, and I think Rico said it better than I did. Is the Angels series the end of the line, or have you already written them off? And then the other part is, I understand AJ Hinch has become a bit of a pinata here. You got to talk about Scott Harris. Mm-hmm. Oh, but they went to the play. How much of them going to the playoffs had to do with him versus the manager being a maestro during the voodoo orchestra of 24? And by the way, last year, I don't really want to credit anyone with making the playoffs after you blew a 15.5 game lead and didn't win the division. This GM, president of baseball ops, whatever you want to call him, has shown to be bad at free agency. Mm-hmm. Bad. David, talk to me. Either you, Tex, whatever you like, Kenny, Seinfeld Saturdays. Go ahead.
It is absolutely amazing how this offseason went and you get what you get, meaning no bat addition, none of that. And it ends up this poorly. I mean, you have to trade Skubal now. And the fact that AJ has to comment in Evan Petzold's piece about just trying something for trying something, that isn't what's happening here. Nothing is working in the lineup. Perez is awful in the lineup. Zach Short is awful in the lineup. So you need to try something different. That's not just doing it just to do it. We need some spark in this lineup. We need some juice in this lineup, and we're getting nothing right now.
The idea that they want to protect or are concerned with the names I mentioned earlier, or the idea that who you call up wouldn't play, I think it speaks to everything wrong with this team right now. Mm-hmm. You can be faithful to your process, but only up to a certain point. Look, we've lost cabin pressure. The masks have come down from the ceiling. You can't be rolling down the aisle doing beverage service. There are no Biscoff cookies. Put your mask on. You have to call somebody up. This is
Biscoff.
You know what I'm saying, though? Yes. It's insane. Well, we're faithful to what we do. Are you?
It reminds me of the meme where you see the man poking the dead thing and say, do something. Yeah. Do something. That's what you feel like every series. Like, okay, do something. And that's what I'm looking at the Angels. This is it. This is the last line.
And look.
You can't beat them. You lose this series.
They just won 3 in a row. What's that feel like? Kenny, talk to me. Seinfeld Saturdays. Where are you at with anything I've said? You've been very quiet.
Well, let's reverse engineer this. How many of you think that the season is over right now?
I do.
David does, Mike does, Rico does. Okay, great. So as much as I would love to see Max Anderson or literally any of our young guys called up to the bigs, I think you're just ruining their service time by doing it. There's no
Yeah, but respectfully, Max Anderson's 24. Are we really worried about service time, brother?
I am a little bit. I mean, it's not about him. I'm not talking about him specifically, Mike. People have brought up Max Clark ad nauseum to players that should be called up.
Yeah, I understand. But Kenny, if he's any good, they'll just do the McGonigal.
No, I understand that, and if that's the case, awesome. You figured it out sooner rather than later. But I've considered this team dead since before Memorial Day weekend.
Wow. Okay.
And maybe that's me being a bad fan. You can pull my Tigers fan card if you like.
I don't think you're a bad fan. Look at the example I gave you. If the Guardians are 500 the rest of the way, you have to be 20 games better.
Or Kenny, look at it like this. What have they done to make you a good fan? What have they done to earn your trust, to earn your faith, to say it's not that bad?
What are they, 30-55 their last 85 games? Something like that. I mean, it's egregious.
Right. We just keep coming up with new stats because every day it's like, well, here's another way you lost, and here's another way.
First to 30.
Right.
Even the Detroit broadcast is finding, you know how before each game they have like, oh, in the rain during a Saturday game, their OPS is this number. I'm like, they're even having trouble doing that now.
Full moon, Thursdays, and there are birds in the air. This guy's hitting 238. I mean, that's not broadcasting. That's hope casting.
Right.
David, the text.
No, hope casting is pop up, please.
Oh, please pop up, Dad.
While I don't actively root against my home team, I fear that if the Tigers manage to claw their way out of this to a point they come up short, Harris will use this excuse as injuries for May instead of the actual reason.
Ask yourself this as you sit here right now, 10 games out of first, 12 games under 500. Does anyone believe this is a World Series caliber team right now? Forget about what we thought in the winter. Forget about, hey, maybe the offense could be average. Maybe the pitching will be elite. Just forget everything. Now, in reality, I don't know how you could forecast that. Therefore, look, I know Jim Bowden can be a bit of a goofball, but I would. Again, I don't run the team. If I ran the team, I'm shopping Scooble right now. Because I'm disgusted at what I'm watching. I'm not doing this.
Mike, I'm with you. After this series, I'm ready to do the $10 double down where you just put $10 on them to lose, and you take those winnings and you put those winnings on them to lose.
Oh, no. Rico, come on. They're actually favored tonight.
I said after this series.
Against Pete Pocahontas.
Think about how much you would have made in that 8-game stretch.
Oh, well, sure. Naturally. David, go ahead, buddy.
Seeing sell everything but the Bat Boy. They are unwatchable. That is Matt from Redford.
Look, we okay. And Matt, respectfully, that's a different conversation. We're talking wins and losses. Now, if you want to roll in, do I enjoy watching them? No, I'd rather walk into traffic. But that's a different conversation because ultimately we have to be fair and judge them on wins and losses. But when you factor in, do you even enjoy watching them? No, absolutely not. It's a horror show. I mean, room service fastball to Torque, pop up. Hey, 0-2, fastball right down the lane. Wenzel goes down looking. Like, I can't watch it. And oh, by the way, there's no power on this team. None. Mm-hmm. Dylan Dingler is your power source? Sweet. Come on, man.
Well, occasionally Torque, but yes.
Right.
Dingler's more consistent.
Occasionally win.
Every 6 games.
Like when a Detroit GM makes a big trade. That's about how occasionally it is. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls. We'll get a few more texts. We'll move on to some other stuff, including the Pistons. We've got a couple things. Some new names are emerging. But also with the Knicks dropping an atom bomb on Cleveland. Your emotional state. We'll talk about it. 97.1. Straight to the people. Just rapping a little bit about the Tigers. We'll get them out of the way, turn our attention to other things. But look, we brought up kind of three separate things. Is this Angels series the end of the line? Now, they lost the series to the Orioles in excruciating fashion. Lucky to avoid a sweep. And then maybe you wrote them off already. The other angle, I mean, this A.J. Hinch comment regarding, well, look, you can't just call people up. There's roster and playing time ramifications. Yeah, that's the point. We don't want certain people playing, and we definitely don't want certain people on the roster. The last piece is the Scott Harris part, which is I went through all his free agent moves in his tenure here. Look, both things can be true. I think Scott Harris has helped modernize this organization. He's light years better than Al Avila in that regard. I can put aside the personality quirks. This is about, is he any good at free agency? The answer is no. Is he any good at trades? C. Free agency's primarily been an F. Trades have been about a C. There's a couple of trades you got some stuff back, but it's not good. I'm just not going to be a jerk about it and say, well, it's an F. But there needs to be a conversation here, because I got news for you. This Skubal thing too, look, this is impactful because the owner actually spent money, and it looks like you lit money on fire with the Kenley Jansens of the world. Yep. Now he's got to go to the owner and go, I got bad news and worse news. I'm trading Skubal, and you got to pay for it. Yeah. Otherwise, you won't get much. To the people, Matt, 97.1. Matty, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon. So I agree with you. Harris does need to bring people up, and damn the ramifications. If players on the team currently are going to get their feelings hurt, then maybe you should play better. That way you would earn your stay here. Otherwise, go down to the little leagues and play there. Bring up the people. And then I feel like I know why the Tigers are losing. I don't know if you remember, Kenny, I'm sorry for disrespecting your favorite sport, but that idiot wrestler who said, I put a curse on all the Tigers' enemies. Well, everyone that the Tigers plays are doing way better than the Tigers, and the Tigers are the ones that are sucking. So maybe we should knock it off with all this curse and blessing crap.
Okay, Kenny, you got to fill in the blank for me here. I don't know who this is.
There's a wrestler that goes by the name of Danhausen, and what he does is he puts curses on his opponents. He did it with the Knicks. He reverse cursed the Knicks. That's why they're going further.
Wait. Is that creepy dude on ESPN
with the makeup and the face paint?
Looks like Count Scary.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, if you wondered if ESPN had hit rock bottom yet, I think the evidence is yes.
You're just not being a very good Fanhausen, Mike.
I don't know what that means. I'll live with that.
All right.
Let's go to Dean, 97.1. Dino, what's good, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Dean.
Mike, one of the things that you said while I was on hold caught me off guard. You said you have to be fair, and you can only judge them off wins and losses. Like, there's no fairness here. When it comes to looking at the scoreboard, they suck. When it comes to looking at the actual game itself, it sucks. It's unwatchable.
Dean, I said that. Dean, I said that. I was making a point that the watchability can't be what I'm most upset about. Maybe I didn't articulate it right. The wins and losses are egregious, and I said I'd rather walk into traffic than watch them. What do you want from me?
100%. No. What I'm saying is I agree with you, but you said to be fair. No, let's not be fair. Let's be logical. Just like Kenny, you call me a bad fan. No, it's about logic. Your fandom isn't so far that you start to fall into the category of delusional, right? Like, you can still watch the game and recognize that they suck, and if people call you a bad fan, then they're just losers, because you don't have anything better to do than watch your team that you love and you enjoy get their teeth kicked in. Like, who sits in the corner and punches themselves in the nuts for hours? Why would you choose that option?
Well, that's what watching the team feels like, so it's kind of a different flavor.
I hope you wouldn't.
No, I mean, Dean, look, ultimately, so let me ask you this. Are you clearly, I mean, Dean, we've talked long enough. I know you've written them off and it's done. Cool, I'm there with you. But the Skubal thing, like, do you want them shopping him now, or do you want to wait?
I wanted them shopping them before he got injured. Now that he got injured, I called in the day that he got injured, and I don't remember if it was your show or the show before yours, and I said, oh, Skubal's injured. Does that mean that he's a Tiger again? He's a Tiger again? Less than 24 hours later, you get all these reports that, oh, there's a higher likelihood of Skubal signing a 1-1 with the Tigers because of the injury. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
That never was going to happen. No, I remember the report. Dean, I don't remember you calling in, but I would have shot it down. It's zero chance. Boris doesn't want him here. He doesn't want to be here. Oh, how can you say that? Simple. Here's how it goes when you have an agent. I'd like to be a Tiger for life or you're fired. Okay? That's it.
Yeah.
That hadn't happened. He don't want to be here. That doesn't mean he's a bad guy. But it doesn't mean, sorry, I'm not putting a statue of him next to Ernie. I'm fine at this point, 10 games out, 12 games under, and after losing a series to the Orioles, shop him. I don't think they got the guts to do it, but that's what I would do.
Well, or you lose this series and there's no choice. You just got to get rid of it.
There's always a choice because you know what they're going to do? If you're into hope casting, you just find a couple things that have ever happened that could justify staying the course. Well, the 2019 Washington National. Cool. Got any other examples? You can always find one thing.
Right.
Hey, the Houston Oilers came back from the Bills came back 35-3 at halftime with a backup QB. Newsflash, you're down 35-3 at the half and your starting QB's dead, you're dead. Let's go over to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Good, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, B. What's the word?
Well, Mike, I couldn't agree with you more on the Scott Harris situation. Now, with A.J. Hinch, I feel bad because he's being asked to play a game of chess, and Scott Harris is giving him a cigar box full of checker pieces to use. You know, if he's fine, he does a decent job at drafting. But what good is it if you fill the pantry and then you put a padlock on it when the first storm clouds come on the horizon? He just does not give AJ the stuff he needs to play this game right.
Brian, here's the other part of it too, and I don't think anybody's going to be able to get truth. Truth is very hard to get now. You know, if they're aligned, then AJ's to blame. Like if they sit in meetings and they come to an agreement about, nope, this is the roster, this is how it's meant to be done, and it's just not working out. No, then I'd have a problem with AJ. But I am holding out hope this is more of a front office issue and long view issue because I'm taking them at their word. This is about being good long term. Brian, I don't know how they keep running that same lineup out here. I don't. It makes no sense.
Well, I agree, but here's the thing. Everything I've seen from AJ Hinch, he's a class act, and he's not going to complain. He's going to just do what he's got to do. I got to believe it's the front office. There's no other logical explanation.
It's fair. It's fair, and I don't think you're wrong in any way because, no, you're right. AJ's never come out and thrown the gauntlet down. Hell, there were a couple of years ago we talked about this before their miracle run. If I'm him, I mean, I'm updating the LinkedIn. I'm not doing this anymore because I have bad news. Look, look, I'm never going to love AJ Hinch, especially for the Houston stuff and what it did to my team. I'll leave it alone, but I don't have to love him. But I can respect him as a good manager. Again, both things can be true. Make no mistake about it. You get rid of AJ Hinch, he's hired in 10 minutes, maybe 9. And he's going to have a good job. He ain't going to take the Miami Marlins gig and be, jettisoned, exiled like Napoleon. So be careful about that. You get rid of Scott Harris. No, pardon me. I don't think he's getting hired in 10 minutes. No. To me, this is the ultimate learning on the job thing going on right now. And it's very bothersome.
It is. You're right. I think AJ is, Mikey, it's all he has. So I don't think he knows. I can't really shuffle this lineup anymore.
The only thing
I'm trying to maximize the most I can with this.
He does control the Riley Green nonsense, though.
Right.
Riley Green not hitting higher than 4th is baseball malpractice. He is your best player.
And I guess he's hoping that maybe if I put all my eggs right up front, I got nothing in the last 6 batters are just out.
You also have nothing now. So, I don't know, 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. I know. I'm sorry.
I'm just trying. But yeah, when he got tossed out of the game, I thought that was his moment right there. Yeah. Maybe this will spark the team. Nope.
No. Dave, a couple of texts and we'll move along.
I quit the Tigers after the Boston series, canceled my subscription, and I now feel free. That is Gary in Birmingham.
I mean, there is an element yesterday I felt free. This team was not available, and it was glorious. It was everything I imagined it could be.
From Norton Pinckney, he says, I thought we were done with the Nico Goodrums of the league on the Tigers. Now we have 6 of them.
What about Nook Logan?
Ooh.
Yeah, I know, right? No,
Casper
honestly,
Wells, bring him back.
Ooh,
watching the Tigers or corporate meetings. I'm actually okay with my schedule tomorrow.
Could be worse.
What?
You could be the Cavs.
But we beat them analytically. Whoa, buddy. Or James Harden's mushroom-filled take. I still think we're the better team. Dude, you lost by 40. You got swept. You may want to save that take. Take that one to the strip club.
Yeah.
Look, we're the better team, I swear.
The best kind of wins are the ones on paper. And
That
that's
a
it.
baby.
Hey, James, you do realize Brunson was in his sweats.
Put a banner up there. Analytics champions.
And I think the funniest one I saw was the banner that says, hey, Taylor Swift was at our game.
FanDuel giving you better payouts on SGPs all NBA playoff long. You can build more value, play it your way. So, again, if you're playing same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them with FanDuel. More options, better payouts all playoff long. Just head to FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. It's FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. 21 and up, present Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, dealer's choice, fellas. Hit the music and we'll figure out our assignment. Go ahead. Tasty.
Oh, Michael, we were off yesterday, so technically it's Monday for us. And
yes,
it seems like I don't search this stuff out, but your team just keeps making headlines. So can we say that the Giants have squashed the locker room controversy between Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter?
No. And this is where players, look, you have to make a decision. You're an adult, but you're a highly public figure and you're in a locker room. You got to steer away from the politics because 50% are going to hate you and 50% are going to love you. It was dumb for Jackson Dart to do it. It would have been dumb if it were the other side of the aisle. Do not get political. Don't do it. Bad enough you do it on social media. Now, when you're out there at rallies and stuff, you're just asking for a rift with teammates. We saw that take place years ago in a certain Michigan State locker room, and we'll leave that alone. The point is, it's just not good business. So you have the rest of your life to be highly political. And newsflash, I don't want to hear about how you have a platform and somebody needs to talk. Ain't nobody listening to you for advice on who to vote for or what to do. You're a 20-something-year-old quarterback. Hey, he can do it. This is the price of free speech. It's not free. You can do whatever you want, but you run the risk of alienating some teammates. And to me, at this stage of your life, this should be priority one.
Right.
Now, that's different than you are invited to the White House as a champion. I think you just go because that is respecting of the office, no matter who is in.
Right.
Whether you're Tim Thomas, Steph Curry, or anyone in between. That's different. When you, on your own volition, are doing intros, and it's bad business. I'm hoping they can work through that and get everybody locked in for a year where we win more than 3 games. Please.
Yeah, this brings people in on the inside a little bit because things happen in the locker room. It just is, right? Different opinions. You can have 5 different opinions on pizza in a locker room,
right?
Let alone something like this.
Or paternity.
Yeah, that's true. It becomes now public, and now it opens it up for the media to ask other teammates questions about this,
Correct.
and that's the problem.
Right. Nothing he did was offensive on surface, but there are people who do take politics like a team sport. And it's just not smart when you're the quarterback of an NFL franchise to get involved in that
But even if you just say, oh, he's young, he made a stupid mistake, doesn't he have people in his camp, whether it's agent, family, friends, business manager, somebody to be like, hey, man, if you believe it, cool, but don't do that. That's a bad idea.
Okay. As an example, though, hey, Steph Diggs, how about not 6 kids with 6 women?
Right.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Oh, you're not wrong.
You're right there.
Uh-oh.
Hey, guys, can we say that maybe the dumbest statement ever by a coach was Kenny Atkinson saying that analytically the Cavs were winning the series? This was before Game 4 when he said that, I know they're winning games, but analytically speaking, we're actually winning. It reminded me of the Shepard. You take a few plays, and this Lions defense is great.
I'm going to be totally sincere when I say this. No hyperbole. I'd fire Kenny Atkinson. It's a good thing I don't own the Cavs.
Analytically
speaking, you're fired. Oh, and in reality, also fired. I can't. And it goes all the way back to not using his timeouts because he thought he was going to lose them. Yeah. The blowing of that game. Then his just vision quest with James Harden to then that comment. Yeah, I'll leave it alone. But if I ran the team, no. My head would have exploded.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that there were some reports already out after the game that he was going to get fired, because I think the players after Game 1 gave up on him. Yeah. You cannot do that with the timeouts. You cannot say some of the things and do some of those things coaching-wise. They just were done with him.
David, you saw the quit last night when and the announcers kept bringing it up like, look at the Knicks. They got 4 men back, and you got 4 men on the other side of the court just jogging up the court, where you had, I think it was Anunoby, gets the rebound, throws it out, and then makes the basket on the other end and runs past every Cavalier. Guys, can we say, and maybe this is just me because, I like the old school baseball, but a combined no-hitter is just not the same as one pitcher out there throwing a no-hitter.
Yeah, I agree totally.
Okay.
It's still a hell of a team accomplishment, but they're in a separate category than an actual no-hitter.
The Astros threw a 9-0 no-hitter against the Rangers, but it's like, that's cute. But it's not one person going out there and facing, and getting the 27 outs.
David?
Rico, this is what I'll say. I hope you're ready for this. This is the new no-hitter. You will not have pitchers going the distance anymore. It will be nothing but combined no-hitters. That's what it is now.
Also, too, I got to throw this out there. I'm not demeaning, but I am going to diminish a no-hitter. The league blows. Nobody can hit. I mean, the average OPS in this league is like 690 now. Nobody can hit. So it's kind of like I'm expecting one of these a month at this point. If a guy's hitting 270, he's next to Ty Cobb in Cooperstown.
This is true.
Can't hit.
This is true. Real quick, Mike, can we say that the best thing that's happening to college football is Ed Orgeron will be back?
Yeah.
At LSU in some capacity.
LSU, DGAF. They just don't care. I wouldn't be shocked if they hired like Ted Bundy as the team psychologist. They don't care. They just do whatever they want, whatever sport they want. Now we got to find out if JoJo still works at that Hummer dealership. Oh, wait, he doesn't. We called and tried to find out. Tell him about it, JoJo. If you've never seen it, it's the greatest commercial ever filmed. Just type in Ed Orgeron car dealership. You're going to love it.
All I'll say here is Plan B should just move their headquarters to Baton Rouge.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Tell them about it, JoJo.
We'll run this back a little bit later on in the show. That's Can We Say That, Part 1, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal continues to trend upwards towards a return today. He was throwing to live hitters at Comerica Park. Tigers back on the field tonight against another struggling team, the Angels. Detroit Niners play with a minus 25 run differential. They've lost 8 of their last 9 series as well. Keter Montero faces Jack Kohanowitz on the mound, who is a 4.55 ERA. Hear the game right here on the ticket at 640. ESPN listed Kevin McGonigal as their favorite to win AL Rookie of the Year and 5th in MVP voting. Quote, Detroit's McGonigal leads the way statistically, though in terms of the Rookie of the Year race, the betting markets currently like Murakami, and indeed the White Sox slugger is on pace to 50 homers. If that happens, McGonigal might be in trouble, especially if the White Sox continue to rank ahead of the Tigers in the AL Central race, unquote. MLB veteran Craig Kimbrell has signed a deal with the Tampa Bay Rays today. In 14 appearances with the Mets this season, he had a 6 ERA. The Spurs and Thunder are tied at 2 apiece. Game 5 tonight. A.J. Mitchell out for OKC. Jalen Williams is questionable. That's an 8:30 tip. Meanwhile, in the NHL, the Avalanche hope to avoid a sweep against the Golden Knights. Face-off at 9 there. Hart Trophy candidate Nathan MacKinnon will play tonight after taking a puck to the knee in Game 3. Evgeny Malkin signed a 1-year deal with the Penguins today worth $5.5 million. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour number 2, let's get into it. With the New York Knicks making the NBA Finals and having one of the great postseasons ever, I would caution you. That's because the East is ass. It's garbage. But fine. I wanted to ask a question, and it's about Piston fan and how the season ended. There are 2 ways to look at this. So you've got choice A. I'm glad it ended this way. You know I'm on this side. I'm glad you got blown out in Game 7. You didn't even deserve to get through round 1. And now with Cleveland, the team that dropped a bomb on your head on your home floor, having one of the most embarrassing Eastern Conference Finals ever, I think it shows you were nowhere close.
Yeah.
And now your organization has to be real. They can't, as Jim Costa so eloquently put it, have an off-season smelling their own farts. They have to actually do something. That side I'm on. I'm thrilled it went this way. It's painless because you know in your heart you were nowhere close. The other side of it is, damn, the East was total garbage and we missed a real opportunity because we would have ... beat the Knicks. Regular season, try hard championship banner.
Yeah, we would have given the Knicks a better series. We could have beat the Knicks in 7.
Well, see, here's the other problem. What do you hang a banner for? We gave them a better series, 2025-26. I just want to know if it bothers you that Cleveland got absolutely bombed. And I admit this. Yes, okay, gentleman sweeper 6-game series. The Knicks are still beating you because the Knicks now, this is more proof your stupid little regular season doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The Knicks are playing defense. That was not a feature of Knicks 1.0 in the regular season. Now you're in the postseason.
No.
And they're playing a different level of basketball. So I'm fine with how it all played out because now all the pressure's on Trajan Langdon. And we'll get to some of the names later. But where are you? And where do you think this fan base is?
I think the fan base, Mike, and maybe it's just a microcosm of the friends and the calls I got. I think the fan base believes they would have given the Knicks a better series. The fan base believes that either it would have gone at least 6 games or they could have beaten the Knicks because, the Cavs weren't that good. And I had to remind them, you do realize the last time the Cavs won was against you. They couldn't beat the Knicks. But they destroyed you in a Game 7.
What does the better series thing? Okay, so you're in an unhappy marriage now, and I offer you a different one with the promise that it'll still end in divorce, and you'll go, yeah, but it'll still be better.
Yeah, but
what is the better series banner?
At least you'll have, kids, and they'll be amicable. You won't hate each other.
Oh, good.
But no, it would be a better series because they wouldn't have got swept. Cleveland got embarrassed. Their coach got embarrassed and said dumb things. James Harden says dumb things.
Fine, you lose in 5. Is that a better series?
I guess.
Okay, you don't lose by 40. Is that
No,
look,
most Pistons fans, Mike, believe it would have gone 7 games and they
Wow.
had a chance of winning it.
All right,
Just
then.
the people that I've talked to.
And they believe in the Easter Bunny then. Because the way this Knicks team is playing, look, the East is garbage, but they're also playing really well. You're not keeping up with that. You just lost to the team that they bodied.
Right. And the way that they're playing, whew, wow. I haven't seen organized basketball like this in a long time. Like, what, they haven't lost this month?
No, I think it's the 99 Spurs and the 17 Warriors. Only 2 to win 11 straight playoff games. And clearly, this team is not those teams. It also filters back to how awful the East is. But still, they're the best of a bad East.
Okay, but hear me out. They get to do the same thing that they did for the Pistons Cavs winner. They get 8 days to rest, to put their feet up on the couch, take a mini vacation, whatever you need to do, because there was a whole Russ versus rest. Well, rest won out in this series.
It did.
And in their world, they're praying to God that this series goes in the West goes 7 games, beat each other up, go right ahead, and let's see what happens.
But look, okay, if your mental state is I would have rather have played, it would have been a better series. You can feel however you want to feel. My opinion is tied to the fact that your season ended where you got hit with a toilet and the Cavs showed their ass. I think that forces your front office into DEFCON 1, which is it's go time. No more margins. No more sleepy time. No more like that's why I'm good with it. Because if you do have a good summer, I do think you could be finals good. But you need major changes.
But I do think there's Pistons fans that are angry. 248-539-9797 doesn't make you angry when you see the embarrassment what the Cavs were and you think we could have done a better job than Cleveland.
But if I'm being mean, you can ring the bell, and I just won't say this again.
Okay.
If you're going to do the pretend thing of, well, we would have given them a better thing, cool, then I'll do this. You should have lost in the first round if Wagner doesn't die. We can play this game all day. Because you know it's the same principle, just applied in a different way.
David, it's the first one of the day. He's right, you know.
Uh-oh. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead.
You're
Kenny,
the
if you
Pistons
like.
fan. You're the big fan. You got Cade here.
Yeah, but I'm not like the other
Your
Pistons
church is
fans.
pewless now.
Correct. I'm not like these other Pistons fans, though. In no way, shape, or form did I see the end of that series last night and say, boy, if just the Pistons, it would have been a better series. No, I think the Pistons would have lost the series. So having a better series, if it still ends in a loss, then you're still on the same level as the Cavs. I'm sorry. That's how it is for me.
But it's competitive?
No,
because these
doesn't
games
matter.
weren't competitive.
Doesn't matter. You lose a series, you lose a series. It is what it is. Whether you lose it in 4 or 7, you still lost the series. So for all these fans out there saying, "Oh man, I'm disappointed. We should have done our job and we would have beat the." No, you cannot
Can I
say
apply
that.
the principle? Let me apply the principle to my team. And you go, okay, well, you can't be happy with the way the Celtics season ended. Sure, I am. In fact, I love it because it's going to be the death of Missoula ball. It's going to be the death of having Jaylen Brown and Tatum shoehorned into this arranged marriage, and the Celtics are going to have to make seismic changes. And ultimately, in my world, I don't care about a bunch of fake regular season wins. The Celtics are a different version of you. They're a bunch of try-hard boners. They weren't championship good. This was supposed to be a gap year, tax year. Cool, so you won a bunch of stupid games. It doesn't matter. I only care about the banner. And by the way, if the Celtics somehow had gotten through, they probably would have got their asses kicked. So it's the same principle. Obviously, the Pistons and Celtics are in two different places.
It is, Mike, but when you're the number 1 seed in the East.
Fake.
Okay? You had home court advantage throughout the East. And to some, you let the game 7 slip away. I know you got blown out, but
I was going to say, slipped away. The boat capsized.
You got it to game 7, and then you see, wow, Cleveland just fell on their face. That should have been us. We should have been there. At least the games have been competitive instead of, Brunson and Sweats already showered in the fourth.
You sound like the guy who lost his girl, like, oh, God, I'd love her better. Like, I mean, what a bunch of losers.
And the
Buddy,
chair
she's
has made its
piping
first
another
appearance.
dude. It's over. Seriously, listen to yourself, Rico.
No. I'm not me.
Oh, she'd be happier with me. Huh? She ain't. She left. Sound like a bunch of bitches. It's ridiculous. These are the calls you're getting, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what they ought to do? We should start putting up fake banners. The Lions used to do it. Playoff appearance banners. Like, go ahead. Put up a fake banner. We would have given them a better series banner.
Well,
Put it right next to Kelly Tripucka.
No, they will. They would have the Eastern number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference banner.
Put that up there, too. Hell, put Mason's glasses and flat brim in the rafters. Like one of those oversized hats. Put that up there.
The only team to win 60 in the East.
To me, I'm all about the bigger picture, and I like when organizations are forced into the fire. They don't get to waste our time anymore. So that's my joy, is like now it's on. Now the organization has to deliver these fans a legitimate product, not this gym class crap. That's me, though. Versus whatever Rico's friends are selling, the whole, she'd be happier with me.
Well, one of our friends, he didn't call me, but a mutual friend of ours, morning show, Mr. Costa. He believes.
Yeah, but well, here's what I believe. I believe Gov put him in a body bag this morning when he told him, you're living in a fantasy land. It was hilarious. And Gov was right.
And from Tecumseh.
What tangible value is there? You gave the Knicks a good series last year.
And you swept them this year in the regular season.
Put the banner up. Played a song. My point is, the bigger picture, the bigger value is that your season did end in disaster. Because now, Trajan got punched right in the head. And he has to go to this offseason and land a Markkanen, a Trey Murphy, a something to move this thing forward to where then we can really go to war.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I mean, who would have thought that whoever the sports host in New York, when he came out, was just like, yeah, you're not beating us.
Oh, Evan?
Yeah, and we were
He said it in December, and he goes, well, the Pistons are a cute little team. And I'm like, all right, hold on. First of all, you're a Nets fan. So whatever you know about hoops, we can fit in a thimble. Second of all, what did the Pistons go out to do? Kick the hell out of the Knicks every time they played this year. Mm-hmm. But the playoffs are a different thing. And look, I was willing to make a bet if they played. Yeah, of course I would have wanted the Pistons to go at them because I hate the Knicks. But ultimately, they didn't play. The Pistons didn't do their job. Pistons are lucky they even got out of the first round. How could you be hope casting? Take this as a win. They got their faces rubbed in it, and the team that bombed you, as fake as you think they are, they got murdered worse than you.
They did.
Now your organization can deliver for you. Or do what Rico's friends are doing. I don't know.
That's a lot of people, man. They feel like the quote, we could have given them a better series. Because you're right. David, you're right.
Rico's on the phone with his friends. Oh, I would have given her a better life.
You know what?
Well,
I'm not getting dragged into this.
She's on a yacht with a doctor. I want to know, who was it? Was it Caveman?
No,
was it Chuck?
It wasn't Caveman.
Was it DW? No. Who is it? I know all your people, even though I'm not a founder.
Only one of them is a founder that you named off.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
David, we'll get with the people. 248-539-9797. We do have some new names emerging for Pistons intrigue. We can go down that road, too. Spring's in full swing. Make sure your home can handle the heat. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Here to ensure you stay cool. $79 AC tune-up and free on-check when you tell them you heard it here. And if you want that total upgrade, now's the time. You buy a new furnace or AC, you get half off the installation. The experts at Mastercraft know comfort's not going to wait. You need same-day service and 24/7 availability. So call the pros at Mastercraft for all your plumbing, electrical, and generator needs. For every power failure and seasonal shift, Mastercraft has you covered. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we'll get some of the people, get some of the texts. And again, the idea is, okay, let's say you give the Knicks a better series. I don't think anyone's arguing that. It's impossible to not give them a better series than whatever Cleveland did, but who cares? You showed your ass. You got a gift from God to get out of the first round, and then you blew a game 7 at home, you lost by 50. So I'm good with the season ending that way because now we'll go get better players. And we can actually chase this thing versus false hope. You want to know what false hope gets you? Your 2026 Detroit Tigers. You start buying your own BS. Oh, the lineup will be fine. I stay up at nights wondering how this lineup ended up bottom 5. Well, because they're bottom 5.
Still a hell of a quote, man.
It is, but my whole point is, let's say the Pistons had made it. Let's say that they did give the Knicks a better series. Now, all of a sudden, maybe the front office doesn't do what they need to do this summer. Oh, we could develop it organically. This ain't lettuce. Like, go get real players.
I would like to think that you're correct. I don't feel that will happen, but yes, it opens the door.
If you don't feel like it's going to happen, then I understand the people who say, well, damn it, I rather would have been playing. We'd give them a better series. If you don't believe it's going to happen, then those people are more right than I am. I believe the Pistons were stunned in that game 7. That was a taser to the sack.
I think they were stunned, and I don't know how this is going to end, Mike, but somehow I got a feeling that we're going to try to keep our own players and make it work in the margins. And we'll find that 1 or 2 piece player that'll come in here and be the difference maker.
Well, then
you'll find your version of Duncan Robinson. Or
then I hope the
version
franchise
of
is stricken with eternal diarrhea. Non-stop diarrhea. No remedy, no way out. Pre-game, during game, post-game, all of them. That's what they deserve if they do that to this fan base. Eternal diarrhea.
Just be ready.
That's right.
Your big free agent
David
move.
told me about that in the New Testament. It's an amazing chapter.
Really?
Locusts, blood in the rivers, and eternal diarrhea. Unbelievable.
Not even close to the New Testament, but okay.
David, just go with it. What do you have on the text?
From Rick in Westland.
Did Moses hit the transfer portal?
Yeah, apparently so.
A porcelain portal.
Apparently so. Someone says, sometimes some teams just have another team's number. I believe we had the Knicks number this year. Half the game is mental. Pistons were in the Knicks' head.
I agree. But okay, I'm going to say this again. I said it on the air. I agree with you. You would have given them a better series. Here's one thing you're not factoring in. All of your regular season results are null, including Jalen Duren's existence. It's all fake. The Knicks didn't play in the postseason the way they played in the regular season. So I'm fine giving you championship belt, toughness, better series. The Cavs didn't give them any series. Of course, by osmosis, you give them a better series. It doesn't result in anything. In fact, it may have resulted in your organization being seduced into thinking this motley crew was somehow championship good. That's the only reason I'm on the other side. This is not difficult. But then I forget this town doesn't watch basketball. They don't. They're probably not even watching the Knicks.
Oh, no. They're watching the Knicks. They watched that series, and they're sitting there laughing at Cleveland saying, we could have did better than you.
Cutscene, game 7 here.
It's also the same fan base that believes they actually beat the Knicks last year in the playoffs.
I know. Okay. Point, Rico. David?
That's why you get texts like that. Oh, we have their number. But you lost to them in the series.
But you kind of do. But the problem is...
But when you had their number, Durham was good.
And there it is. And the Knicks had another gear. And they've put the pedal down and have not stopped.
Well, the other thing is I hear this, you match up better with the Knicks. It would have been a better matchup.
All of this is true. It doesn't result in you winning the series. So then why do I care? I didn't think the Knicks had this in them. I don't know that anyone did. This, 11 straight, I don't care if you're playing St. Cecilia's. You can't imagine what they're doing.
And it's not just 11 straight. It's going on the road and just
killing people,
bombing the opponent where their fans are leaving at halftime. Like, yeah, this is over. The first quarter last night, like, did they just take a 20-point lead?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Perry from Detroit says, I agree with you, Mike. If the Knicks play good defense against the Cavs shooting, imagine our shooting against that defense.
And that's the point. Guys, look, okay? Let me give you a bit of advice. This is free, okay? I'd rather be a hypocrite than someone who doesn't evolve. So if you think me going back and saying now, today, I couldn't pick you to beat the Knicks, cool. They're making me change my opinion. This is what sports is. This is what life is. Your opinion evolves with data. Yeah, in December, we'll beat the Knicks. Newsflash, you went one way, the Knicks went the other. What am I going to do, deny reality? We're also losing what the topic is. That's the whole point. The topic is, do you believe that you are, not believe, do you feel saltier because you blew Game 7 and you wanted the Knicks? Or do you like the way the season ended because now it forces your franchise to get off their ass and get players? That's the topic. Not you versus Knicks. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense.
Go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great, boy.
Chris, where'd he go?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do. You broke up on us, Chris. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you. Analytically, I'm getting ready for Game 6 against the Cavs.
Kenny Atkinson with an all-timer right there.
Nuts. I told Kenny and I told you guys I wanted the Pistons, not just for bragging rights and stuff like that, but mostly because I did think that was, what the world and whatever just deserved. They matched up better, and it would have been definitely not been a sweep. I would not have believed that. I didn't even think we were going to sweep the Cavs. Mike, you said it best. This is something that even the biggest Knicks fans could not imagine what we're doing right now. And I got to credit it. I'm not going to turn this into Knicks love fest, but I do have to credit this to, seriously, it's Quinn Snyder. After Game 3 against the Hawks, he forced Mike Brown to make changes, and it really has a lot to do with Karl Anthony Towns and how they're running the offense from him. And I don't think that's what we were doing all regular season, especially against the Pistons when we got swept. So do I think we still would have beat them in the playoffs? Absolutely. Do I think it would have been as ugly as it was against Cleveland?
No.
Absolutely not. I don't.
No, but then, and Chris, the whole idea of what we're asking the fan base, and look, they're not going to respond because they didn't respond in the morning either. And I love the topic. I love the conversation. I thought they did a great job with it. It's the idea of if I know I'm not going to win a championship and I know this thing's a little bit more fake than not, I want it to end the way it did. So the organization has to live in reality.
The embarrassment.
I do. And that's just how I'm wired. Versus what Chris is saying. Like, I wouldn't sit here feeling good. Okay, Knicks in 5 and 4 of the games are close. What does that do? It gives the organization carte blanche to gaslight you and go, oh, well, what do you want? Some big move? We're close. No, you're not. No, you're not. Even the Knicks, with the way they've played, they're plus 250 to win the finals. Think about that.
It's the same thing you've been saying. Like, you loved seeing the way that your team got knocked out. You loved seeing what happened to the Pistons because it forces their hand.
Yeah, like this summer, what it forces my team to do, no more of the fantasy that Tatum and Brown can play together. Get JB out of here, go get Giannis. Let's get serious. Let's take a few shots. We already take 53s a game. How about we make it 40 and we get a guy who can get to the line in the fourth quarter?
No, and to answer the question, yes, I am happy that it happened that way. You needed to be embarrassed because this forces Trajan to look in the mirror. Now, can you make the move? Will you make the move?
And we do have names. We've got a couple new names. I don't know.
No, I'm just don't fall in love with your own players. That's all I ask.
Okay. Hey, by the way, I got a name for Kenny. Saw a new name for the Wings by a, quote, respected Kenny Cott approved reporter.
Who would that be?
We'll do it at 4 o'clock. Oh. Respectfully. No, seriously, 4 o'clock. I'll ask you. Rico, take him to church, please.
All right, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Why? Because Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. and they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount and rebate and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and hit the road with the great deals on their massive inventory. The selection is best right now and ready for immediate delivery, so no waiting. That includes the May Rico deal, still a few days left. A new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $249 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them I sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Wait, not breaking news?
Not really breaking news.
Oh, man.
But breaking news-ish.
Oh, we're in a good mood. There you go.
You want door number 1 or door number 2?
2.
Door number 2. The lineup is out for the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, baby. Hold on. Gird your loins. All right, let me listen to this.
Batting first is Kevin McGonigal. Second, Dylan Dingler.
Excellent.
Third, in left field, Riley
Yes.
Green.
Yes. All right. AJ listens to the show. And I don't need to hear the last 6 names.
It doesn't matter.
They're all terrible. No, hold on. Let me hear the rest of the lineup because then I got to see if I have anything to get upset about. This is what I've asked for, though. You don't get the chance or the luxury of elongating the lineup. So you may as well just put your heavies there, get them the most at bats, and pray there's a sequence in the game that third of the lineup
get you 2 runs,
generates a couple of runs, and God willing, somebody runs into one later and I can get to 4. That's all.
Torque hits a home run.
Sure.
So
Go ahead.
I'm going to do this right. Batting first and playing third, Kevin McGonigal. Catcher and batting second, Dylan Dingler. Batting third. Left fielder, Riley Green. DH batting fourth, Colt Keith. Batting,
hold on.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No. I'm happy. No. I'm okay with this because at least Keith can hit something. The problem is this not the most Tigers thing in history? You're DHing a guy on May 26th who has no home run. I have the same amount of home runs as Colt Keith. That's incredible.
Facts.
But I'll take it because it beats the alternative. Who's batting fifth?
And playing first will be Spencer Torkelson.
I'll live with it.
Playing short and batting sixth, Zach McKinstry.
Sure.
Seventh and second base is Gage Workman.
Okay.
Center field, Matt Veerling's next. And batting ninth.
Face of franchise.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
Batting ninth, right fielder, Winsell Perez.
Oh, there's the only sticky point.
So with no short?
I want to tell you unequivocally that's the best lineup Hinch has put out in 3 weeks.
That makes me want to vomit. Thank you. That's awful.
Kenny, think about this. Compared to the lineups he's been putting out. Come on, we got to be fair.
I mean, it's the best he can do with what he has.
Thank you. And that's all we can ask.
Boy, what a sad state.
Congratulations. This is what the bottom of the chili pot looks like.
Right, but this is what the mean people at 97.1 have been asking for 3 weeks.
No.
And then they end up doing it.
We're excited about this lineup.
I didn't say excited. Okay, hold on. Here,
we'll just pull a Jeff Rieger up in here.
Well, please don't, because I'll broadcast from home the rest of the day.
No, I said.
Okay. I thought you were going to dissolve and evolve, and I'm not going to sit here and do a show like that. That's ridiculous. No. The point is,
well, he doesn't need to after he saw that lineup. He's already right there.
No. This isn't about brickage. This is simple. Okay. Get bricked. Listen, let's compare it to the Cleveland Cavaliers against the Knicks.
Okay.
That's been your lineup for a month. We've simply been asking for Pistons Knicks. We know it's not good, but we'll take it. Rico, he's doing what I've asked.
Yeah.
Short of calling someone up. And by the way, just overall, no Zach Short, no Jahmai Jones. I'll live with Wenzel in like the homeless spot, the 9-hole. He's got his 5 best hitters batting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all they can do. His nonsense decisions of Riley Green hitting 4th and 5th, it had to stop. Right. Kenny's making this out. I'm not making this out to be the 27 Yankees. Kenny, true or false, this lineup gives you a better chance to win than anything he's done in 3 weeks.
That's not saying much, but factually you are right.
Then that's all.
Let's just go with it.
Analytically, they could win tonight.
Evolve.
Wait. That's behind door number 1.
What's door number 2?
Analytically speaking, according to Shams, Kenny Atkinson coming back.
Woof.
According to Shams, he's talked to the insiders in Cleveland, and he's coming back. So you should be happy if you're
that's good for the Pistons. I think that's really good for the Pistons. Because honestly, the way that guy coaches, and Donovan Mitchell can be a hothead, you got James Harden, who's a weirdo. They're going to do something this offseason. That has a chance to be a bit of a powder keg. I mean, I never would have brought Atkinson back.
Yeah.
Yikes. Okay.
So that little bit of news all happened
That's
within
excellent.
2 minutes of each other.
Fantastic. Look, I'm being sincere. And no, it's just, I laugh. We've been saying it for a month. Then they finally come around and do it. That's been the most sensible option of all.
Yeah. I don't understand why it took this long.
Now watch, they get shut out by Steve Pocahontas tonight. Who the hell's this guy for the Angels? Never heard of this guy. Serious, his name is not that dissimilar to Pocahontas. Hold on. David, what is it?
I'm looking for it.
I mean, I know he's not Russian. What is it? Kenny, what do you got?
Jack. Yep. I'm going to get this name wrong.
Kakanowicz. Kakanowicz. There we go.
I don't know.
I don't think you can say that.
That's a town outside of Buffalo.
I think, yeah, Kakanowicz.
Okay, I don't think it's pronounced that way.
COKOCHAN. OWICZ.
Whatever. You know what that spells in Portuguese? Minor leaguer. All right, let's go over to Floyd, 97.1. Floyd, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. What happened to Cade? What was wrong with Cade?
What do you mean? Got to be a little more specific than that,
He only scored 12 points in Game 7 against Cleveland.
Okay.
And only scored 21 points in Game 6. I hear people talking about giving Cade more help, but what happened? Is this something we don't know?
No. I mean, Game 7.
In terms of injury?
Game 7, the whole game was an atrocity. I'm just drawing a line through it. You realize Cade averaged 28 and 8 throughout the playoffs? I don't think this is a Cade issue, Floyd. Look, Michael Jordan didn't win a playoff series until Scottie Pippen got there.
That's not my point.
What is your
point? Point, though, Mike? My point is Cade tremendously underperformed for his talent level. The superstar can't underperform with a 12-point Game 7 and a 21-point Game 6. I think there must be something else wrong with Cade that we don't know about.
Well, it was unearthed that outside of the collapsed lung, he had fractured ribs and played through it like a warrior, playing 42 minutes a night. I mean, look, Floyd, you can question Game 7 if you like. I'm just making a point to you. The guy has absolutely no help. Anyone want to talk about how Jalen Duren went from being good to being Yinkadare? You know, you're hey, where was Unk? Remember all that Tobias crap? Guy averaged 8 points a game his last 4 games of the playoffs. Yeah. Floyd, you need help, brother.
But he had fractured ribs, and now I understand.
Okay, well, I'm glad I could be of service. All right, at least I added a shred of value to the proceedings. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be flippant. I'm not here to hear Cade slander. He gave it all. Get him some effing help.
Yeah, I would say what happened with Cade, he was tired. He was carrying the team on one lung, and that's why he looked that way. Because you're right. For Tobias Harris, he looked brilliant. He was scoring 20 points a game. He was doing everything that we needed Duren to do, but he was doing it. And then when he went flat, and then Duren didn't do anything, and you know you're not going to get anything from the 9.
Right.
Here we are.
Yeah, Floyd, here's the other thing. How about this? How about you get picked up full court for 40 minutes? How about you get blitzed and doubled every fourth quarter and your teammates go a combined 0 for 11 from the field in those situations? Like, Floyd, he needs help. I'll say it to you again. Jordan didn't win a playoff series until Pippen came. You need help. This franchise owes that to you and Cade. And by the way, I don't care that Jalen Duren made third team. Let me help you with this. The maximum I have to pay Duren is $177 million. Why? Because that's the maximum anyone else can pay him in restricted free agency. Why would I pay him more than that? You lost your claim to those extra dollars with the way you played. When you became Wendell Clark, former Maple Leaf, Wendell Carter. Shout out New York Islander fisherman jersey, Wendell Clark. Wendell Carter put you in a baby stroller. There's no world. Well, he's up to $278 million. Why would I pay him more than any team in the open market could pay him?
I wouldn't.
Okay.
And you know what? If you want to shop yourself, you go right ahead.
Yeah, and you're still going to get $177 because I can match it. 248-539-9797. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Brand new warehouse is phenomenal. It's the size of 17 football fields or thereabouts. But if you're a contractor, you're not with Northville, you are missing out. You're leaving money on the table. Selection, service, price. Nobody out there does it better. They got a full window program as well. It's Northville Lumber. Take home some samples, stop by the showroom, or just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get to the people. I love the lineup tonight. What?
That drop is funny.
I
hope it goes far.
I'm shocked I didn't hear it Saturday. I was listening to Kenny and Shabath and the Seinfeld Saturdays. How was that drop not played? Kenny, you're slipping. Also, your microphone has to be on at the start of a show.
I know. I was slipping on that. That's my bad.
That was incredible.
That was a great moment that I could have used an opportunity to do that.
So you had control of the board or you didn't?
Wow.
I had it. I just didn't know that I could use it.
Amazing. All right, to the people, we go to Carlos, 97.1. Carlos, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, man?
What's the word?
Pretty much, I just want to address some of the weak takes from a lot of Detroit fans. Like how is it that people's conclusion is that it's and I'm not saying it's all fans, but it's all Cade's fault. The guy had fractured ribs, coming off a collapsed lung, carrying the offense all year. God forbid he has some turnovers. I'm not trying to excuse him. Yeah, he can get better from three, be more consistent from there. He can watch the turnovers, but he needs help. Detroit fans have some of the weakest takes in all of sports.
Carlos, I agree. I don't know. I feel like for no reason I'm at odds with fans because I want to win and I don't really care about much else. And fans seem to be in the everything but championship space. I don't get it. And I also don't get critiques of Cade when clearly this team has no talent around him. Yeah. It's just simple. Get this guy what he needs. You have a superstar for the first time since Isaiah Thomas. This summer, you go all in to get the best player you can, period.
But when you say things like that, people act like you're excusing Cade from anything. No, I'm just saying to your point, the guy is just doing too much. Some things have to be taken off his plate. You know what I mean?
Agree completely. No, and I'm not excusing anything. It's just, I think, Carlos, if you watch the league, you understand no one can do this alone. LeBron couldn't do it alone. Kevin Durant couldn't do it alone. I cited that Michael Jordan couldn't do it alone. Newsflash, Shaq didn't do it alone. You need help.
And the thing that people don't look at too is when Cade gets 30, it's a hard 30. It's not like the game is flowing and he's
I'm
off
telling
ball
you,
and
you get him a Trey Murphy, a Lowry Markkanen, you get a high level guy in here. Cade can win an MVP in the next 5 years. He could average a triple double because your point, Carlos, is spot bang on. We are yet to see Cade on easy mode where the floor is appropriately spaced, where he has actual human beings with opposable thumbs who can shoot the basketball.
Yeah, wait till Io gets here.
I see, this is the problem. You put me in a spot where if I say I'm not thrilled with that, you think I'm being negative. I'm not. It would have to be player plus that. He has to be, all right, this is going to be the second thing we do this offseason. It can't be your signature thing.
I'm hoping it's not. Mike, I want to be wrong. I really do. I want them to go bold because, as we started off this hour saying, you got embarrassed. This wasn't close. This wasn't a buzzer beater. This wasn't a, well, you know what? If the referee would have just made this one call, we would have won.
Right.
This game was over. And what time do we want to beat traffic to get out of here?
We'll get the names in the 5 o'clock. Got 2 new names to enter. Well, one's a name and one's an actual medical condition. We'll talk about it. We'll go to DJ 97.1. DJ, how you doing, buddy?
What up, though, my dog? Out here enjoying this weather. You good?
Yes, sir. Yeah. What's on your mind, bud?
Yeah. Hey, so one thing, Mike, I don't want to be too anatory, but Grant Hill was a superstar. I just heard you say Isaiah.
You know what?
Yeah, you know.
Fine. Noted, and we'll adjust the record, okay? Done. It's still 26 years.
No, definitely. And this is something, man. This is something that me and you talked about years ago, the whole hocus pocus. I'm going to get to my point, the whole hocus pocus conspiracy theory. I told my college teammates the other day, do you realize how bad the NBA dropped the ball by cheating and giving San Antonio Wemby? Because Wemby's really supposed to be a Piston. It's supposed to be Cade and Wemby versus Chet.
If it was Cade and Wemby, you could have Rico, Kenny, and David as the other 3 in the starting 5. You'd still win it all.
No, absolutely. But just think of how the NBA really dropped the ball for that, because that would have been the finals the next 5 or 6 years. But anyway, so what I told Kenny, for whatever reason in this city, man, and it really annoys me, we get one superstar, and that's it. I don't care if it was Barry. I don't care if it was Calvin Johnson. I don't care if it was Stafford. I don't care. It's like we get one guy, Cade Cunningham, and then right there, it's like we just kind of go on chill mode. Aiden Hutchinson. It's like I don't understand. Like our city is a anti-super team, and that just it bothers me to all these GMs. And I realize there's different regimes and different GMs, but it seems like a common theme over the last maybe 10 years. We refuse to be super teams.
No, listen, Rico's made fun of it with the meeting at the Coney. I feel like Detroit is one of the 5 best sports towns in America. I have always said this. It's New York, Chicago, Philly, Boston here. Okay? And instead, we act like Sacramento. I feel like the losing of the last decade has turned this into a market that behaves like a small market. And I'll never change. So it's just apparently I'm just going to go to war every day. Because DJ, it's ridiculous to me.
You know what's crazy though? Not I'm sitting here and I got you and I'm thinking about it. The change in ownerships actually do got something to do with it because Mike Ilitch was about that life. When he was running the Tigers and the Red Wings, he was going to load up, and so was the Pistons owner. So I take that back. It's the ownership because they was loading up and they didn't care what it cost.
But let's be fair. I want to be fair to this, right? And we have crushed Tom Gores, and justifiably so. T-shirt Tom. Bottom line is that dude stroked a check for $60 million to make his own mistake go away. He also has said there are no guardrails. There is nothing stopping us. So this summer will tell me everything I need to know. Look, the Mike Ilitch thing, you, DJ, and I know you're smart enough to know this. He was a fan. His son is a businessman. There's a distinct difference. One guy was 1,000 years old. The other guy's in his 50s or early 60s. It's different. One guy didn't know if he was going to wake up tomorrow, and he was desperate to win a World Series. Again, that'll never change. But let's be fair. They have a top 10 payroll. How about we look at the guy who spent the money? That's the bigger issue. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Tigers ace Tarek Skubal threw to live hitters at Comerica Park today. His final line for Evan Woodbury of M Live. 2 2/3 innings, 1 earned run, a homer by Jahmai Jones. Just that 1 hit. No walks and 3 strikeouts with about 40 pitches. Athletic writer and former MLB GM Jim Bowden thinks that they should start shopping him now, though. Detroit starts a 3-game series against the Angels tonight at Comerica Park. Here's a lineup: McGonigal, Dingler, and Green at the top. Keith, Torkelson, and McKinstry in the middle, followed by Workman, Vierling, and Perez at the bottom. 6:40 the first pitch, right here on 97.1. ESPN NBA reporter Bobby Marks expects around a 5-year, $162 million deal for Pistons starter Asar Thompson next offseason is when he becomes a restricted free agent. A Victor Wembanyama Panini Black Parallel card sold for $5 million in a private sale per ESPN. It's the 11th highest known sale of a sports card ever. Wemby and the Spurs back in action tonight against the Thunder with a series tied at 2. They'll tip at 8:30. In the NHL, the Golden Knights have a chance to sweep the Avalanche at 9 as well. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's Tuesday, but it feels like a Monday. But it's a Tuesday. I don't care. It's Can We Say That? Part deux.
Part deux.
Go ahead. I am excited about the Tigers lineup, okay? It's the best lineup Hinch has put out in 3 weeks. Let me take the win.
You know, can we say that AJ was listening to the show, Mike?
No. That would be an insane assertion. I'm just saying we were right and he was wrong. There.
Okay.
It's the best lineup you could put out. That's all I ask.
And it was a simple ask.
Jesus.
But they did it. He's third. Watch him go 0 for 4, 0 for 5.
Golden sombrero, 4 at-bats, 4 strikeouts. And Wenzel Perez goes deep 6 times. Go ahead. I quit.
Yeah, it's short off the bench for the walk-off.
Done.
Right.
Yes.
Guys, after this weekend, and this is a serious question, can we say the New York Knicks are playing the best basketball of the remaining teams?
No, because the East is such garbage. And mind you, there's still plus 250 to win it all. The real war is in the West. So I'm going to say that because the Western Conference Finals and the Western Conference overall superior, the games look different.
Right, but hear this. The East is garbage, and they've treated the East like garbage.
Okay.
Like, let's say if San Antonio was in the East, we would say, oh, well, of course you were going to dominate that way because you're so much better.
All right, yeah, I can go with that. Then yes, you convinced me. I'm in.
David?
Sure. I just... The West is so good. It's tough, though, because OKC's now dealing with injuries. San Antonio's dealing with injuries. So are they really playing at their best? I don't know.
But not their fault.
Yeah, you're right. So I'll say yes, the Knicks are playing the best.
Boy. David, that was painful for you. Okay.
To give the Knicks credit, yes, it is.
All right, well, let's stick with basketball.
It is. They're annoying. Their fans are worse.
Oh, my goodness.
Great. Another 2 weeks. I got to look at Timothy Chalamet acting like a 12-year-old who's love struck. Oh, Jalen. Grow up.
Ben Stiller, yeah.
Oh, please.
Hey, Cat, can I get a photo?
Hey, Spike, nice backpack. What are you, 12? Oh, no. Oh, God.
Stephen A., I'm sure, is quite happy. You know he's going to show up in the finals.
Great.
I can't wait for them to lose the finals now. They think they won it already.
Let's go over to the West. Can we say the West is going to go 7 games?
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. Look, these two, while I still think the Thunder are better, you lose a second-team All-NBA guy like Jalen Williams, that you're going to hurt. Now they're deep, they're talented, but I'm going to say yes. I just, the way this series has gone, it feels like a war, and the home court will play out. But yeah, I'll go with 7.
See, what you just said is why I'm not ready to say 7. Missing Jalen Williams, the Spurs win tonight, it could be over in 6. So I'm not ready to say 7 right now because of the injury. I want to see what they look like tonight.
But that's why he asked the question.
I know.
He's a ball breaker.
I know.
And David, the fact that each has shown we can win at the other place.
That's true.
So it's not
You're
like,
right.
oh, we're at home, so we're invincible. No, not really. Guys, can we say, and Kenny, this one's for you, that Mitch Marner has changed his image. He's playoff Mitch now.
Yeah, classic change of scenery. He looks like a different guy. He's in a different system. He's in a different program. Yep. He looks like he actually wants to be there. I don't think he ever wanted to be in Toronto for as long as he was. And I think that plays a big part of how he's playing much, much better than we ever expected.
So could we expect the same thing with the Pistons? The Wings go after a certain Maple Leaf?
No, because they won't. Because they're chickens. Okay. They're not going to do it.
I agree with Mike. I think he's spot on with that. I don't think they have the stones to do it.
No, we don't need him. We're going to go get Frank McCann.
I mean, I'm just watching what he's out there doing for Vegas.
I know.
It's like, first of all, when did Vegas become this powerhouse?
The minute McMahon?
Yeah, the minute they join the league. That's when.
No, NHL is key with change of scenery, guys. That's all that is.
So you don't want to be an original 6. You want to be a last 6.
Pretty much the way they've doctored the rules, you can enter the league and be good.
You want to be Florida, Vegas, or Dallas, or teams that don't have a state tax. That's what you want to be.
All right. So
that's how you know you're a poverty league, by the way.
Oh.
Your players don't make enough money. They're factoring in tax savings.
You're not wrong.
Come to the NBA, you make it $60 a year. It doesn't matter. Only in hockey. Actually, you'll save $7.
Well, you know what? We could save you $37,000 if you sign with this team. All right. Speaking of image changing,
yeah.
While James Harden still went full James Harden and did James Harden-like things, can we say that Karl Anthony Towns is changing his image?
No. This is look. There's too much resume on the other side for this one run to change it where he's not the main actor. Now, the change to Mike Brown, a more offensive-minded coach, having Cat be more of a facilitator out high, not as much of a premium shooter, it's allowed them to play better. But if anything, it shows he can't be Batman. He can't even be Robin. So I'm going to say no to that. Just no hill I'm dying on. Go ahead, David.
I think I agree because this run here for the Knicks is all about the Villanova 3. It has nothing to do with Cat.
What about the Nova Knicks?
He's a compliment to them.
He is, but he's going out there the double like everything we wanted Jalen Duren to do. Cat Williams is actually getting it done. He's going out there. He's scoring, like I said, getting 10 to 15 rebounds a night. Going out there scoring 16.
Yeah, but his
to
role
20
before was he had to go out there and score for them.
Right.
He had to do that. Now he's doing everything else. And then if I score, cool.
Okay. All right. Can we say that even though he's not going to get any jail time, that Wander Franco will never play in the Major League Baseball again?
That is correct. What wild story, and we don't have enough time to really unpack it all. But now the only person going to jail is the victim's mother.
Yeah, for fraud. It was so confusing.
Very sordid,
Yeah.
and we can't do that effectively in 60 seconds. So my answer is no, and we just move on.
Okay. All right, I'll leave it there.
It's too complex, man.
This is something new, but can we say that social media may not be the best thing for athletes?
Human beings?
When there's questionable things going on, and if you're Terrion Arnold, I guess on your birthday, you put on your Instagram of you in a private jet with jewelry and bling in your mouth or teeth.
Oh, God.
And
dude, you make like $1.5 million a year.
Right.
You can't afford that life. Listen, I mean, here, I can't believe I'm quoting this guy as some scion of knowledge, but have you ever heard Fat Joe talk about, like, going broke on private jets? Like, if Don Cartagena can't afford it, you can't afford it. You don't make enough money. Didn't you almost go to jail because of a bunch of stolen jewelry?
Yep.
Now you're flexing jewelry?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
you have to be Drake to afford that life.
Well, I guess he treated himself for his birthday. That's what it looks like.
Why don't you
5
treat
days
yourself to an interception? And even if fine, you want to treat yourself, don't tell the world.
Exactly.
Oh, you just bought a $500,000 piece of jewelry or whatever Rico just said? Here's an idea. Don't make yourself a target. Again. I'll just leave it alone. I just tell you, he don't make that kind of money.
I'm with you. But
Mahomes, he gets to fly private. You're missing 2 zeros. You do not get to fly private.
Correct. David, have you seen it? The photos?
I have not seen it.
Can I
can
see
only
it?
imagine.
Let me pull up the photos for you, Michael.
This is only going to upset me, but go ahead. Let me see what we're working with here. Oh, this is really going to. You want to
just as bad as prom season photos? I'm guessing.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, we're fine. We're here till 6.
He's on this jet.
I mean, okay, maybe he got the jet on trade. Well, why are we flexing? Oh, dear God. Okay.
No need for it. There's no need for it.
Look, even if he had somebody do him a solid, or maybe he got some form of trade for the ride, fine. The jewelry, it drives me crazy. It's like when players who get drafted in like 23rd overall. Oh my Lanta. Okay, it's worse than I
see. You shouldn't do that because we're in this era also where athletes have been getting robbed.
He just got robbed. Hello, Bing Bong.
I was trying to. Okay.
All right. No, the whole point. It's like when an athlete gets drafted 24th overall. I just bought mom a house and matching Range Rovers. Son, you can't afford that.
May want to wait till that second deal.
Would you skip the rookie symposium? You bought mom $1 million house. You bought her $250,000 in vehicles. Son, Uncle Sam would like a word. What's left for you?
Mm-hmm.
What did they skip the symposium?
Yeah.
Terrian didn't get drafted 2nd overall. He got drafted like 25th. Okay. If you've been robbed for your jewelry before, might not be the greatest idea to put advertising out there in the form you got even more expensive jewelry.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Le'Veon. All right, one last one if I got time, David.
I don't care.
Michael, can we say that Jeremy Fears Jr. needs to go back to MSU?
I don't care.
Okay.
No, he should go back because he'll make more money. He's not a first-round pick. Now, if
I guess 10 anonymous GMs said he should go back to college.
Because, well, and again, now the offer should be $4 million. That's the Yaxel plan. That's what Fears should get. You take the $4 million, prove your draft stock, you become a certified first-round pick next year if it goes right. You go on with your life. But let me be unequivocal. I don't give a rat's ass. So do whatever you want, son.
Bing bong.
Knicks fans are the worst. Oh, God.
That's Can We Say That? 97.1. Hey guys, what if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included, no strings, no commitments, and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, You can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. So lock in that price and unlock the possibilities with the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet requires. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Okay. We'll get some text. Rico's really enjoying that.
All righty.
Bing.
We had a great break there.
Okay, guys, seriously. Let me get a few of the texts, and then I got to get Kenny involved. Listen, years ago, there's this YouTube video. It's hilarious. It's all New Yorkers, and a lot of these guys, they stand outside of the Knicks games and they just go ham. But some of these, you're like, what planet are these people from? So
Byron.
Okay.
A dude in this speedo. Follow me on my Instagram. You don't own a laptop, sir, or a phone.
Sorry, we went down memory lane. I don't know what's better, that or Orgeron being back in college football, and we can look at the car dealership video from 15, 20 years ago.
Tell him about it, JoJo.
The fact that we had people calling to see if JoJo still worked at the dealership. And I felt bad because it was a legitimate question, but then apparently the people down there were very upset, and they're like, listen, JoJo hasn't worked here in 7 years. I don't even know if JoJo's still alive.
I was supposed to say, was he alive?
I don't know. But it's one of the greatest. Here, if you don't watch anything the rest of today, just type in Ed Orgeron car dealership. It'll be a video, probably a little grainy, from the late 2000s when he was at Ole Miss. It's one of the greatest, worst commercials in the history of commercials.
Now that he's back, he should redo it. He should go back and do it again.
I wish we still had the other drops in there. Tremendous. David, go ahead with the text, and then we'll get to Kenny's name of the day.
Text here says, the Tigers lineup has me analytically bricked up.
That's right.
Just kidding. I don't care. We are dog water.
Come on. I understand, but if the manager does what I've begged him to do, look, fairness is our favorite F word. Second favorite.
I was about to say, not your favorite.
The point I would like to make is it's the best lineup they can put out there, and he hasn't been doing that in weeks. I want to be fair.
Bing bong. Okay, hold on. This is a power move right here.
Oh, my. That's, yeah.
Lane and Ed.
Yep.
Shaking hands.
Amazing.
Two of the biggest scumbags in the sport. One photo.
Together again.
That's right.
Yeah, let's do
and
it.
it feels so right.
Someone says, I'm also not a fan of Terrion Arnold doing what he did. I wish he would just either get healthy and play. Worry about football. That's all.
And look, I get it. It's your birthday. You want to celebrate. First of all, you don't have to put everything out on social media. Secondly, you just got robbed. You may not want to put out there that you got more stuff. Just saying.
Mike, I'm thrilled the Cavs got embarrassed. This should be a wake-up call to Langdon that we aren't even close. The Knicks would have swept us too. That is from Ryan. It says, I am not saying we would have beat the Knicks, but my biggest fear is that the Knicks win it all and we missed our best opportunity because of what Mike said months ago. The West cannibalizes itself and they head into the finals depleted. We blew it, guys. We blew it.
No, look, I think you could have made incremental improvement at the deadline. I don't think there was a move. Look, there was no move on the board where you would have won the NBA championship. The Knicks are winning the championship. There's no, so I can't, I'm not, there's no screaming and yelling. It was the idea that they did nothing. There's always a middle ground. It is very rare in sports, it's absolutes. Now listen, do I think it's an absolute this summer the Pistons acquire a high-level all-star caliber player? Yes, there's no middle ground. And I don't think you're just going to just magically get a lot better. Look, Jalen Duren. Oh, he's number 1 in the league in putbacks. Oh, number 3 in the league in shots inside of 5 feet. He took 42 shots outside of the paint for the season.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a far cry from someone who I'll need to take 5.5 threes a game. You know what I'm saying?
A little old school.
That'd be 400 shots outside of the paint. A little bit of a departure.
Tell them about it, JoJo.
Okay, it's not Friday. We can't do this.
Okay.
You do this tomorrow when I'm not around. Do whatever you want. David, go ahead. What? Just say it.
Sorry. Okay, I saw news.
Yes.
Chris McCoskey.
We have breaking news.
AJ Hinch spoke and said that the news is not great on Javier Baez. The ankle isn't healing.
No way.
He's going to see a specialist and get more tests done. And I gave that information to Kenny, and he began to yell at me, saying it doesn't matter. They suck anyway.
Who cares? The season is over.
It
does not matter.
No. Both things can be true. I don't think you could say the season is over yet. Now, you can say, hey, I think they're done. The Baez thing, he got carted off the field. This was the Tank Dell of injuries in baseball.
You're right. Javi was the difference between this team being decent.
No.
And Kenny, Thursday, maybe.
No.
When you can write them off.
No, I just think Javier's terrible. We know this. Is he better than Wenzel Perez? Yes. The point is, he was never coming back soon. And again, what did we say with Glaber? An oblique for a hitter, especially an older one, tricky. He was supposed to be back already. He still feels pain. So, yeah, Kenny, okay, dream state right now. If I could just rip the Band-Aid off, no more emotion, and know it's done. And David broke in with breaking news they traded Skubal. Yes, that's where I want to be. Because I don't believe they're going to be 20-plus games better than the Guardians. If the Guardians are just 500 the rest of the way, you got to be 20 games over 500. They're damn near 25 games under their last 85 games.
As you like to say, Mike, how about we just crawl first? Let's just win a series before we start thinking that way.
Bing bong.
It's not Friday.
Go ahead. David, go ahead.
What do you want to tell AJ?
Okay, stop.
Please, Rico, I got to read, man.
It's a hard hat summer.
Someone says, I know he was reading text, but you guys got to make that David bricked up text a drop, LMAO.
Sure.
I guarantee the Tigers get swept this series with this lineup. Oh, boy.
All right, look, what do you want him to do? Not try? The manager, I'm not going to get into an argument. I'm not telling you this is a great lineup. I'm telling you it's the best lineup, the most sensible one he's put out in the better part of a month. I'm sorry I said something nice. Here, I don't care. Let me hit it with a chair.
You've been asking for this for a while. So
that's it.
That's why we had to break the news.
Because the job of a manager is to not hurt the team. The idea is you just put the best players in the best position to succeed. And hey, if it works or not, we'll work through that. But did you do your job as the architect, giving them the best shot? He hasn't for weeks. Right. I thought his answers were ridiculous on our airwaves. I thought the quote was ridiculous. Now he comes out with this lineup. They're one step away from giving themselves the true best shot. If they would bring someone up, notably a Max Anderson. Oh, so you could play him there, move McGonigal to a different position. You are already DHing Colt Keith. What's the problem? And I understand they don't have shortstops. Everyone's dead. I get it. But you just can't keep putting the McKinstries, the Perez's, the Shorts, and the Jahmai Joneses. And today, it's their best attempt not to. So for a moment, let me be happy. Ish. Right. It's not what I said. But fine. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. David, go ahead. What? You're waving your hands like you're landing a 747.
He has to stop with these drops.
I didn't do anything. The board is automated. I have no control over this.
David, please.
I would have rather lost to the Magic just because this team needs more talent. Force them to get the talent.
I'm going to say no to it just because they needed, much like the Lions a few years ago, you got to start rewriting history by taking away talking points. Hey, the Pistons haven't won a home playoff game in 18 years. They haven't won a home playoff series in You needed to do that. This team needed to learn how to win.
No,
were they lucky to get it? Sure, but I'm glad they got it. So now we can move on to other things.
You're right, Mike. I mean, think about it. It happened with the Lions. Well, you haven't won a playoff game. You haven't done, and then they start doing all of that, and now you can focus
just
on
about the one thing: a championship.
Yes,
that's it.
Well, I guess I reread that wrong. He texts back, you read my message wrong. I said the Tigers are going to sweep the series with this lineup.
Okay.
Not get swept.
Okay. Bing bong. All right, warm weather. Nope, just kidding. And
you know what, buddy?
I got a name for Kenny next.
All right. Game 5, you know where I'm watching this thing. I'm watching it from the new man cave provided by Matrix Basements. They can do the same thing for you. Guys, quit procrastinating. You've been talking about getting this thing done. You want your totally unfinished basement done for years. I'm going to get it done. I'm going to get it in the paralysis. Just go online right now to matrixbasements.com or call them and let their award-winning design staff come up with your man cave of that you couldn't possibly even dream of. You'll get input in this thing, and before you know it, if you start right now, you'll even have it ready before football season kicks off. Because tonight, I know I'm watching Game 5. You could be watching the first game of the Lions in your man cave. But you got to go to matrixbasements.com right now. Like I said, let that award-winning staff hook you up the way they did me, and before you know it, you'll be just kicking back and putting your feet up in your man cave that you've been dreaming about all your life. Go to matrixbasements.com. Matrix Basements, design that pays off. All right, we've talked some Pistons, and you know what? If you want to, you can hit that Odyssey Rewind if you missed what we said. We also have some potential new faces that you can see on this roster. We'll talk about that in the 5 o'clock hour.
Oh, yeah. One of them's a medical condition. We'll talk about that. Kenny, I gotta give you 5 good minutes on your poverty sport, my brother.
Oh, boy.
No, don't oh, boy. It just... Listen, I know you are your bestie, Max Boltman.
Sure.
Man, you have great respect for. Had something for us on the Red Wings, and I want to know where this is on the Kenny Cott, impact-o-meter. So he just, first of all, yes, multiple articles about, the Wings are basically just not going to bring back some bums, which, okay, cool. Patrick Kane is basically the only unrestricted free agent they keep. So can I start there before I give you the name?
Sure.
Here's my question. Why?
I'm not sure. I never really viewed Patrick Kane as an untouchable. Clearly, they think he adds something to the room, but he's not exactly expensive either, so it's not like you're losing a ton by keeping him.
No, you get rid of Cam Talbot, which means one of your young goalies could be the backup.
Yep.
Eric Gustafson, gone. David Perron, gone. Travis Hamonic, gone. James Van Riemsdyk, gone. That's all fine.
Goodbye.
Why would you keep Kane? I have no idea. Right now, he looks like a guy who wanted a few records, and I'm sorry, I just don't see it. Get him gone.
To me, this tells me, and maybe I'm wrong about this, maybe I'm misreading it, but the reason you keep a guy like Patrick Kane is if they're truly steadfast in their approach of, hey, let's bring up a bunch of young guys. Now we have an old guy to mentor them. That's the only possible reason, because he plays like a ghost. He floats. He doesn't play any defense. He only gets off.
And the biggest problem is, if Kane is one of your top 5 scorers, which I believe he was, that's an indictment on you. That's 100%. Not a compliment to him. So the other thing was a name being mentioned from a number of different places. The Seattle Kraken's Bobby McCann. 29 goal scorer, left wing, 6'2". Here, let's use some hockey terms because this sport's always got to be so cute. Plays heavy. Talk to me. Is Bobby McCann who going to solve your first line issue? You pair him with Raymond and Larkin. Is that what we're doing?
Solve? No, absolutely not solve, but he does play with size. You can't count on him to be like a goal scorer for you. He can put the puck in the net a little bit, but
29 goals.
That's perfect, and that's fine and well. But the idea of putting him on the first line is basically to that's your Larkin repellent for other teams. If they want to come in and bash him.
Like, to me, this is how I view this. This is the typical thing that the Wings do now, not the Wings we grew up with. This is a guy that's a second-line player on a good team. He'd be a first-line player on your team, and we end up in the same effing place.
Yep, exactly.
He'll never
right.
live up to the deal he signs because he's not good enough. But if I could get him as a second-line player, all of a sudden you go, hey, now we're getting somewhere.
Right.
So where would Bobby McCann be on the Kenny Impactometer? Like, if Austin Matthews is a 10,
sure,
and I don't know. Andrew Kopp's twin brother would be a 1. What would it be?
It would be like a 5.7. It's good. It's a nice pickup, but you need a lot more work to be done this offseason for me to consider that to be, oh, wow, they got Bobby McCann.
Not even a 6.
No. Okay, you want a 6, I'll give you a 6. No, it's not a move of impact. He does add a little bit of scoring. He adds a little bit of size, which fans have been clamoring for some reason. But, I mean, yeah, it doesn't move the needle a ton for me. Sure. It's exactly what Mike said. It's every offseason, it would typify every single thing you've seen every other offseason. Is add a middle 6 forward. Great. That's your solution. I'm not saying I like it, but I've saw that rumor fly around too. It doesn't move the needle for me. I'm surprised you even brought it up, to be honest.
Kenny, look, I have said this, and I'm this way in every sport. I really feel this way. The trade market is your only way, barring rare moments, where you can truly land the guy. The guy doesn't hit free agency, doesn't become available. You have to pry the guy from the cold, dead hands of said franchise that the guy plays for. You have to bleed to get them. This town's issue is they view free agency as the only way to get better. And our GMs invariably are either bad at trades or don't make them. If the Wings are going to get someone that is truly the impact that is needed and desired, it will be from a trade. And that's why we're doing this exercise.
It's going to hurt your feelings, too. Whatever we trade, if this miracle trade pops out of the sky, it will hurt your feelings as a Wings fan seeing what they gave up.
Well, then you have to ask about feelings. What hurts your feelings more? What I traded to get the guy or missing the playoffs for the 8th straight year?
I just don't think I just don't think fans are prepared for the reality that we're going to have to trade somebody that we've been touting as the next guy or the next thing in this town, which oftentimes is not the case in hockey. Signed Danielson, signed Marco Kasper, signed a number of these guys.
Well, it's also the problem for the Pistons. I mean, this idea that they'll sign if there is no free agent good enough. You have to make a trade. Now the Tigers are in a different spot because they're about to be the trader with Skubal, but free agency, they could have done some things. What did I say all year long? I didn't care about free agency. I cared about making a trade at the winter meetings to go and get a right-handed bat. Mm-hmm. And look, this is This is where it's at. So I just wanted to do the brief exercise, put it in front of Kenny and go, hey, buddy, here you go, Bobby McCann. I'm not going to sit here and say it won't make you better, but does that all of a sudden turn you into a 100-point team? Does that turn you into a team? Does it open up your championship window? Look, the thing that's going to open up a championship window and open up true improvement is I get a player that's good enough that I can bump Larkin to the second line, or I get a guy that's good enough that I can move Lucas Raymond to the second line.
Right.
Then you're getting better by addition. Now I'm slotting guys in, and they can play more advantageous minutes. I don't see it. They got to make a trade. It's the only way.
No, you're right. I don't know how big of a trade they're going to go.
They won't. It won't matter.
I told you, that's how I felt about the Pistons. It's like, you won't make that move.
How about
that
this?
Everybody wants.
I believe in the Pistons more than the Wings. I believe in Trajan Langdon more than Steve Yzerman.
No, because
how sad is that?
Like in the break, I'm asking Kenny, like, seriously, could they do something for Austin Matthews? And Kenny hit me with a no and no.
Well, they could, but they're not the team. They've shown no willingness or aptitude to do such things. Think about it. We could have Quinn Hughes here. They balked because they had, my feelings. I don't want to give up Evanson.
Guy who wanted to be here, by the way. He said it was in close proximity to Michigan, where he wants to be.
His parents live here.
Right.
Okay, you win this one.
And he also said Minnesota's close to Michigan. Yeah, equidistant to Atlanta, Quinn.
Michigan, Minnesota, both in the Big Ten.
Right. Because Winnipeg's close to Paris. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I'm in a see it to believe it phase with them. For the Pistons, this is the last time I'll give them benefit of the doubt. Pull the trade this summer, or they go in the see it to believe it pile.
No, but you would think that the Wings would be, because you aren't making the playoffs. You keep falling down in March.
It doesn't matter. None of it matters. He has a lifetime deal. None of this matters. It matters to you. It matters to Kenny. It matters to people.
I've been saying,
doesn't matter.
There's your come to Jesus moment. It's Groundhog's Day. Every March you collapse. Every March you collapse.
But why would you say it has to happen? We've been saying it has to be different. This deadline has to be different. This offseason.
No, I'm saying it has to happen for the result to be different.
Yeah.
I've given up on it actually happening.
I was speaking to
I
Rico's
believe it's
point.
going to happen for the Pistons.
Right.
I have no belief in anything Red Wings. They can show. We're from Missouri now, the Show Me State. They got to show their fans.
Okay, fair enough.
No, you're fine. It's had to have happened the last couple of years. So it hasn't.
Well, let's hope Trajan hit that spot where
Trajan Langdon, I don't think he's on an endless loop contract the way I think Yzerman is.
Can't wait to how excited he'll be for that press conference.
We've just acquired Michael Jordan.
And Wemby.
And then he falls asleep mid-sentence. All right, warm weather shows up. Everybody's on the road. Distracted drivers including. People flying up north like there's no speed limit. And then a crash happens. The problem beyond that, the insurance company's a step ahead of you. They got a team. Call David Feminini on the accident response team. They'll help you get your life back, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to